Hello, everyone. How are we doing? I am going to join my new, at least temporary co-host of Just Press Play's Discord channel, because Just Press Play with Pisco is on hiatus. It was sort of like a last hired, first fired type thing. He's got a lot of things going on offline, and I was like, oh, it's fine. We can do a hiatus, whatever. Because the OG Her Take happened to end at the same time. And it's honestly just not the same without my girl Jillian. But have no fear, because Jillian has begun a new show with Dave Rubin. And also Her Take continues, and apparently there's an even more annoying woman than Jillian Michaels present on there. And I was like, fuck it, why don't I just keep it going? But with a co-host. And that co-host is Ogreboy. Season 2. Yeah, exactly.
Oh God, you told them.
Hey. Give me a second. I'm gonna put you on screen, okay?
Yeah, that's fine. That's why I shared my camera out. I'm kind of panicking because I've never set up like for a multicast before.
It's super easy.
Yeah, like it's barely an inconvenience. Without fucking, well, I mean, it's not like I have DMs or some shit that, hold on, if I pop out. I guess
it's
this
not
works.
smug, you guys.
No, it's not. That man is a genius. I would never ever try to replace that person.
I actually did not know how that sentence was gonna end. I wouldn't have been surprised if you said any number of things to describe him.
No, the cartoon, like I didn't know about him until I saw you do stuff with him, and that I saw one of the cartoon talk show things that he put out.
Yeah.
And I was like, what the, like it's almost like high art or like satire to the point of being almost like that level of like artistic, like Andy Kaufman style shit that I was like, I was really impressed.
Yeah, they're on a level that he's on like a whole different level of discourse than I'm typically on. He and I are supposed to do like Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes. We're like, oh, this is like our Super Bowl because we've been doing a lot of coverage of them, but he hasn't even gotten back to me about when we're going to do that. And now I feel like there's a whole saga that's happened at this point as far as like that, because like Tucker Carlson and Fuentes do this stream together, and then Ben Shapiro comes out against it, and it causes a rift there. And then Dave Smith has Tucker Carlson on to like talk about it, and then they're like, there's all of this. Ben Shapiro's like going on trigonometry. It's at the same time that he's like promoting his own book. What is it called? It's called like Lions and Tigers and Democrats or something. I can't remember what it's called. Something stupid.
Lions and Tigers and Democrats.
It's probably something else, but it's about as clever as that.
I wondered why he was suddenly on like CNN and shit.
That has more to do with the fact that I think CNN just kind of lets anybody come onto those panels at this point. They're trying to compete with Piers Morgan, the Abby Phillips thing, because the most random people will end up on that program.
It's called Lions and Scavengers, The True Story of America and Her Critics.
Basically a history book.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just like fucking around with the tech, and then we'll be good.
You take your time.
Yes. Hell yeah.
You have to love a thing where you have to like do your own on the fly, like production work is always fun.
Totally. Ogre Hutch was triggered as fuck seeing one of your emojis during stream yesterday. Are you aware of this?
So not only that, but a little inside baseball, they had to go buy, like, I now have 4 whole subscribers, believe it or not. I know. I'm moving up in the world. I'm a mover and shaker.
Big stuff. 4 whole people.
But they went and bought a sub for one of his mods. They gifted a sub so that they can now turn around and use that whenever they want. And I think it's probably just to torment the shit out of him, which I'm all for. I'm glad I can help in some small capacity.
You mean you're against it? Isn't there something about that that's probably against TOS, like brigading or something like this, or no? Am I being like overly cautious?
I think I have to coordinate that, but it's literally his mod doing it to him. And I think they were also trying to find out
Oh wait,
if I
it's
had a
his mod
Discord
who's
server
doing
or
this
not.
thing with the emotes?
Yes.
Oh my god.
One
It's like
of
an internal
one of his
revolt.
normies. Yeah, one of his normies has reached out. They gifted a sub to one of his mods, and it's his mod that's using the emotes. So I was like, okay, like I'm not, yeah, don't put 250 in my pocket in order to get at somebody that I find fucking irritating. Like that would be terrible.
Yeah,
Please don't
of
do
course
that.
not. Okay, so introduce yourself. Give a little rundown of who you are and why you're on stream. And also, I'm going to ask to collaborate with you on Twitch.
Sure.
Well. Okay, do your thing.
I'm so not used. I mean, I'm not used to that because I'm used to streaming. Hi, I'm Ogreboy 6. You may know me from the rants of other bald streamers and liberals alike. I have ranted in the discords of Hutch, Pisco. I think I've argued once with Lonerbox on stream. I'm like Saitama, but for arguing politics. I'm just a guy that likes to argue for fun. I stream most nights, 7 p.m. West Coast time, PST.
He gets crazy viewership, you guys.
Last night actually, 12 whole viewers. So
that's insane. That's like almost like half a classroom. If you were at a community college, I don't even think they would like shut down that class. I think that might be enough to qualify to keep it, because I know that they have these rules where it's like if it's less than a certain amount, it's actually more expensive to do the class than to cancel it. I think you would cross the threshold.
So yeah, I've been accused of being a flowchart leftist, of blaming the Democrats for everything. I'm not in that ballpark. I just want them to win, and I have more of an outlook that I think they win by doing something that's a bit more transactional, that offering things to the American public that relate to them in a more direct manner, kind of the way that Zoran did, by addressing their needs in a simplistic way, as opposed to some sort of, I'm going to give you a 5% tax cut for first-time home-owning business startups in this particular zip code on the third day of every month.
That's what you think won his campaign? To me, it was like when he was promising Sharia law, and when he was saying things like, you just need to change your religion if you want access to like this free bus program that I'm going to do. I was like, I think this is going to be the thing that sells it for people.
Yeah, I mean, well, once you do accept the light of Allah into your heart, that does open up a lot of opportunities for you. But no, yeah, I do 100%. Like, I think the video where he was sitting out like a year prior, interviewing people right after Kamala lost and saying like, hey, what can I do for you? One of Tim Wells's best moments is when he did a Q&A interviewing single families, like one at a time, at this like podunk grain store or tractor store or some shit. And he opened every time with like, what can I do to help you? What do you need from me? And I'm like, holy shit, that's refreshing. Like there was talk that some of Hillary's advisors put weight onto the campaign to kind of backbench him. And to the extent that that's true, they so shot that campaign in the fucking foot because they needed more of him front and center.
So wait, he worked on this was an advisor, or this is Mamdani himself who worked on the campaign?
I'm mixing the topics like a little bit. When Tim Walz was running alongside Kamala,
you mentioned Tim Walz. I'm dumb. I thought you were still on Mamdani. Yeah.
Like the idea that you could have politicians just directly try to appeal to what people are after, as opposed to needing a streamer to kind of translate how a particular policy will help help people even if it's in like some kind of tangential way. I think that's where a lot of our politics have gotten fucked. I don't even really see it as like a left-right dynamic. I see it as more of like just being a good like public servant at this point.
This is like retail politician stuff that has been just forgotten by so much of the Democratic establishment and a lot of the Republicans. I'm not going to say that they're still doing it, but as far as like Trump winning, it's like he showed up to Dearborn, Michigan, and he's like, I'm going to end this war. Does he elaborate or say how he's going to end it? Even though he's like said previously, like, yeah, by accelerating it, I'm going to end this or whatever. Like, no, but he's like speaking to people's fears and needs, and he's like, identified a problem, here's a solution. I'm not going to elaborate, but I'm basically saying the thing that you want, right? Support equals support. It's not sometimes I think that there is too much of an inclination to default to these like focus group tests and polling data, and I'm not saying that shouldn't be brought in, but I'm finding more and more that like I was just watching the segment on Left Reckoning where they were getting into the weeds on, maybe it was that what is it? Deciding to Win, the center left think tank, like the welcome pack thing. But like the study that they cite for, and this is the thing that Ezra Klein used to say, that like we need to move to the center yet again, you know, groundbreaking. Apparently that study classified, like what the conclusion of it as far as identifying which politicians were considered conservative, which ones were considered like radical, which ones were considered liberal, progressive, moderate, centrist by people. They actually found that AOC and like Rashida and like Ilhan Omar, who the like media is going to say they're really hyper progressive, very, very liberal or whatever, they were actually perceived as moderates by a significant amount of voters. Because
was it, for the most part, wasn't a lot of that was based on like times that they just paid lip service to something, or it was more off of how they were virtue signaling as opposed to how many times they necessarily weighed in on bills or things of that nature?
Well, the methodology was like factoring in how they voted on bills, which is like, dude, even you can ask people within the halls of academia. Most people are not up to date on like House Bill number whatever, or how they voted on specific pieces of legislation. Like it was kind of a bizarre mishmash of like, analyze their rhetoric and also look at some of their votes and also look at their platform, apparently. But still, even with that kind of strange methodology, it still spit out that voters were perceiving the kind of economic populists and what we understand to be like the left flank, the Democratic Party, as moderates, because they're centering their campaign around bread and butter issues, healthcare, the economy, affordability, etc., $15 minimum wage. And they're not, you know, going super hard in the paint for the cultural stuff, even though if you like really get into it with them, they believe all the same things that all these other Dems say they believe in when it comes to social issues.
That and the idea of strategic voting, that throwing your name behind something when you know it won't pass, that way you increase your street cred with the lefties, and then you can turn around a couple years later the way that Kamala did and completely abandon things like Medicare for all.
Yeah, just do an apology tour.
There's certain people that just like, it just bounces off their skull, the idea of like, no, the country, the Democratic Party is totally gone more left, guys. Like, it's definitely happened.
I don't know how. I have to assume it really just comes down to like cultural signifiers and where people are at with them being willing to be receptive to hearing that framing and actually believing it. Because like people have the memory, like voters have the memory of a goldfish, and yet somehow it's like landing that like, oh, Kamala is one of the most liberal senators. How do we know? I know they're citing this study that analyzed how the voting patterns of like all the senators from several years ago, and by their metrics, she was technically like the most liberal or the most progressive. But that same data set also said that basically they looked at partisanship, so she most consistently voted progressively and also like with Dems almost like 100%, like 80-90% of the time. And so that put her even more progressive than like AOC and Bernie. Do you remember her being called this, like the most liberal senator, like the most progressive senator?
Yeah, it was based off of her co-signing one of the original versions of Medicare for All, but it turned out to be something that was like, politicians, believe it or not, can do things of like moments of opportunity and try to like look at Tulsi Gabbard. She was all over the place and all over the political spectrum. And it was at each point in the way, it was just to try to, a lot of people caught on way too long after the fact.
Yeah.
But it was just to try to weasel her way into different cliques that would try to grow her name and reputation, et cetera, et cetera. She was a Bernie supporter. Then she was like one of Biden's biggest supporters, endorsed Biden in 2020, and then eventually became a Republican. She hit every check mark on the fucking Dave Rubin, I'm now a Republican pipeline.
This is increasingly becoming a red flag to me, looking into the history of an up-and-coming politician or one that's already established, and seeing that they caucused for Bernie or they were a Bernie supporter, because it's definitely like a fork in the road of like, okay, which way, Western man? Are you going to be a total populist grifter, or are you going to be somebody who's consistent? Because that includes people like Mamdani, who are getting up on the debate stage saying that Bernie Sanders is still his favorite politician. That includes people like Pete Buttigieg at one point said Bernie Sanders was his favorite politician. Now, obviously, Pete Buttigieg is not progressive. That also includes that, you know, Marie Gluesenkamp Perez, this like centrist woman or whatever. She was she caucused for Bernie, like alongside Tulsi. Tulsi ended up how she did. Yeah. And like totally betrayed her campaign promises. I never looked into it for Fetterman, but, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if there was something there which like earned him the trust of people in the first place, even though he was already showing signs of like being strange because he was courting AIPAC money even really, really early on into his campaign. And now like Platner to me is that person that like everybody's saying he's going to be the next Fetterman, but I'm like, no, this is like starting to give me like Tulsi vibes, seeing some of the way that he's like responded to the backlash as well as just other things that he's talked about since the scandal broke.
I have very few regulars, but I do have a couple regulars that give me shit because I'm probably a little bit more receptive to Platner's interactions with the people that he goes on tour to converse with at the town halls and everything.
Yeah.
The way that he's willing to stand up on stage and look people in the eye and say that, like, I will fight for you when no one else can. I don't know if you caught, there was someone in the crowd at one of the town halls he did.
The trans person?
The trans person. That video, how could you not look at that video? And if nothing else, like if you look at that video and then you hear that dude, he's either the biggest crypto Nazi in the history of the universe, or like there's no shot. You can call him a dumbass. You can look there's people that looked up the tattoo the day of that the story came out.
Yeah.
And they were like, that's it. I can't trust the guy. But they had to fucking Google it. And that's the point. Like, you can't be mad at something that you had to Google because you didn't have any concept or understanding of what it was beforehand.
Yeah, it's like it's
anybody else. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, exactly. It's people like, oh, I'm supposed to be mad at this. And I don't even think that that's necessarily like a bad inclination if you learn that something is affiliated, like it is a Nazi symbol or whatever. Like, I read the New York Times article on it, and they interviewed some academic who is a scholar, a World War II scholar, that was like, this should be the second most recognizable symbol affiliated with the Nazis behind the swastika. And I was like, how come I'm not some huge World War II buff, but I feel like I definitely know more like than the average person. I was like, I don't know what this is. Like, every single commentator from PodSave to I think Brian Tyler Cohen to like all these different people who looked into it, they didn't know what it, like, you know, Philip DeFranco and like the Bulwark guys have been like collaborating. Like, they didn't know what it was either, but nonetheless, and like everybody makes that disclaimer, and yet they're all talking about it as the, and like same with Ana Kasparian didn't know, Cenk didn't know. That's less surprising, but like that's I haven't heard anybody actually say I recognized it straight away. Maybe I'm missing some like major one, but like nobody seems to know what it was, and so I'm like, this to me signals something different than if it's like some Celtic cross or whatever, or it's obviously like a swastika because it's like identifiable or whatever, as opposed to this like skull and crossbones thing. But then somebody else made the argument, I was like, maybe I should think about this more. They were like, I'm actually more sus of like a more esoteric or like niche Nazi symbol, because that seems to me like it's some like crypto-fash thing. But it just doesn't jive with anything else he's saying. So
well, but there's also a couple other elements, and for the most part, I want to stress, like, I have more generic empathy for people that are sour on Platner right out of the gate because of his prior like military service or his Merc tour.
Yeah, for
like,
sure.
If you're coming at it from like a principled like anti-war position and you hear that and you're like, I'm out, I get that, I understand it, I don't fault you for it at all. It's the people that look at that and say, well, that's fine, but it's that pesky tattoo that I don't like. It's like, and they didn't know about it until like the moment of. Those are the two things where I just kind of roll my eyes when I'm hearing about people that have that criticism, because they're really, it stands out to me like they're just more looking for a way to shit on the populist candidate, and that's their hook. Because I've also heard those same people turn around and go, but if he makes it through the primary, I'll definitely vote for him. It's like, well, wait a minute. You've been crying about a Nazi tattoo, but now you're also claiming simultaneously that you're willing to fucking throw down for the dude. He just has to make it across the finish line in the fucking primary. Methinks you doth protest too much.
Well, that's what I said. I asked people, okay, if he had won already and this came to light, are you calling for his resignation? No. Then it's not, then it doesn't seem like you really truly think that. Because if you truly thought that, you would be like, he needs to go. Sorry. Even if it's a Republican, I would take a Republican over a Nazi being in the party and just being near any lever of power. But then everybody that I was asking who's like who's critical of him says no. So I don't like, I'm kind of on that train as well, where I'm like, are we really more, I don't know, like, we're at the point where there's room for Andrew Cuomo in the party. Andrew Cuomo resigned in disgrace, sexually harassed people, killed people because of the nursing home. Or Janet Mills, who takes literal blood money from a genocidal state through AIPAC. Not even J Street, takes AIPAC money. But we're more upset over the Nazi imagery than we are over the actions that are actually closer to embodying like fascist tendencies. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's just weird. It's hard to explain, and I think there's definitely elements there that are I think it's just people trying to figure out some way to do the like the Matrix bullet time backbend of like, I just want to figure out how to defend my team. Like they're dodging all the bullets of criticism, and they just want to figure out a way to like, as long as the person I like wins, I'll keep like morphing my criticism to whatever fits.
Do you think that's going on the left for him though? Because of all these things in his past, like too much, like he's changed, even though like the Blackwater stuff and all of this, like even though it was years ago, when you look at like given his age now, he was like still in his 30s. The BlackRock stuff was only like 4 or 5 years ago. So everyone is like, that's not when he was like 18. That was when he was just a few years ago.
There's clearly a starvation for people that are willing to stand up and basically take on a bottom versus the top dynamic for like how you fight in politics. That I think for sure there's people that are hearing some keywords, tricky phrases, and they're like, all right, I'm willing to listen at least. But I don't think that only goes so far. Like that only stretches to a certain amount. And then I think eventually it won't have the same staying power. So if that's where we're at right now, I mean, that's a possibility, but I think there's too much of, especially like the writings over time, you can kind of see a trajectory where he's realizing that like he got used as a service person to an extent. I think, and again, if anybody has an issue with the military service, all of the different shit, like the Marines got involved in some crazy shit, even to more so than like a lot of the other branches of the military. And then especially to look at everything that you do during your tours and then turn around and go like, I want to go just do this on the private sector. That says a lot. And if anybody that has an issue with that, I understand. But then like you can end up going through a moment in that where you get radicalized and you're like, fuck, like this is, what am I doing? And what am I doing to other people? Like I kind of see some of the possibility that him wanting to kind of leave that behind and then make sure nobody else falls into that trap again. I think that's a possibility, but like
I would have to find this Reddit comment where he was asking other, infantry and men and like service people, like they're like, how do I reconcile the fact that this is some of the happiest, like my time in the military is basically some of the happiest times of my life. I love the camaraderie. I love the environment. I love what I was doing, but it's in service of a thing that I kind of find to be unjust now. So I don't know how to reconcile these two beliefs. Like, is there anybody else who's as torn as I am on like how they kind of view their service in retrospect, given like how their kind of politics have evolved or anything like that? And I didn't look through, he authored this post, so it might have actually been more than just a comment. It was like a post that he made in some subreddit, and I didn't look through it. But like, I do think that is him speaking to what I would assume a lot of veterans feel at this point. But what freaks me out though, and now this is a point against him, is looking at his like policy platform. He's one of these like, I'm not anti-war, I'm just for like good wars. And I'm thinking like, is this pandering to appeal to like Maine voters, or is this actually like indicative of how he truly believes it because of his experience and service?
You're gonna see a lot of communities, no matter how much you might hate war in general or useless wars or whatever euphemism turn of phrase that you want to put on it. There are communities that, like it or not, like especially up and down the East Coast, that are thriving only because of like the military industrial complex. So if you turn around and you do try to use language that you're like, I'm going to make sure that like another service member never puts on the uniform again, and that we never step boots on foreign land, we
you're
never
too
make another ship
or whatever.
Yeah, you're like, no, you're done, you're gone. Like you're already fucking like
liberal,
no one's going to vote for that.
Pacifist. That's not in that can actually contend with the real world. Okay, like on that, I'll add this article in. Let me share my screen. To this one. You see it?
Yeah.
This was by David Roth, whose commentary I like. What job is a guy with a Nazi tattoo qualified for? The man that my wife and I found ourselves talking to at the bar of a restaurant in Rockland, Maine in the summer of 2019 had arrived in town as your fancier visitors do, which is by boat. He told us that he worked in Democratic politics, and because my wife and I care about both politics and the state she grew up in, it was both intriguing and a bit strange to learn that this man from this man that a candidate had already been chosen to run against Maine's reliably, deeply concerned, and long-tenured Republican Senator Susan Collins in the fall of 2020. A good candidate, he seemed to think. The Speaker of the state's House of Representatives, whom a quick web search later revealed to be a woman named Sarah Gideon. The Democratic Senate Candidate Committee endorsed Gideon before that wound up being a walkover of a primary and oversaw her general election campaign against Collins. It didn't go well. Gideon raised and spent many millions of dollars, much of it from out of state. The campaign was still sending fundraising emails on election day, and Mainers talked about Gideon campaign mailers arriving in their inboxes daily, in duplicate or triplicate. In the end, Gideon spent $62.9 million, more than twice what Collins spent, and lost the election by nearly 9 percentage points. After the end, Gideon's campaign still had $14.8 million on hand. It was a sort of experience that does not so much lead to recriminations as demand them, duffing what had seemed like a winnable election and one in which Gideon had led. I can tell I have to log in to look at this. I didn't have to log in a week ago when I was looking at it. Hold on. Let me see if remove paywall is going to come in handy.
That's a very irritating thing is I'm noticing after about a week or two, that's like not a new meta, but that's the meta. They'll paywall the shit out of stuff so you can't go back and use it as your research
and they don't even
thing
make you
later
pay.
on.
They just want you to like make an account. Okay, here we are. Duffing what had seemed like a winnable election and one in which Gideon led in most reputable public polls for much of the way fit into a long, broader story of abstracted, consultant-scented, one-size-fits-all national-level Democratic campaign incompetence. Amanda Littman, co-founder of the progressive organization Run for Something, told the 19th News after Gideon's loss that the DSCC's tendency to run qualified and cautious races built around national issues and argued almost entirely through advertising was indicative of the party's long-standing disregard for state political cultures and the realities of retail politics. A sustained campaign of year-round contact is far more effective than $100 million spent on ads, Littman said. You don't believe an ad, you believe a person. Maine really is different just in general and also in its politics, but Littman's point is even more convincing in 2025 than it was in 2020. Traditional media channels have never been more warped or occluded or co-opted. Every screen is a sheer surface of scams and derangement and idiotic noise. What solidarity or even basic coherence can be reclaimed from this onslaught will necessarily come from and be made by people being and working together. The rest of it, everything else, is just too hard to trust. And this is when he starts talking about Platner's campaign. The oyster farmer and novice politician Graham Platner's campaign for the Democratic nomination to run against Collins in 2026 began with a buzzy long-form online ad. It centered his military service and small business bona fides in the ways that campaign ads do, but in place of Gideon's sunny blobules, I don't know how to say that, about middle-class families and kitchen table values, Platner spoke in specific and pointed terms about the hardship that working-class people face in Maine and elsewhere, and about the oligarchs and absent political elites that oversee...
Well, real quick. Like I'm sure you remember like Kellyanne Loeffler and people like that when they would show up in Georgia wearing like the puffy, like the flannel shirts with like the puffy vest over it and a bunch of like boots that don't look like they have a single scuff on them. When you hear somebody like that talk about like, I know what it's like to live rough and to come up from the streets and blah, blah, blah. You're like, get the fuck out of here. But then when you hear Platner talk about knowing what it's like to work and try to make businesses work and shit like that, he does have an aesthetic edge in this moment, because when he talks about like a harder life or a harder existence, there is a more of an ability to fucking believe him.
Yeah, for sure. Like, even if that's the case for these people, like Richie Torres is an example of this person. Like, he grew up in hardship and poverty, but you would never know that now because he's had a nice education. He's very, very polished. He takes all his fucking money from all these different lobbyists, even though he always talks about one of the most poor districts, right? But like, can you ever completely divorce yourself from your socialization growing up? No, but he is as close as you can get to that, or he may as well be, as far as being able to really connect with constituents at this point anymore, because like this is saying, he comes off like some oligarch or somebody who like has abandoned that. Like JD Vance has that same background, but you don't look at JD Vance at this point and think, oh, this guy's from Appalachia. He has completely shed the skin of anything that resembles any of the culture that he grew up around and always appeals to in his in all of his speeches, or like when he can, he shoehorns it in. But it's like, no, but this is somebody who is so glad to be away from that. It's so clear that they talk about it, and it's clearly just a ploy to get voters to believe them as anything other than disingenuous, rather than something that they truly look fondly upon. It's like, no, you're happy that you escaped that. Richie Torres is happy that he escaped it. But Platner comes off, unlike those two, somebody who still lives within it and is happy to be repping it. And it's like, oh yeah, this kind of like, you know, when we learned about government growing up, how it's supposed to be, you know, by the people, for the people. Like it should be like the Senate and Congress should probably be constituted of people that are more reflective of like where the average population is at. Most people don't have a bachelor's degree, let alone like a master's degree. And almost everybody who's in the Senate and Congress has like both of these things, you know?
Well, to be fair, he's also, I have seen the criticism where people have tried to start saying that, well, he did go to like some sort of expensive boarding school, so therefore he doesn't know what it's like to struggle at any point in his life. And it's all, he's doing like the socialism grift. Once he gets the bag, the socialism shit's over with. And it's like, that's a possibility.
Sure.
He could be the next Fetterman, like Lord only knows. And that was also, I think that was also one of the reasons that Fetterman caught a lot of attention early on was here's this quirky ogre fuck that was like marching around in hoodies and shorts. And like, yeah, it's always a possibility. But like so far, the degree to which this guy has extended himself out there to the people of Maine, that's going to be the deciding factor. Like not goobers, you know, bantering on YouTube and Twitch back and forth on debate panels as to whether or not we can trust the guy with a tattoo or not.
Yeah. And I think Kyle talked about this because he's been like really hard defending him. He was like, can you even imagine like Janet Mills having like anything like a tattoo period, let alone this kind of tattoo? And he's like, come to think of it, you can't really think of any personal scandal this person probably has. And in some ways, especially in 2025, where everything's increasingly online, people have these massive digital footprints that even if you try to erase it, a lot of it's been documented or like has been archived in different ways. Like there's still ways to access it, even though you thought you deleted it. That these candidates that have like these squeaky clean pasts, that is almost weird and more off-putting than somebody who has a couple of missteps, like the Jay Jones thing with the like texts or whatever, because there's something far more human about that than somebody who has never made a misstep in their whole life. Because it just comes off as calculating, as opposed to Graham Platner, where it's like that clearly was not in the part of the plans, you know. And neither is this. This is not something he's been angling towards. He's this guy who came out of nowhere that wants to do this, as opposed to these other career politicians that it's like, no, they've pretty much known they wanted to be public servants and serve higher office, probably since high school, maybe last year of high school, at least college, and they have tried their best to always keep that in mind with everything that they do, like publicly and privately.
And I was going to say, there's one other element before you go back to the story that there is a bit of culture that, and I think you know somebody that would probably back me up on this, but there is a bit of culture, especially going back to like anywhere from like the Iraq War to like 2014, like military culture where you'll go and you'll get a tattoo. And even though it is the worst thing imaginable, they come up with their own meanings for shit that is, and it's still, this is stupid as fuck, by the way. I'm not saying like, this is completely clean slate, you know, wipes the slate clean, but like, they will turn around and be like, no, this SS that I got on my bicep, this means super sniper. And I'm like a really good sniper. And but they mean it. Like they genuinely mean it. It's bizarre, it's insane, but like that is a real thing.
That was literally what was in Platner's Reddit history. Him being like, you guys don't understand like what these symbols mean to the people within it. And I think the back and forth was kind of like, no, you don't understand what this symbol means to people outside of it. Like you think that you've co-opted it and made it your own thing, but that's not really how symbols work when they have this much cultural resonance or historical baggage. You can't ever really truly divorce it and try to like make it its own thing. It's always going to be side-eyed when it comes to symbols like this, even though like, again, the swastika itself was like co-opted. And at that point, it just comes down to like, you know, do you have the power to be able to make this like transform something and just like do individual servicemen? Of course they don't, you know? But like that was another scandal that I saw, like these Marines that like posed next to like an SS flag, and they were saying that's what it stood for. And it wasn't truly like an SS flag, but obviously optically it looks terrible. But I'm sure that all of those people within it were like, no, of course I'm not a Nazi. This is just like an aesthetic thing. It's almost like this edgy boy, like, oh, I'm drawing the swastika because it looks cool. You know, I think it's dumb. And like you're saying, I don't know how you can have this perspective on it, because I think it's like you're ignoring the social context of like what this communicates and signals to people that don't know you, don't know where you're coming from, when you're trying to use these inflammatory symbols as the thing that you decide to like try to make your own. But it seems common, especially within like military culture from what I can tell.
Yeah.
Where is it? Yeah, Platner spoke in specific and pointed terms. Among the other upstarts pursuing the nomination, Platner was instantly and impressively unique in his ability to bring out and command crowds, even in the most conservative reaches of the state. By the time the state's outgoing governor, Janet Mills, entered the race last week, Platner's campaign reported that it had raised $4 million and signed up thousands of volunteers. Senator Bernie Sanders gave Platner his endorsement. Maine is a big and extremely strange place that I love a lot. Many people I care about live there, but I know that I do not understand its politics, and I am certain that no one else ever really will either. I couldn't trust my own instincts, really, but I was intrigued. I took a rooting interest. Mills is 77, which is old on the merits, but not necessarily by Mainer standards. She has been a popular and decently effective governor. That she was transparently and instantaneously the choice of the DSCC in this race was both easy enough to understand given her moderate politics and record of statewide success, and not necessarily a point in her favor. DC's choice is lost to Susan Collins 5 times in a row, Platner posted. We can't afford a 6th. That is the sort of thing a candidate in a competitive primary would say about another candidate in that primary. And while that contest was not quite as simple as a binary choice between Platner and Mills, I mean that literally, the primary is a ranked choice election with 9 candidates in the mix. It seemed set up to become one. In the abstract, that was the system working more or less as designed. Primaries aren't necessarily divisive, Paul Waldman wrote, and a campaign that spends its money well won't be wasting it. If a candidate is organizing voters and persuading them that he or she is worthy of support, it should be an investment in the general. In this understanding, which seems correct enough to me, the primary campaign would serve as both the test of Platner's political gifts and a highly public real-time vetting of his suitability as a candidate. About that. In the week since Mills entered the race, years of posts that Platner made on Reddit surfaced in a report on CNN. Years of moderately to extremely distressed online popping off that ranged from standard edgy bullshit to actively ill-considered to actually offensive. This was the vetting, and Platner's campaign moved to respond, qualifying some of it. The candidate allowed that, contra his earlier statements, he does not believe that all cops are bastards, and is not really a quote-unquote communist, and explaining others. He very pointedly refused to apologize for telling Ted Nugent to eat shit. On Monday, in an interview with Pod Save America, whose hosts have supported his campaign, Platner said that there is nothing that I can remotely think of that is out there that is any worse or really any different than what has come out. That same
to be fair, the only one that I'm mad about him going towards the center on is the walking back of the Ted Nugent comment. The rest of it I can make excuses.
No, wait, he didn't do that.
Actually,
he didn't do that.
Oh, he didn't?
Yeah, he pointedly refused to apologize. That one he wouldn't do. He held the line. So
fuck, that fucked up my joke. Never mind.
That same interview afforded Platner the chance to address another bit of opposition research, which was a video of him at his brother's wedding. He is shirtless and serenading his new sister-in-law with Miley Cyrus's Wrecking Ball, with the Nazi Totenkopf visibly tattooed on his chest. Host Tommy Vader gave Platner a chance to deny that he was a secret Nazi, and he did. Platner then explained that he got the tattoo when he was in the Marines, while drunk and on leave in Croatia in 2007. The tattoo parlor had the Totenkopf available as flash art, and Platner chose it off the wall. At no previous point in his life, Platner said, had anyone ever remarked upon it as a Nazi symbol. The impression, which had a convincing but not necessarily exonerating ring of truth about it, was that of someone who hadn't really thought about any of it very hard. On Tuesday, Platner said that he is going to get the tattoo removed. Vader, who is both
real quick. So as a plus size boy myself, okay, I'm gonna be a little body shamey here, but I'm in the chunky kid club.
Yeah, okay, go for it.
Him dancing around the way he was, he's a plus size dude. Okay, I'm gonna go out on a limb. Us plus size boys, we don't take our shirts off that often. We don't do it. We don't like to do it.
Yeah.
For him to say that nobody has brought up the fact that tattoo is what it is or what it looks like or what have you. And for him to say that, like, I've gone through this long of my life and no one's ever made mention, I totally believe that, because I've got some stuff going on up here nobody's ever going to know about, and I'm not like, I will never be in the physique where I'm walking around outside with no shirt so that somebody can see it.
Yeah.
Like, well, I buy it.
There was a Reddit post, where he was doing what you said some people in the military have a tendency to do, thinking that they can be like, it's so funny to be in the military, but then also have this streak of hyper individualism. The idea that, again, you could co-opt a symbol that has historical baggage with a particular movement, and that you and your little clique are going to be able to transform it into something else without being seen. Like, again, the SS is like, oh, that stands for something else, not what you think, is funny. But somewhere in that, there was some Reddit post that he was commenting on, and it said, like, somebody else brought up, like, oh, these people are Nazis because it had the Totenkopf or something like that. He didn't say skull and crossbones. He just says the word. And like later that's where he drops that comment where he's like, no, these people, like, they're just doing their own thing with the symbols or whatever, like you wouldn't get it. So people use that as an example of like, no, he came in contact with this, and how could he not have, like that's him being defensive of it, or that's him knowing like what it was. So he can't claim, or he's lying now when he says he doesn't know what it is. I wonder if I can find that Reddit post where he said that.
Huh.
But with that, I'm like, I didn't know that it was called that. I still don't know if I'm even pronouncing it correctly. And I'm like, is this?
I think you are.
Is this indicative of like, or like, could you read that? And like, would he think to look it up or something like that? I don't know. Like, I wouldn't think to necessarily look it up. Another convincing argument somebody made to me was that if you have that symbol tattooed on you, and if you like, you would have a sharper eye for identifying it in media, TV, movies, etc. And it is more common than I'm realizing. It's like when you learn about a new word and then all of a sudden you swear you hear like people using it all the time. You know that like, Are We the Baddies clip?
It's on the collar. Yeah.
It's on the hat.
On the hat. Yeah.
And so they were like, the idea that you could have this, like maybe you didn't know when you got it, but you could have this and like see it somewhere and not be like, oh, hey, I have that. Is that a Nazi symbol? And like, that doesn't do anything for you.
I think if you
unrealistic.
So I think there's potential there to definitely point out that he's stretching the truth, or like even that he's lying. I think the comment about that he volunteered, because sometimes you have to think about what they're saying, what they're not saying.
Yeah.
The comment he volunteered about like, well, sometimes in the Marine Corps, we will co-opt something and make it our own, was clearly probably him saying that like he didn't know what it was at the time, got it anyway. Maybe someone along the way, someone along the way told him like, hey, that's kind of fucked up. But he completely like data dumped that to say, well, I know what I'm about. I know I'm not a Nazi. I've never been for Nazism. And this just means I killed a lot of people. That could be his attempt at like whitewashing it. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. Wait, I think I know. Hold on. I think I know where it is. Of like where he said this. But like, and then it's like another thing, because it's like, you know, I have a tattoo that I neither hate nor love, but I'm not getting it removed because like it's those services are expensive. It's not a place where it's like really visible, and it's not, you're like, the idea that like you're saying anybody's gonna see it, that would be a lot to do for something. But then there were other people who I felt like were virtue signaling a little bit, being like, I would cut my arm off if I knew that I had a Nazi symbol on me. Okay, I found it. Graham Platner on a Reddit thread 6 years ago discussing the difference between the Totenkopf and the Punisher's skull. So this is the image here, and I guess that thing is like the skull or something like that. Somebody put, just out of curiosity, how do you know they're SS? What gives them away? Is it the camo? Somebody put, the Totenkopf on the dude first on the left is a good clue. Somebody else has literal human skulls on uniform. Ignore that. We're the good guys. Edit just so everyone is aware, fully aware it's a joke. Many soldiers still use the skull as an emblem. See the Punisher skull for the SEALs or regiment emblems all around the world. It's a way of making others fear them and all. Also, I understand the reference, BTW. Not saying the SS were good, guys. Don't get me wrong. And then somebody else put, sees the Punisher skull for the SEALs, and they put, Punisher is kind of an unofficial emblem, and it's more something individuals do. I've seen it more on civvy and motto stuff than on actual servicemen, and then I believe that this is his account. He put, when I was in Ramadi in 06 as a Marine grunt, the SEAL platoon we worked closely with for the deployment all had the Punisher skull spray painted on their armor carriers. There's no question it's far more prevalent on all the dumbasses grunt style and 9-line shirts these days, but the teams definitely adopted it for a while. So this is proof that he knows, because there was a reference within this thread, even though he's not directly saying there's a difference or whatever, but it was like, no, but they were talking about it. So this idea that he couldn't have known is like you're saying, it's a lie, or at least stretching the truth.
Or, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to be the guy that's like plausible deniability. You can't. Okay, I think there's some general rules in media. You can't be white, bald, and then give people plausible deniability for a Nazi tattoo. So I'm not going to do that.
Okay.
But I'm just saying, if we're basing all this off of Reddit posts, I think we've kind of lost the plot. Because like it's more about
based off of, and like the fact that
what
like,
I'm saying,
this is, again, this person, I don't know if this was even circled in the original post, right? But this is like tiny, so how we know it's that? And like, again, if you don't realize that the skull and crossbones is called this, then you are still ignorant, even though you're discussing it in a thread unbeknownst to you. Does that make sense?
Also, he's changed the subject to talking about the Punisher logo.
Yeah,
which is not what that is on that guy's collar. So I don't know.
Okay, let's see. Vader, who is both an operator and a pundit, offered up his influential show as a safe space for Platner, at least in part because doing so would help him and his podcast shed any remaining associations with the discredited party elites that briefly stepped off their yachts to anoint Sarah Gideon in 2020. Instead of asking Platner any pointed or even potentially revealing questions about the Nazi tattoo, Vader goofed around with Platner about his choice of song and let the candidate hit his marks. The broader conversation surrounding it fishtailed hopelessly into abstraction. How normal or acceptable the tattoo actually was, or obviously wasn't, the practicality of drawing these kinds of lines, and the specific of those lines' brightness and position, what kind of signal was all this sending to our men? There is a lot to think about in all of this, and not a lot to like. Questions about how much straight-up Nazi poison is latent in the cultural groundwater, and the sort of ideological journey a person can have over the course of a moderately engaged lifetime, and what is and isn't disqualifying at this present national moment of political humiliation. Platner seemed authentically contrite in his response, and will have the rest of his life to either make good on that sense or disprove it. I also don't think I could vote for someone with a Nazi symbol tattooed on his chest, or a candidate deluded or arrogant enough to believe that he might somehow be sworn in as a senator without ever having to reckon with it. I would have some questions about how much I could trust their judgment, for starters, but I don't live or vote in Maine, so can choose to work through as much or as little of all of that as I wish on my own time, secure in the knowledge that it doesn't matter at all. I could also just think about something else. But I had taken an interest, less in some specific fandom around a particular candidate. As a practical matter, I found that to be a bad idea, than in the hope that this decade of national crisis and fracture might create space for new types of leaders to say and do new things. The old world is dying and the new world struggles to be born, as the man said. But while that interregnum is chaotic and patently unsustainable, it is also incomplete. The old world may be dying, but at the moment it is mostly just elderly and weirdly without urgency. The new one speaks with real feeling about universality and solidarity, with the SS skull leering out from under its shirt. The systems and structures persist, but degrade all the while. They become perverse and revengeful against their original purpose, or collapse into abstraction and cynicism. The last bit of Antonio Gramsci's Prison Notebook's observation about the dying old world and the new one struggling into the light is, now is the time of monsters. I feel like you got something to say.
I mean, the author's like pretty good, or the journalist that wrote this, they're hitting it hard with the prose and shit, but at the same time, sure, this notion of like somebody that's fucking like, a little bit more about me. I do have something of a soft spot for people that are willing to face tank a lot of hate on behalf of communities that don't have a voice or don't have as much of a voice. When you're willing to stand up and incur a lot of ire from like the rest of the world for saying that, like, I will defend these people that are in the crosshairs, that carries a lot of weight with me. And to be like this person that is, and it's very easy to look at like that trans clip with him and the trans person and say that, you know, when he's talking about fighting for that person, it's easy to say it was being cynical. He could have been fucking lying. I don't know. This dome is huge, but I don't have like Professor X fucking mind reading powers. But having said that, the notion that guy is, they're trying to paint this moment of him reaching out to even the most vulnerable in the state he wants to be a senator for. And at the same time, he's like, he was connecting with the trans person, but all the while the Nazi Totenkopf SS was peering out through the threads of his polo shirt. Is like, that's such fucking hyperbolic bullshit. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's so silly.
It's strange because, again, this is like a more obscure thing. It's not something that was readily known. And like somebody pointed out, I think the critical question, like all of this is a misdirection from the critical question of when he got it, did he know? And that to me is far more important than when he came into it, because like at that point it is on your body. And especially if it's a dark ass tattoo like what it is, the cover up is horrible. I'm like, I cannot believe he actually did that. You know, but what other choice did he have, I suppose, to show that he was like reckoning with it?
I also think it's safe to say we've seen more of a potential future senator's titty than I ever want to see in my entire life. So there's that.
Like he gets the cover up, and I'm with you on the fact that, like, again, the combination of like the military culture being like, no, you can make it like your own thing. This is not what you think, right? As well as like, just nobody's gonna fucking see this because it's not a place in my body that is just really not ever going to be seen that much. And to the extent that it is, nobody has ever told me, oh, that's a Nazi symbol you got there. Or if they thought that, they kept it to themselves. But The political humiliation of this moment is not limited to the president nodding off or crashing out on camera, or to the slapstick sadism of the secret police B-teamers that his team of scheming viziers have spun up and sicked on every aspect of American life. It also manifests through this sort of degrading choice and in the rituals of abasement forced upon voters who are eager to reject the regime in the most effective way possible and instead must negotiate with themselves on behalf of candidates who can't be bothered to do it. Do you want a candidate who supports genocide or one with a Nazi tattoo on his chest? Is not only a question that will continue to be asked earnestly by people who previously rejected demands for such compromises, but one that cannot be answered without submitting to some amount of humiliation. All of it, in the end, becomes a question of what you will settle for and how much you are willing to bear in exchange for a chance at making things less unbearable. But in a time of monsters, you can at least respect yourself. In a system that worked, a politician would not be an object of fandom. They could not afford to be this entitled or this reckless. They would just be applicants for a job and do those jobs in a way that suggested they understood that they would have to defend their work when it came time to reapply for the position. Dragging that relationship back into balance, replacing the demeaning and utterly backwards relationship between the people and the public servants we are told we must abase ourselves to serve, making the Democratic Party or whatever replaces it work for its voters instead of constricting them into an endless series of humiliations and compromises made less in the service of those goals than of the party itself, will be difficult. There is an unconscionable industry built around making people decide how much less than what they deserve they are willing to accept. Rejecting that as the false choice that it is and insisting that the people vying to do the public's work take it seriously seems like a reasonable place to start. And I feel like
the challenge that I want to put out there to other content creators would be, if you think Platner is a horrible candidate, I hear you. It's fine. I get it. Get me Mills pilled then. Start showing me Janet Mills fucking speeches. Show me this dynamic, youthful, vigorous candidate with a lot to say. I know she's got a lot to tell her constituency.
Speaking of youthful, she has vowed and swore that it's only going to be for a single term that she will serve if she wins.
Yeah,
just
where the fuck have I heard that before?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. The takeaway from the last election that Dems just absolutely fucking, completely lost to Donald Trump. You want to talk about public humiliation and national humiliation. The key issue and the main thing that we should have taken away is that these people can't be this fucking elderly if they're going to be in public office. And should we take them at their word when they say, I pinky swear and pinky promise, that's kind of the lesson that's happening right now, that I'm only going to serve one term. Please believe me. But why are we even trying to advance a candidate that already has built within them a very, very, an expiration date? I'm not saying I want a candidate that can go for a bunch of terms. If anything, again, I kind of wish that there was almost this a cultural understanding that you're not necessarily going to go beyond X number of terms, even if you can as senator. But yeah, that seems like the more important lesson to take away here. No, Janet Mills' age being a fucking issue, but she is already moderating because she came out against the 8 Democrats that, didn't hold the line and ended up caving to Republicans over the shutdown.
Well, yeah, she's got an election coming up, so of course she fucking changed her tune. The one last thing I would say, final thing, because I smell that you're wanting to jump. I think we've learned enough of a lesson at this point from McGrath when she lost to McConnell, and then I think it's Jamie Harris that went up against.
How much money went into that race?
Well, that's my point. There's a conversation about caliber of candidate, quality candidate, and we've seen going up against Republicans that have had death grips on their seat. We've seen them send good quality caliber of candidate up against people and get fucking dashed across the rocks. I think this for as much baggage as this motherfucker has, I think he's probably the better choice to beat Susan Collins.
Yeah, I think so as well. And if it's a question of that, if that's the question, the most important question that emerges from all of this, I still don't think that this moves the needle on that. And let's be real, and I think this is the biggest assumption that everybody keeps sneaking into their analysis of this. You're presupposing that people in Maine give a fuck about this.
Or asking him, yeah.
Or are asking him, or care, or don't think it's understandable. Because to me, it's what's more relatable? Something that Janet Mills has done in her past, God knows what. Career politician, seems so uncontroversial, just totally middle of the road, moderate, basic candidate, establishment candidate. As opposed to Platner, where it's yeah, I got drunk 18 years ago with my buddies and I got this fucking tattoo and now it's stuck on me. I'm not a Nazi though. That actually sounds more relatable to me than Janet Mills' career, or as far as being able to understand this person. But okay, let's do one of your things. Let's do Okay, tell me about this exclusive CNN article. UK suspends some intelligence sharing with the US over boat strike concerns and major break.
I grabbed this one. This can be a super short thing, by the way. So essentially, we've been torpedoing speedboats off Venezuela because we've said that they have lethal drugs and they're going to take them to America and get everyone hooked on fentanyl, and it's terrible. So therefore, we have to keep exploding these boats. We have no say in the matter whatsoever. We just have to do it. The United Kingdom had been helping us with intel for that purpose.
Nice.
Yes. And in turn, they finally saw what we've been doing and that we stopped actually like apprehending any of these people, so that see them get some sort of due process, see that even if it was like a sham, we haven't been going through any sort of due process, any sort of like apprehensions anymore. And when we switched over to not just exploding these people, but gloating about it, the UK was like, no, we're good. They just kind of backed out of it. But there's also a CNN video that goes along with it if you want.
Let's see.
A breaking news exclusive now coming into the Situation Room. Watch this. The United Kingdom is listen to this, suspending some of its intelligence sharing with the U.S. because of the Trump.
Wolf Blitzer seems a little bit like, listen to this, folks.
He's
Can
like,
you
get
believe
a load of this shit.
Administration's strikes against alleged drug boats in the Caribbean.
We are joined now by senior White House reporter Kevin Liptak and CNN national security correspondent Natasha Bertrand. Natasha, to you first with this exclusive reporting.
Oh, wait, really quick. Incoherent Voter, thank you so much for gifting a tier 1 sub to Demitten. Please enjoy that.
I mean, this is a big deal. The UK is arguably the closest ally to the United States when it comes to intelligence sharing. What else do we know?
Yeah, Pam, it's a really significant.
I was waiting for her to say, we don't know anything because they're not sharing intelligence anymore.
Significant rupture here. Essentially, what we're learning is that the UK is no longer sharing intelligence with the US about these suspected drug trafficking vessels in the Caribbean because
they're not suspected. It's like the US saying that they are and then trying to find something to fucking justify it.
Does not want to be complicit in the U.S. military's strikes on these drug vessels and believes fundamentally that the U.S. military's use of force against these vessels violates international law.
Why is this the line? Explain this to me. They're fine being complicit in the fucking genocide, but this is a bridge too far.
Don't get ahead of the class.
Okay. I have to just throw that out there right now. I can't be the only one thinking it.
According to multiple sources that we spoke to. Now, previously, the UK had been happy to help the United States locate and interdict vessels that were transiting the Caribbean that appeared to be trafficking drugs. But the key difference, of course, is that it was helping the Coast Guard intercept those vessels, arrest those on board, seize the drugs, and allowing these individuals to have some semblance of due process. But now, the U.S.
Even that is a crazy conclusion to draw from what the fuck we've been up to.
Of course, has started striking these boats unilaterally with military force, killing everyone on board. The total now for number of people killed is around 76. And we're told that the UK is deeply uncomfortable with that, and they believe that it is pretty blatantly illegal. Now, it is unclear exactly how long this intelligence sharing suspension is going to last, but we're told that it has been going on for well over a month now, essentially since the U.S. began its bombing campaign, and it really underscores.
So a couple things. Pause it. Couple things. I obviously went to the same fucking place as you went, right? One of the first things I went to right off the top dome was like, this is where they draw the line. Like, what the fuck? Yeah. So then I started looking into it because I know at least a few months ago, that was one of the things that everybody was talking about, especially when it came to UK politics, was they've been running spy aircraft surveillance over Gaza for a long time now. Apparently that stopped in October. Which I do have a day job, so certain things do drop off my radar, but that was one of the ones that I immediately started looking into that because I wanted to pair up something about that to go along with this, about like, oh, this is kind of fucked up, but they'll still keep doing this other. No, they stopped doing that too. Now, the reason I'm even pointing this out, I've been told by numerous very intelligent commentators and people that research this shit, is that you can't pull back any sort of support with strategic allies because they have sensitive information on us. We have sensitive information on them. We are locked into anything they do into perpetuity, no matter what. Apparently that was wrong.
Yeah,
I didn't even know, and I'm being facetious, by the way. I didn't even fucking know you could do this. So, you know, good for the United Kingdom.
This is a bit like, I mean, I look at all of that the assumption that you were making is kind of the one that I was making, where it's like, it's like a prisoner's dilemma, or at the very, at best, or a murder-suicide pact at worst, where it's like, okay, we kind of all need to just like get on the same page here about, are we gonna, you know, go forward with this war crime, this genocide in some instances, or are we gonna pump the brakes and back up a little bit here? And the thing is that, like, if you pump the brakes on any of it, or you have like defectors, you have people that resign because they're like, you know, conscience kicks in or something, you know, those people end up being blacklisted for a reason, because it's like, if the domino that could start falling, even though to me it's like there's no realistic chance of any of this fucking happening. Could you imagine like anybody in the United States being dragged before the fucking ICC or anything like that? Like, no, they're not gonna have to answer for this. But I think worst case scenario, like this intelligence report that came to light about the Leahy laws, which like note that the Biden administration knew about these war crimes all the way back in October 2023 that Israel was perpetrating and our weapons are complicit in. It's like, I think you kind of immediately in those positions of power started thinking like worst case scenario and what your obligations are from that point. And what are the obligations if you realize that like we have, with little to no conditions, funded and like armed a country that is engaged in gross human rights violations as well as war crimes, and we're sanctioning that, and we're not asking questions or whatever. Like a bunch of like, as we're the steward of international law, right? The rules-based order, like since we're a member state of the UN, a bunch of obligations kick in that you don't really want to act on. So it's like, I'm gonna keep that kind of classified and maybe in the bottom shelf. And some you get like you were telling me about one of the Biden administration, like one of the reasons why they resigned is because they were being asked to sign off on lies entirely, right?
Yeah, there was Hala Raret and Stacey Gilbert. That's one of my two go-tos whenever I talk about this shit. They had nice, cushy, soft positions at the Biden Defense Department, and they ended up leaving. One of them was because they were pissed off that information that they submitted about a USAID report got falsified. So they resigned after that and then went out of their way to try to start putting their face on camera to say that this is wrong and this is what happened. And then the other one was basically saying that they should have been doing Leahy vetting and trying to start pursuing the Foreign Assistance Act because of those violations. They quit. They quit these like long-term positions of comfort in order to try to draw attention to this. But the other thing I was going to point out, the other track on this video that we're watching and why the UK so quickly after just a month of us attacking boats off of Venezuela, why they said no, is with this, you have the Defense Department flexing on Twitter. Like that's where this video comes from, by the way. Like they hit all social media to go, look at this cool shit we did. Whereas when it came to like people in Gaza that were getting exploded on the regular, the ability for at least half the planet to hand wave that and call it Pallywood or whatever, that was like, that's a go-to defense mechanism. Yeah. You can shield your eyes from that, but not when it comes from, not when the video of the crime itself comes from the biggest like superpower on the planet. You can't play that game anymore.
Because then it's like, and on top of it, to the extent that all of that footage was being shared around, a lot of it was TikTok. And at that point, it was like, oh, well, the TikTok ban is coming up soon. I mean, you had Mitt Romney saying, hey, these kids are on the wrong side of the issue. It's because they're on TikTok and they're seeing things from the perspective of Palestinians. So you shouldn't be able to do that. And I think Blinken was also talking to him as well when he made that comment. But like, yeah, they're like, oh, well, TikTok, is going to take care of it. But that, like you're saying, that's markedly different than the United States going around bragging about it, using the footage of this shit. And exactly like what you said with the person who resigned, because we should have been doing XYZ. Exactly. You had obligations that started to kick in. And if they're falsifying reports, what's the likelihood that they're going to let you go through with what's supposed to happen next if they're not even letting accurate information be memorialized where it should be in the reports that you're supposed to be writing up in your position? So I just see it as like intractable because in some ways, and this is like not trying to like undermine international law, but because the consequences are nominally very, very serious, I think it actually, when you come into some of the most contact with knowledge of the most serious crimes that a government can commit, there is far more incentive to cover it up than there is to come clean as far as trying to initiate the process of, there being like truth and reconciliation surrounding them. So but when it's as flagrant as this, there's no denying it. They're like posting it on Twitter and they are bragging about it. So this is not even something that it's like, oh, what's the private position that we're all going to take? It's like, no, like they're talking about it publicly. So we kind of have to respond publicly. Should I keep going?
I mean, you can let it play for a couple more minutes, but that was kind of the gist of it.
Continued questions surrounding the legality of this U.S. military campaign, which of course the U.S. government, the Trump administration has insisted is part of an armed conflict that it is waging against cartel members and criminal organizations. But much of the international community, as well as legal experts inside the U.S., do not.
Oh my God. Okay, that's another great point. So there's been so much play that this administration has gotten out of the ability to call everything a war on. Right? Like, so even going back to last summer when they were so hyperfixated on trying to say that it was like Venezuelan gangs and all this different shit, or like gangs from South America.
The gangs of the sun or whatever. And like the whole government is like run by a cartel.
The Alien Enemies Act is designed around the only way that is acceptable is if it's supposed to be like while you're in the midst of like a time of war. So, but that was supposed to be like, we've literally declared war, or Congress has declared war. Mm-hmm. They've been able to milk conceptual war or the idea of war out of so many of these things. And even this, where they're basically saying like, well, no, we're at war with these drugs, the drug smugglers, basically. That's the language that they're using
know what
here,
the line
which is
is,
fucking
though?
insane.
The invocation of it. The Monroe Doctrine, because apparently the Monroe Doctrine is what really gives the administration the teeth to be able to legally justify this in some basis that Americans are mostly familiar with. And it's obviously outside of Congress entirely, and just sidesteps that. And I should like do some fucking, rundown of like what the Monroe Doctrine even is, because I remember learning about it growing up. But effectively, it's our posture and policy towards like South America. And apparently something in there has been used multiple times under the same pretext of launching the war on drugs, but not just domestically, but like globally. I think like it's the same argument basically every single time that like this is within the Monroe Doctrine contains, I think, like something that says you guys have autonomy unless there's something that's deemed to be a threat to USA's interests. Then we have the ability to go into these areas and basically do whatever the fuck we want, as you're seeing play out here with these strikes on these boats filled with fishermen that have drugs or whatever. But yeah, I'm seeing like even the America First and like Fuentes crowd say that like this is still America First, because we're talking about South America.
You're stopping the inflow. You're stopping the influx of drugs into America,
also
and that's the justification for the war crimes.
Right, and he was saying that like we really should be like forget being concerned about Russia, Ukraine, forget Israel, forget Palestine, forget all of that. To the extent that we are involved in things, it should be in our backyard with the biggest threats, and it's the drug cartels, and it's Cuba and their missiles, and it also includes these cartels because there's blowback at home. Something like that. That's like the argument, the convoluted argument that they're bringing together to say, don't worry, this is still America First. And there's a long history of this, apparently, making sense of that. But I mean, all of that's part and parcel for people who call themselves anti-interventionists, because eventually they will meet a war that they do like, and they do justify in some sort of bizarre way, and saying it still fits into their, anti-interventionist ideology.
Yeah.
Stand by, Natasha. I want to bring in our White House reporter, Kevin Liptak. How is the Trump administration responding to this extraordinary move by the United Kingdom?
Yeah, and in Natasha's reporting, it's clear that the White House hasn't commented on this particular suspension, but it's clear that the administration has not been deterred in this strategy so far. The president and top officials have insisted that these boats are ferrying drugs, and that the intelligence bears that out, and you have seen...
And therefore, the penalty is the death penalty, of course. If you see somebody with drugs, instantly what you should do, regardless of whether you're in a domestic or military context, is just kill them or blast them, right?
Hide your weed, folks. They're blasting everybody.
target these boats in the Caribbean Sea, multiple times per week. Now, this question of the intelligence is not necessarily a new one. You've heard a real outcry from members of Congress at what was initially a relatively slow pace in delivering them briefings on what the rationale for these actions were. You have seen that ramp up over the last few weeks, but Democrats at least have not been convinced. They've emerged from these briefings saying that the intelligence was relatively thin and sort of firm in their view that the administration's actions are illegal. I think this will also raise some questions about what the U.S.-UK relationship is and where precisely it stands. The Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, has spent a lot of time trying to maintain a relationship with President Trump, trying not to upend what is, the quote special relationship. And we should note this comes at another moment.
They're going to end up still essentially being a massive trade partner. They're still going to be at our beck and call in a lot of respects. But I think this is a little the tiniest 3% effort pushback on the further sort of Israelification of global politics.
Right.
The idea being is hey, we will show a little bit of
restraint here and there.
And restraint when you guys start just summarily executing the fucking speedboats because they don't listen to your hail, especially when they're traveling the fuck away from you. So anyway, that was about the juice out of that one.
And the weird thing is that the first architects of these strikes, if I remember correctly, because I did read a Times article when they started doing it, because the first flag that popped up on this was that Trump just wrote, there was a secret Pentagon contract that Trump signed to be able to expand what constitutes Americans taking defensive efforts for domestic purposes, and it all relates back to the war on drugs. And the argument is that this is an extension of that. But it was Rubio who's the one who's behind some of the first ones. And then I remember also seeing some defense on Twitter that JD Vance's mom was addicted to drugs. So because he's also intimately involved in this, and he's ideologically committed to this in a way that I find also very bizarre. That defense, as stupid as it is, might actually be true. That the reason why he's so passionate about the scourge of fentanyl that these people are allegedly carrying in relates back to his mom's benzo addiction or something like that. Doesn't that just tug at your heartstrings?
So yeah,
that we have to do that because his mommy issues surrounding her drug problem or something like that. Okay, let's see. Okay, well, let's get into the shutdown takes. Now, to people who watched me yesterday, I got into both of these articles already, so don't feel like you're having a stroke when we go through them again. But I do want to get your takes on this. So this was an article that you linked to me from the American Prospect. Democrats get rolled by their own. That came out yesterday. Oh, wait, give me a second. I got it. Clearwatch, thank you so much for gifting 5 tier 1 subs to my community and to everybody who got one. Please go ahead and drop your favorite emote in chat or something as a thank you. I really appreciate it.
Rescuing people from those ads. So bless you, my child.
I'm hearing more complaints than usual about the ads. You guys get ad blocker. I don't care. It's such a small amount of revenue that I get from those ads. Just fucking get ad blocker. It's fine. Or subscribe to me if you don't want to do that. Coming out of Tuesday's election blowout, the Democrats were riding high and unified. They won big in places like New Jersey that were supposed to be close. Republicans were taking increasing blame for the government shutdown, now in its 6th week. The Republicans were fracturing, with Senate Majority Leader John Thune wanting a deal and House Speaker Mike Johnson stonewalling, and Trump's rants made him increasingly irrelevant. Less than a week later, it is Dems who have given it all away and Dems who are fractured. As I reported Saturday, the cave-in began at Thursday's Senate Democratic Caucus meeting. Democratic leader Chuck Schumer had been publicly insisting that any deal to continue Trump's current budget had to add continued subsidies for the ACA. But privately, Schumer was encouraging a centrist gang of eight to keep negotiating with Republicans and settle for a lot less. Okay, so what's come to light since this is Tim Kaine got flustered and he was like, you guys are coming for me, but there's a lot of people that are in the Senate that would have done what I did had I not done it. So it wasn't just this these were the mercenaries that were handpicked or whatever, because 2 of them are already going to retire or have announced that already. And then the rest are not up for re-election until 2028 or beyond. And then there's Fetterman, who is not getting reelected no matter what. Or if he is, it'll be next with an R next to his name, because that's who he actually pulls well with at this point. So what do you think? Do you think that really undermines that comment from Tim Kaine? Is one true? And do you think it undermines that Schumer was really intimately involved with this to the extent that this person's alleging?
No, no. Gene Shaheen was even saying the next day that they were keeping leadership. That was the big quote that the Twitter clip accounts like Akin and shit like that were putting around. You don't go out the next day while your leader is saying, no, this bill is no good and I'm not going to support it at all. But then meanwhile, your stormtroopers are basically saying like, oh no, we let our leadership know the whole way and they were okay with what we were doing.
Yeah.
The conversation for the longest time, the idea of like the rotating villain has been something that liberals in general are trying to say, no, that's a conspiracy theory. And there's no shot that, no, they want to do good things. And there's nobody that's intentionally stepping. If you think for if you think for one fucking moment that politicians don't metagame it because they do, they are concerned about like moneyed interests and blowback from industries in their state, so therefore they're going to stand in the way of legislation that would be regulatory in nature, for example, like you're insane, and this is a perfect example of that.
I also think that like, even if Schumer doesn't know that this is what's happening in his party, that's still an indictment. He should fucking know. That means you've lost control of the fucking party, that they're going around behind your back and backroom and making backdoor deals with Republicans under your nose and you don't even realize it. And the fact that when he came out and he said, so like the votes happened, he uploads this stupid video on Twitter and he's like, I'm voting no. But he's obviously, that's like fucking toothless or whatever. Who fucking cares that you personally voted no?
He's trying to cover his ass. And because a lot of people that are kind of uninitiated to politics in general, they don't, the concept of like the minority and majority whip or the majority leader or the minority leader, these are all things that people just, they just want the policies in the bag. They don't give a fuck about all the politicking that goes on behind the scenes.
They literally take the politician at face value. Their public position is like, generally speaking, like that. Oh yeah, that's what it is. And they don't ask questions of like, okay, but like, how do you reconcile this with other reporting that basically contradicts that? They don't even know, because like we're political junkies, so we fucking, know that you should not obviously take any politician at their word, but certainly not in critical times like this. But either way, it's like this, it's a massive indictment. On Friday, Schumer announced his latest plan, a deal to reopen the government in exchange for a 1-year extension of the ACA subsidies. Predictably, that was DOA. Meanwhile, the 8 centrists...
So, real quick about that, if you scroll back up, that plan right there, they hammered Jeffries on he did a spot in the last week where they mentioned this plan specifically, and they were trying to get him to say like, no, that the House doesn't support. He was playing coy, and he was basically saying like, well, I haven't had a chance to see it yet, and I don't know what it is yet, but I'm willing to at least look at it. And then they basically dry gulched him, because they go, that's funny, because here's you at the beginning of the shutdown, where he's talking about just a 1-year extension would never be good enough, and that if Mike Johnson or Thune were putting that forward, he would laugh at it.
They got to think again.
So now out of nowhere, Schumer's putting it forward, and he didn't know what the fuck was in it, which is amazing.
On Friday, Schumer announced his latest plan, a deal to reopen the government in exchange for a 1-year extension of the ACA subsidies. That was I reread this. Meanwhile, the 8 centrists with Schumer's backing were negotiating their own deal. Their leaders were Jean? I think
I've always heard it Jean Shaheen.
Okay, Jean Shaheen. And Maggie Hassan of New Hampshire, Catherine Cortez Masto of Nevada, and Angus King of Maine, an independent who caucuses with the Democrats, who's really emerged as like the fucking idiot in chief here of this gang of 8. On Sunday night, their deal passed the Senate 60-40, with 8 Democrats voting with the Republicans. The other 4 were Fetterman of Pennsylvania, Tim Kaine of Virginia, Jackie Rosen of Nevada, and Dick Durbin of Illinois. Schumer votes against it in the hope that his vote would conceal his fingerprints. He fooled no one. The man's cynicism knows no bounds. The deal includes a continuing resolution to reopen all the government through January, and some of it for the entire fiscal year. The measure also provides for a separate vote in December on ACA subsidies, which is meaningless because the Republicans will vote it down. They're not even going to hold this fucking vote. That's the other thing. You've got Johnson being like, I didn't hear that. Like, I'm in the House, you guys, not the Senate. Like,
well, yeah, no, I think they will do it in the Senate. Just to go through the motions, but like there's absolutely no fucking promise that they'll even hold the vote in the House, which makes this a absolutely useless concession.
And like, why would they? They have literally no incentive, because it's predominantly red states that really, really rely on these ACA subsidies that happened under the like American Rescue Plan or Act. I can't remember which one it is, but that happened under Biden. It's primarily them who are the recipients of it. And these Republicans, obviously they run on like gutting it or whatever, but they don't want to have to they don't want to have to be put to say no, and they can't all vote present on it. So I don't think that Mike Johnson's going to let it, hit the floor. The heart of the deal is the 3 appropriations bill that include a few sweeteners, including a provision to reverse layoffs of federal workers made during the shutdown, which is not going to be obeyed, and to provide immediate back pay for those who had been working without pay. Those measures were enough.
Those were that last part. Those 3 were part of appropriations bills that they did pass last night. But again, right, the fact that, and they all went 60-40 for each one. There was like a specific one for SNAP. There was another one that took care of like federal workers. I forget what the third one. I think the third one was like VA benefits. A couple of notes about that were interesting is they let Collins. They basically gave her like all of the credit. So essentially, and I think it's like a perfect juxtaposition to picking the Gang of 8 to go ahead and break the filibuster and assist with all of this. Because I think they know she's actually in danger this time, or in peril, that they're trying to give her all of this cred for reopening the government and getting like veterans benefits restored and shit like that.
Yeah.
So they were giving her all kinds of FaceTime last night to stand in front of the rest of Congress and on camera and give a lot of thank yous. And it was, the hard work was worth it because the smile on your faces and all sorts of lip service shit.
Catch-22 completely validates the Republican talking point that is not true, that it's Democrats that were the ones responsible for the shit in the first place. How do they frame it in the press conferences? Is it like, do they still make the disclaimer that like it's Republicans that who were bailing out this time by doing it, but like give us credit because we made a hard decision tonight to reopen the government despite not being able to like extract the, like what we needed for what we said we'd get for our constituents? Like, how do they even frame it without validating that like, oh, so you could have done this 40 days ago. Why didn't you? Why did you let the SNAP benefits fiasco happen? Why did you let the TSA lines get long? Why did you let WIC not like run out? Like, why? What is the answer to that?
Well, even Mike Johnson is still going in front of like Tapper on CNN and basically saying they wanted to work on this the whole time, but they weren't going to do it with a gun to their head. But the ironic part was like that was literally their only leverage, and they still blew it off. So.
Those measures were enough to bring along Kaine, who represents many federal workers, as a crucial 8th vote in favor of the deal. But his Virginia colleague, Mark Warner, who is up for re-election next year, withheld his support, and there is nothing in the deal that prevents Trump from continuing to impound duly appropriated funds in much of the government, which even if it wasn't the deal, again, this presumes that Donald Trump is going to obey it, which why would he? He has never let a little thing like law get in the way of him doing whatever the fuck that he wants. Other Senate Dems have vowed to keep fighting. One tactic, they plan to refuse to yield back the balance of their debate time, kind of mini filibuster that could delay final passage for several days. Here's the worst part. Any hope on the part of Schumer and the centrist Dems getting credit for reopening the government is now swamped by the political story of Republicans dividing Dems and reopening the government on Republican terms. The play now shifts to the House. Representative Rosa DeLauro, a Democrat from Connecticut, the ranking Dem of the House Appropriations Committee, told me that she flatly opposes the deal and that she expects the House Dems to stay unified. House Leader Hakeem Jeffries issued a strong statement against the deal. We will not support spending legislation advanced by Senate Republicans that fails to extend the ACA tax credits. We will fight the GOP bill in the House of Representatives, where Mike Johnson will be compelled to end the 7-week Republican taxpayer-funded vacation. And you should have thrown in something about like finally seating their representative from Arizona, but so far, only one conservative Dem has defected. Representative Henry Cuellar from the Democrat from Texas, who is unfortunately in where I used to live, my neighboring district, has said that he will vote for the continuing resolutions, though sources say that a handful of others are likely to vote with Republicans. Just keep in mind that this guy, he may have a D next to his name. Look at his voting record. He voted more for Republican policy than some Republicans did. Passing the
I was just going to say, there are people out there 100% that like your favorite liberal content creator is weeping over the fact that they're like leaving Congress, for example.
Yeah.
But in their own campaign videos, they tout the fact that they stood in the way of Biden's agenda and voted and helped to increase spending to like build the wall 10 feet higher. Like these are not good. I'm very much in the mindset that it is better to have someone there that you're willing to point the finger at and use your constituency and use your supporters to say, we got to fucking get rid of that person so that we can bring about good things, as opposed to somebody that's going to sit there and constantly shoot the efforts of the party in the foot over and over again. Because it's also something that's going to innately just drag the already fucking low opinion polls of Democrats even further into the fucking toilet.
Yeah, of course. And people pick like all the people that defend that, like, oh, you should, don't purity test these people, let them do what they need to. They have different constituents or whatever. When they get pissed about something that's happening nationally, suddenly the arguments about should you really be weighing in? Like, you don't live in their districts, you're not from their state, you don't know what pressures they're under, you don't. All of that suddenly just fades away when it's their choice senator that they have taken issue with some action that they fucking took, because it's almost like you don't actually need to be from this district in Texas to be able to criticize the actions of somebody within a fucking party. Because if they want to be this rogue, either run as an independent, like what's his name, or be a Republican. If when it comes down to the most critical shit, you're siding with them over Democrats. Passing the continuing resolutions requires Speaker Johnson to call the House back into session. That means he must seat. Well, as I'm saying that, it's like, it just goes to show you how much more discipline there is within the Republican Party about you not being out of line with what the majority of the party wants in their platform, to the extent that it even exists at this point, because it's a non-starter for some of these people to try to put an R next to their name and caucus or go in the primary as a Republican. Because certain things are lines in the sand that they've already crossed. It's the same way that O'Rourke, even though he is he some like super progressive guy? No, he's not. But the fact that he went on a national stage and said, I'm going to ban your guns, you're never going to win a Republican.
You're done. You're fucked.
You're done even as a Democrat in Texas. But if he ever tried, for whatever reason, if he was like moderate enough that he was like, oh, I'll try it with Republicans this time, never going to happen, because he has that, because they have lines. They have more discipline than Democrats do when it comes to ideological purity within their party. It's not even ideological purity. It's just as far as like, again, measuring like your rhetoric and your actions up against how much it conforms to the party's values. Maybe that is ideology, but it just feels weird to say that like Democrats and Republicans like have ideologies, because they're just like, all they have is like different strategies for managing capital. Passing the continuing resolution requires Speaker Johnson to call the House back into session. That means he must see Representative-elect from Arizona, who won a special election on September 23rd. Not only will she become the 218th vote to compel Justice Department release of the Epstein files, but her seating will further narrow the Republican majority. Mostly House Republicans have voted in lockstep with Trump, but as the support of at least 4 Republicans for the Epstein discharge petition shows, not always. It would only take the opposition of a few House deficit hawks to kill the whole budget scheme. Nor is it clear what the always narcissistic Trump will do. A normal president would grasp the self-humiliation of the Senate Dems, taking credit for reopening of the government, and whip House Republicans to go along. But there are some items in the Senate deal that Trump doesn't like. The 3 appropriations measures add spending that Trump has cut. The deal forces reversals of reductions in force of civil servants and explicitly saves the Food for Peace program, which Trump wants to kill. In this topsy-turvy political era, let's see whether self-defeating House Republicans save self-defeating Senate Democrats from themselves. I mean, that's what I was hoping and praying for, because I'm like, in this legislation, for these people that are totally fine with the immunity ruling, for the unitary executive theorists, right? Like those types of Republicans, this is too much of a concession, because now are you saying that the executive branch doesn't have all the power? How dare you? Like I actually could see them repudiating this on that basis alone. But
we're so far away from Congress getting back the ability to like declare war and repeal the UAMF and shit like that. Like that's a fucking pipe dream at this point.
It is. That's why it would be fucking ridiculous to
I'm listening. I want to shut my window.
Okay. To repudiate a bill that has this nominally, when literally it doesn't fucking matter what it says or what it doesn't. If like this president is going to do whatever the fuck he wants, and when the Supreme Court says his hand-picked, mostly right-wing Supreme Court says, no, you can't fucking do that, he's gonna be like, oh, well, fuck you. That's another thing, like another casualty of ending the fucking shutdown before they said they would, is now he doesn't have to reckon with the fact that he was illegally withholding the SNAP benefits. And I don't know what happens to that legal battle, but they're talking about like, oh, people, the 41 million people that need access to this are going to get it. It's like that was already supposed to be happening. They're like, you're trying to take credit for what exactly? You have no mechanism to force Trump to actually uphold the law, and he isn't even supposed to be doing that in the first place. That's not supposed to be part of like a government shutdown.
Well, there's a conversation about that goes into that Ezra Klein video that I think the anybody that wants to play like a cool cucumber that talks about like, well, I'm all about cold, calculated measures of how to gain political power. But if they were in favor of opening the government back up right now, you're insane.
Yeah.
the way that you have to look at everything that Trump has done is through the lens of like him basically putting economic sanctions on the whole country, like especially with the SNAP shit. The reason that from a leftist perspective, and I'm sure you already know this, but I'm just saying it for the sake of like conversation and for people listening, the reason that sanctions on like enemy countries, why usually that's something that you'll hear arguments against, is because it doesn't really affect the people at the top of the food chain, but it greatly fucks over everybody that's at the bottom of the food chain. They're the ones that end up feeling the worst of it. And the people that do that understand it because that's what they want. They want things to get so dire that they rise, like they wanted things to get so dire in Russia that everybody rises up with pitchforks and like takes Putin out. Like that's like the idea behind it. What you had right now in this moment was the president and the Republicans basically saying, fuck your food, fuck your airlines, fuck everything. Yeah. We're not going to help. You can eat cake if you can find it. And in turn, the Democrats turned around and was like, we can't let him do that. We have to give away the last vestiges of our fucking leverage. And in turn, stop this madman from doing these awful things. And it's like, you've now set the stage that your party, just across the board. They just need to hold out. Toothless. You're just toothless because now one of the things I've heard today, especially from a couple different people was, well, there's another opportunity to fight in January. The fuck do you mean? What does that Republicans mean? Yeah, the Republicans in January, if there's another refusal, because that's the thing that they're going to sign, hopefully this week, that actually reopens the government is just another short-term CR. That's it. Continuing resolution.
It's a staring contest that they know the Democrats will blink after just a little bit of time. They just need to wait it out.
All they got to do is say, see you in 39 days, bitch, and then walk away. Yeah. And they know that eventually they'll come back to the table and sign whatever the fuck they put in front of them.
It's so stupid. It's like, I can put up with 39 days of this, but 40, I draw the line. Why? Why there? Like, why is 40 the line in the sand for you, but all of the other days, no?
There's another track of the conversation that's basically like, hey, Straighterade, are you on food stamps? No. Okay, well then you don't know what it's like. Well, at the same time, do you want to go tap 50,000 people on the shoulder and tell them that they get to die next year because they don't have fucking health insurance? Like, right, exactly. Everybody's suffering. Everybody's fucked.
There are no good options here. The only silver lining is that Americans were correctly blaming Republicans for all of this because they're in charge, for one, and for two, like making Republicans actually own a fucking decision. If it's going to be let them starve, then make them own that position, and Democrats can keep their hands clean because it's like, well, we're not in charge. Otherwise, we would end this, but we're not going to be an accomplice in this scheme to reopen the government without getting the provisions that any functioning government would have for its citizens. That's what we were elected to do. We hold the line on that. We're the opposition party for a fucking reason. We disagree with you guys, and to the extent that we have leverage, we're going to fucking use it. But I guess that all falls to the wayside because at some point, you're supposed to come in and save the Republicans from themselves and their voters. Like it doesn't make any sense to me.
I mean, I just have a hunch. I have a hunch that certain people aren't really about cold, calculated attempts at gaining power because the Republicans handed them a fucking gift. Yeah. Purely the Republicans were responsible for denying people access to food at this point. Like you were supposed to, if you only care about calculations of power, you were supposed to wait longer. You absolutely were. And there's some other conversations that could be had. Like all of these politicians, especially from the Gang of 8 states, they knew this was coming. So like a lot of people shit on Cori Bush for a lot of different reasons. I don't. I think she was awesome. But when the rent freeze coming out of COVID finally expired and she felt like it was too soon, she put her ass out on a fucking folding chair in front of Congress and started to sit in. We're in an era, I didn't always feel like this, but we're 100% in an era where you have to do more than sit on your ass in the halls of Congress and just say, hey, I'm waiting to either put my thumb up or thumb down, and that's it. Like, these are really weird, extreme times. And the idea that some of those senators could have started trying to, like, do charity events to fucking buttress food lines and things like that. Like these motherfuckers need to start doing more because their constituencies actually expect more.
Yeah, like, just because your hands are tied legislatively because of the gridlock that the Republicans are forcing by not being willing to grant this single fucking concession, right? Which would reverse so much harm. Like they're at the point that they're considering getting rid of the fucking filibuster so that they can reopen the government but not have to concede anything to Democrats, which is insane to do given how many people's lives that they're fucking with. But like there are ample opportunities that Democrats could go out, like you're saying, they could be doing immediate things surrounding like charity. They don't have to only vote. They can do other things with their fucking time.
Well, let's be fair. Now, I've been told that there was only 10 Republicans, and they are known for telling the truth always and constantly, that there were 10 Republicans that were willing to reverse the filibuster and no more than that. Yeah. So, but again, right, that also goes hand in hand. The villagers weren't at the gate yet with the pitchforks and fucking torches. So the notion of like the Examiner calling everybody up and going, "Are you in or out?" and they're all saying, "Fuck that, we're not changing the filibuster." What the fuck am I supposed to care that the Washington Examiner is asking a Republican what they think? If a Republican's talking, they're fucking lying. At least the most honest ones were the ones who didn't actually make a fucking comment on it. The ones who said, yeah, I'm against it. Yeah, you're against it until you're fucking not. Yeah, Republicans definitely are known to lie out their ass or flip-flop on a position when there's pressure from Trump, which he was like upping the ante on exerting. Same with Vance. But okay, so this is the liberal cope distilled. I think this is the best case that you're going to get from anybody who tries to make this a coherent narrative and explain to you why it was never going to work. Okay. And this, again, I read this yesterday on it's filled with, to me, I'm like, how do you get that conclusion from all of the premises that you've just laid out? So let's see. Democrats were never going to win the shutdown fight. Yes, polls showed more people blaming Trump, but on their substantive demands, the party was drawing dead. This is by Andrew Prukup, who is, keep in mind, a senior politics correspondent at Vox covering the White House elections and political scandals and investigation, worked at the website since the site's launch in 2014, and before that was a research assistant of whatever the fuck. So this is a seasoned professional here weighing in to explain to you why this was never going to work. After forcing the longest U.S. government shutdown in history, Senate Democrats threw in the towel Sunday night. Again, already starting off great, saying it's Democrats who are forcing this shutdown, not Republicans. 8 Democratic senators voted with the Republicans Sunday to advance a deal to reopen the government, even though the deal includes no significant concessions from the GOP or President Donald Trump. And I just have to point out that, again, this person is saying it's Democrats that were the ones doing this shutdown, because the defenders of any of this shit say that that's MAGA propaganda. So we're opening with MAGA propaganda, folks. Well, and especially all of the hit pieces that Jeffries and Schumer, especially Jeffries, that have been doing in the last week, they all had some element to them that are like, don't you think we should open this back up? And aren't there people suffering? And it was pointed right at Jeffries, and he was not. Like, you could say whatever you want about keeping the caucus together or whatever the fuck, and that's clearly important. That's clearly relevant. He is not someone that should have ever been on camera for this fight at all. The dude that's going against Markey in Massachusetts.
That's something. Moulton?
Like Moulin or Mouton or whatever.
Yeah.
He started talking about Trump. There was something I was watching last night. He started talking about Trump and withholding SNAP and shit, and he had like bass in his voice and a bit of like anger and some emotion. And even though I'm sure this guy is a fucking ghoul in a lot of ways and something of like a much more right-wing leaning fucking Democrat, his ability to at least speak with fucking conviction and intent carried a lot more weight than anything that Jeffries had ever fucking done.
It feels like Jeffries is doing everything that he is under duress or at gunpoint. He's like the least motivated to be in one of the most consequential fucking positions I have ever seen. I'm like, you don't have to do this. Anybody else could do it. Why you're the person who's doing it is beyond me. And who the fuck is Hakeem Jeffries anyway? Most people don't even know who he is when you look at Pew data. But let's see. The turnabout came as a shock to many highly engaged online progressives who had believed their party was winning the politics of the shutdown fight. And again, shock to many highly engaged online progressives. No, usually progressives are well aware of the failures, of the fecklessness and the spinelessness of when it comes to Democratic leadership. So it was not shock so much as it was just immediate anger and disappointment. Who was shocked? I saw liberals and moderates shocked. I did not see really progressive shock. It was like, no, of course they fucking told.
The idea of like actual frustration and anger were from the people that rode wrote out the 39 days of shutdown thinking that there was a good outcome that was going to come from this, and then they were pissed off when nothing happened.
Yeah. Also, like, trying to make this sound like you're just terminally online to be upset about this. Average people are fine. It's like, explain the blue wave, bitch. Explain why voters were voting in Democrats at record fucking numbers that nobody predicted, not Republicans or Democrats, saw happening in the last election that we just had.
I mean,
they're voting for them in fucking droves. And what, you think that they hold the party in contempt? Like, they knew what they were doing.
Listen, at a bare minimum, for whoever you said wrote this, at least he's not saying what a terminally online take while looking into a webcam, wearing a headset, and talking into a microphone to his chat. Like, that's where I start to get irritated with that term. At least he's saving it for some sort of print media.
Even though the deal includes no significant concessions from the GOP or President Trump, the turnabout came as a shock. Oh, wait, I read this, sorry. Many online progressives who believed the party was winning the politics of the shutdown fight, meaning polls showed more people blamed Trump than Democrats for the shutdown's impact. So, to many on the left, a cave like this, which on its face just involved 8 Democrats, but is widely believed to have won the tacit assent of many others in the caucus, seemed infuriating and inexplicable. Again, it was neither of those things. It can be understood if you just read the reporting surrounding what led up to this deal. It's easily explainable.
Why are you downplaying the Democratic Civil War that we're currently experiencing?
I'll try to be better. But the reality is that Democrats never had a plausible strategy to get what they said they wanted, an extension of expiring ACA subsidies out of the shutdown fight. Did you know that Democrats are the minority party and actually are going to have a hard time getting anything out of this fucking government that they want?
Yeah, wild. Like, that's the aspect of this that's so fucking infuriating, because it's like, yeah, I know they're the fucking minority, first of all, but secondly, that's why this was so fucking important, was because this was their last. They took their last bit of leverage and fucking like dandelion spores. That's gone.
Yeah.
So literally, yes, the only thing they have left now is to wait until the midterms and hope like hell.
Or they could just roll over on their belly and show it to Republicans and say, we'll give you everything you want. Please just help us. Or like, I don't know what the prescription is from here, but like, again, like this person says, like, seemed infuriating and inexplicable. That suggests to me that it was easy to explain from the moderate perspective. Like, the moderates were the ones who understand what's going on here. When I find moderates' answers to all of this far more bizarre and convoluted than I do seeing progressives try to make sense of why this happened, the way, like, when it did and how it did. Out of the shutdown fight. After 40 days, there may have been winning the politics of the shutdown, but they had made no apparent progress. And like, again, you could stop there. And after 40 days, they may have been, this is not an ambiguity. They were winning. There was no polls showing that Americans broadly blamed anyone but the fucking Republicans who were in charge for all of this shit. They are correct. Those Americans are fucking correct. So why this like hedging of like, they may have been winning? Like, no, they were winning the politics of the shutdown, and then you can just stop. So if you concede that, even as like, you know, kind of fence city as they do, what are we talking about here? What more are you going to write? But they had made no apparent progress towards getting Trump and Republicans to give in to their substantive demands. And to this I say, it doesn't happen until it fucking happens. In the same way that, like, you could make the same argument from the Republican side of, like, we need to cave because the Democrats are showing no signs of letting up anytime soon. All of these people, including our fucking constituents, are going hungry, and President Trump is hosting fucking, like, exorbitant parties and is measuring the fucking drapes for the new wing of the White House that he's illegally building. We need to do something. They're not going to let up on this. You could make that same argument from the Republican side, but it's only the Democrats that actually take time to put pen to paper and write shit like this. Indeed, rather than negotiate, Trump has in recent days started pressuring Senate Republicans to abolish the filibuster, removing the tools Democrats used to cause the shutdown and letting the GOP pass laws with the party's votes alone. Senate Republicans initially struck down their refusal to do this, but the longer the shutdown stretched on, the more the pressure on them would intensify. Furthermore, the pain caused by the shutdown for ordinary Americans was about to ramp up. Federal workers have already been going without pay since last month, but SNAP beneficiaries were now losing benefits, and air travel was about to become a nightmare due to FAA cuts. Here's the thing, though. No one said that they liked this. No one said that this was good. The thing is, though, is that people that were experiencing this were blaming Republicans. It was not in question that this was going to be fucking painful. So for Democrats, this combination of lacking path to achieve their substantive demands, Fearing the consequences of filibuster abolition and worrying about increased pain caused by the prolonged shutdown spurred them to cut a deal. So this makes no sense to me. Why stake out this line in the sand if, again, the same political reality that existed 40 days ago exists today? So really, what has changed? And you said that you think it's what he just talked about, which is like the SNAP beneficiaries and things are really about to get, genuinely painful for the people that rely on these services, but also optically disastrous. But they knew that could happen from the start. That's not something they didn't know or they couldn't have foreseen.
That's also one of the things that I've seen a lot of people comment on is like there was no concept of what did the end game look like. And that's another question that I've seen a lot of people ask is, well, how much longer were you comfortable with them waiting before they caved in and showed their bellies? Like, wait, the last part I have an issue with. Like, the question itself is flawed. The notion is how long are you willing to wait before you completely surrender the way you did on day 39?
It's like ostensibly until the polls say that they can't do it anymore. That's when you cave, because at that point you lost public support. But they had just gained more public support from this blue wave.
I also have a different, that's true, but I also have a way of looking at it. Like, at a certain point, this is the longest shutdown in history. This has taken the most coordination, the most discipline, the messaging to the people, et cetera, et cetera. It hits a certain point where I would almost say there's at least an argument there for you got to go the fucking distance at that point, because you have to make it so that the people turn out in droves to let the Republicans know that they're the ones that are fucked. Like, that has to be at least a conversation there.
Incoherent Voter, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to Datoe. Thanks.
DTA.
DTA. Oh, is this a regular chatter of yours?
Yes.
You're on a first name basis? They're one of 12. They're one denominator 12. Okay, love that.
When you have a small elite community, you start to get, they come for the one-on-one interactions that you don't get with these 80 concurrent viewer streamers.
Me with my 66 over here on Twitch. I don't know. I'm in the big leagues, I realize. This is like you're saying, you can't half-ass it. And here's the thing. There have been different times of strife in this country where people were willing to fight for something. The analogy that I used yesterday is, you could say this about literally World War II or Ukraine, Russia, of like, how many more Ukrainians do you want to put through the fucking meat grinder before you say it's enough and we fucking surrender or whatever? It's like, well, until they say they don't want to fight anymore. That is what they're saying. They're willing to sacrifice if it means they have a chance at regaining their sovereignty. That's the price they're willing to pay. So obviously, every single political fight like that involves sacrifice. And you have voters now saying, we are willing to pay to continue this fight on. If anything, they were more enthused than people could have even fucking known. So what's strange to me is making these appeals to the people of Ukraine or whatever. It's like, are you saying any deal would be okay to end it? What if the deal was just like, oh, they get to keep, everything that they've taken and more? I guess you've ended the war, but you totally capitulated. Like, that can't be their position. And I don't think that it is. So for some Democrats, this combination of lacking a path to achieve their substantive demands, fearing the consequences of filibuster abolition, and worried... I have to interrupt myself because my own thoughts are interrupting me. But even on World War II, do you know how many Soviet civilians died in World War II?
No. Not off the top of my head.
Just guess.
It's 2 million.
28 million. 28 million civilians died during World War II in the Soviet Union. But it's nice not living under Nazi rule in 2025. It's about to be MAGA rule. It is MAGA rule, but that was the price. That was the cost of doing business, right? Similarly, I don't think that Republicans were going to cave in some way, shape, or form and make them own that fucking choice. If they're not going to do the SNAP benefits or whatever, everybody needs to know it's their fault. And that's what you voted for. I feel like Republican voters are constantly insulated. I don't want people to suffer. I don't. But they're constantly insulated from their own fucking actions because Democrats bail out the Republicans. And they shouldn't bail out the fucking Republicans. It should be the Republicans who bail themselves out or let them fail on their own.
Well, it's like Christopher Reeve's Superman getting mad at General Zod for throwing equipment at the people, and then he's like, "No, stop the people! You can't!" and then capitulating. And I'm not saying the Democrats are Superman-like in any fucking capacity, but it's you have to understand. yeah, you have to understand that at the end of the day, the Republicans are always going to do the evil thing. And if that's all it takes for you to give up every time, you are now useless as an opposition. In fact, I would even make the argument that they're screwed when and if they ever regain power. Because again, all it takes is
they're bluffing.
grinding
They're always
the gears
bluffing.
and you're fucked. Yeah.
So for Democrat, many among the party's base are apoplectic, urging a continued fight, but for there's no more fight. It's done. But for the Democrats, this was always poor turf on which to battle. So this writer is of the opinion they never should have even fought for anything. So why not just have them? Why shouldn't they just join up with the winning team? Because this was the battle to not fight, I guess. What battle should they be fighting?
If this was going to always be the outcome, and again, I listened to everybody, and that was one of the things that I've heard numerous people say was like, well, shutdowns are always kabuki theater, and there's never any meaningful thing. Well, then you definitely shouldn't have done it. Like, you shouldn't. I think, whereas the public opinion was definitely going in favor of giving a big middle finger to the Republicans, in this moment, when a lot of people turn around and look and go, well, wait, we went through 40 days of income precarity and wondering how I'm going to make ends meet and going on food lines and all this shit.
That was to raise awareness for ACA tax credit subsidies. That's why you did that.
Fucking much. Yeah.
Mission accomplished. This is the liberal version of mission accomplished by wheeling out that fucking win.
You're talking about an industry, politics in general, that spends hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars annually on campaign ads and just ads in general. And you're saying the only way at your disposal was to raise fucking awareness, was to turn around and take away people's sense of security from their jobs, their social safety nets, all these different things. Was like, that was the only way that you could fucking do it. It's so stupid.
That's the only way you can transmit an idea into people's heads in 2025. It's rough. It's really scary that Congress has the mandate on this power and nobody else has social media. There's no such thing as advertising or Madison Avenue. It's like, you're at the behest of these people, unfortunately.
But that's just that anybody saying that right now, that's just the cope of trying to spin it so that this was still like a victory of some kind.
Here's the real silver lining. The real silver lining is hopefully this lights a fire under someone's ass in 2028 that's a Democrat and goes out there and says, this is why we need fucking Medicare for all, because the ACA is stupid. It's a market-based solution that intentionally hides the role of the government so people don't even understand how it fucking helps them. They can't wrap their mind around it. And Republicans fucking hate the name on top of it, which is why Obamacare pulls terribly, and this is why we need fucking Medicare for all, so we can stop with this bullshit of constantly needing to refund this terrible program. That's the true silver lining. The real shutdown was the friends we made along the way. Adam Sosnick from PBD said, shutdown. I like to call these government showdowns because, like he said, it's all theater. Really clever, right? Good stuff.
He's not fucking. I mean. Even a broken clock's right twice a day. He's not fucking wrong.
He's not, but he tried to put that out as some really, really clever mic drop thing, and I was like, all right, dude, chill. There's truth to it, but this is not super creative. As I argued in September, so all of this, I was like, oh, so this is an exercise of I told you so. You don't realize that till halfway through. Trump and the GOP were never going to cave here, and the only ways in which this could have plausibly ended were the GOP abolishing the filibuster, Democrats caving. We got the cave. This is also not true. This is a false binary that is presented here. Here's it's not even the secret third option. It was the thing they were trying to get all along, and the reason why they waged this fucking war, which is that if this stuff is going to happen no matter what, the Republicans need to take responsibility for it, and they need to own their fucking choice, okay? If that's the way that it's going to be. So what is this? It plausibly ended where the GOP abolished the filibuster, and also the stuck premise here is you're supposed to think that's bad. Oh no, not the filibuster. I want the filibuster. No, I'm willing to abolish the filibuster. What do you think on that? And I don't think they were going to do it either.
I think it was possible, but you would have had to start to reach numbers of people that were more protest. You would have had to get to a level of discomfort of the people to start doing protests and things of that nature, to where, or picketing the streets where people would walk up to Congress or shit like that. And we weren't there yet, but that's not to say that we couldn't have gotten there. And
Yeah.
it's not even to say, like, I'm not an accelerationist. Only because I understand what that means.
Yeah.
You're taking vulnerable, like by design, by default, you have to take vulnerable populations or cross sections of our country and throw them into the fucking meat grinder so that things get bad enough so people realize they have to start being more civically engaged and start voting for their interests and voting more appropriately.
And it doesn't
I'm
even
not
happen.
that guy. But the Democrats handed us this moment where, like, this was as acceleration-y as you were ever going to fucking get. And after 40 days, they flushed it.
Never underestimate the Democrats' ability to fuck something up, man. But Democrats weren't going to win a shutdown negotiation, and why they tried it anyway, so get ready for this. Dems decided to pick the shutdown fight for one basic reason. The party's base believed they weren't doing enough to fight back against the Trump administration. Is that the reason? Is it, though? The last government funding shutdown back in March ended with Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer and key Democrats backing off from their threats to force the shutdown, and the base was furious. And not just the base, again, even the former owner of this very publication, Ezra Klein, was actually taking time to pen op-eds saying, Chuck Schumer should probably do something, right? They calculated that they couldn't do that again, so they had to at least try a shutdown this time. So what he's arguing is a far more cynical assessment of the Democrats than I could have ever anticipated from a moderate like this, which is that they don't want to fight for you. They only did this because in response to their furious base, God forbid. So this is what happens when you get mad and demand accountability. Oh, you mean they actually start to respond to it? This is almost phrased as like, yeah, they don't want to do this shit. They only did it because you, the moronic voter, forced them to because you got all upset, even though if you actually knew anything, they weren't going to win this and you wouldn't have asked for it in the first place. And like, God forbid, Chuck Schumer have to actually listen to his constituents.
Well, that was the conversation that you kept hearing the week after Kamala lost, was you had all these like more centrist Dems showing up on CNN talking about, well, we don't even know how to communicate with our constituencies anymore because all we keep seeing is all this woke stuff in our replies.
Yeah, defund the
police.
police.
Like, bitch, first of all, you're talking exclusively about social media, and you should just brush that shit off. First and foremost, mute your notifications, put out your messaging, move on, and then do town halls where you can actually relate to people like fucking humans. But it's that same thing. It's making excuses.
So much like congressional Republicans did back in 2013, they settled on an ultimatum strategy. They would not support government funding, they said, until the expiring ACA subsidies were extended. In 2013, Republicans' demand was that the ACA be repealed. But the ultimatum strategy is a terrible way for a minority party to achieve its goals in Congress. I don't know. Everything you've said up until this point kind of supports the idea that it was fucking working until they decided to end it. An ultimatum sparks off a highly polarized fight in which, if the majority gives in, it would be seen as a humiliating cave. Again, sparks off a highly polarized fight. Again, this country is polarized. This country is, these libs are constantly saying, we're more polarized than ever. We need to be able to talk to each other again. We need to like overcome our differences or whatever. Like, yeah, it's a highly polarized fight in a highly polarized political environment. That's fine. If there was ever a chance in hell that it was going to work, you would think that these would be the conditions where it could flourish. You didn't have that sort of polarization back in 2013 with Obamacare. You just didn't.
Well, but that's also just excuse. That's an in general excuse for not.
For an action.
I think like most of the time, if you hear bipartisan compromise or polarization, it's either letting you know you're about to lose some aspect of the social safety net, or they couldn't get something across the finish line, which would have involved pissing off somebody that puts money into like one of their PACs.
Or Israel. Or somehow miraculously we have found consensus on funding Israel, in which the majority gives in, handing over policy-making authority to the minority. So, and that's a gross oversimplification of what is going on there. So the majority, because again, we're talking about maintaining basically the status quo. We're talking about funding a program that has been around for over a decade. That's it. So the majority has powerful incentives not to give in to hostage taking like this, since if they do, more hostages will surely be taken in the future. What's more, the majority party does have an ultimate trump card. If the but again, like what's the inverse of this? Okay, so if you release the hostages without getting what you wanted, then your hostage taking, all you did was abuse some hostages for no end, for literally no good reason, and then it's fucking toothless.
that's a reason to really pay attention to the polls and the messaging coming out of this, because you're looking at a circumstance of, again, it's snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. A lot of people were behind what the Democrats were trying to do, because I do think a lot of people believe in the healthcare aspects of it. But now it's like, well, wait, what did you get? You got like almost fucking nothing and not the healthcare thing. Well, then why did you submit
this?
Why did you submit me to this level of ass whooping if it wasn't going to be for something? I had to stand on a food line. Like, that's going to be a very easy element or a very easy sentiment to end up hearing from their constituencies.
Sorry, the only humiliation we're going to talk about is the abstract humiliation that the majority party would have to face if they were to, cave to this.
Yeah.
When again, this is total. You want to talk about being divorced from people's the lived experience on the ground of the working people or whatever. Okay. This is not the way that people understand any of this at all. They don't understand why the government shut down. They just know that it is, and that they know it's fucking them over, and they don't really care about the minutia of what led up to it or what's going to end it. They just want it to end. And when that's who you're dealing with, which is who you're dealing with the American public, they look up, they see who's in charge, and they're like, I think you should probably do something about it, right? Because you guys seem to be in charge of everything. So it's probably your fault. And it starts and ends there. But of course, they're only talking about the politics as though there's not millions and millions of Americans that are actually affected by this, that have phones where they can call these people that are in charge of them, contact them, and let them know their feelings on it, especially the ones who fucking voted. Like, all of this exists in this background, in this vacuum, practically. There's just the Congress, there's the Senate, there's the executive branch, and there's no people in this country. It's all of these fucking people on an island in suits, all feuding with each other. But at no point does he actually bring in how voters impact this. Their constituents, the whole people that put them in power in the first place. What's more, the majority party does have an ultimate trump card. If the minority's obstruction continues long enough, the majority can simply change the rules, in this case by eliminating the filibuster. Do we want to open the fucking history books here? No, I guess, because has this ever happened? Was there ever a point where there wasn't the fucking filibuster? Like, I don't know enough about the historical context of it, but if you're saying that,
oh, go ahead.
What's an informal rule? But it's like, you're talking about, back in 2013, it didn't work for them. That's why Dems shouldn't even try this strategy now. It's doomed to fail. When did the majority simply change the rules and eliminate the filibuster? Both of these parties hate doing shit like that.
Well, not only that, it's like a level of cope from people that want to defend the current status quo, because they want to talk about any strategy that they adopt or that they're willing to entertain. It has to be one that's been field tested 7 times in the past,
right?
While we have an orange reality TV show host as our president, and a car salesman as the richest person on the planet that just got done slashing a bunch of fucking airline jobs at a time when planes were dropping out of the sky. We are not in any kind of fucking normal time in our history. So this notion of like, show me the polling where this ever worked in similar scenarios. There are no fucking similar scenarios.
This is uncharted. Yeah, exactly. It's uncharted territory. How do you not know this after 10 years of this fucking bullshit? It's literally the tweet that's like it's the Democrats clinging onto a the playbook saying over and over, but a dog can't dunk a basketball. Meanwhile, the Republicans are like, it's a dog dunking a basketball over them while they cling to that book over and over and over. Some commentators argued that if Democrats held firm, they could win the war. I really hate that they use this weasel language and there's no citations for this. It's like, which commentators? Who are you reading? Where are you getting your opinions from?
Your fucking coworkers argued this, you jackass.
Many people are saying this. It's the liberal version of that.
Many people.
Some commentators argued that if Democrats hold firm, they could win the war of public opinion and therefore bring Trump to the table. Again, they were winning. He talks about this as if it's a hypothetical that's not and not the reality that we're living in right now, where he's writing this article. But Trump has long had low approval ratings and won't face election again. Incredibly naive from a fucking resistance lib or whatever. The guy who never conceded that he lost in 2020, there's definitely not going to be any fucking chicanery when it comes to 2028. He's just going to leave.
What's so ironic? What's so ironic about this fight is in the midst of trying to do negotiations. I know already know what I'm talking about. Trump had Schumer and Jeffries in his office with a bunch of Trump 2028 hats just littered everywhere so that they were in every fucking pit. They were getting trolled and clowned on in the midst of putting on their big boy pants and fucking going and talking to Daddy Trump and setting him straight. Whereas he's just like, you're an idiot, ha, and just laughing at them.
Well, correction, did you know that he's not facing election again? So all you have proof of is that he made hats.
Sure, true. No one's going to try to
That's an inference that you're loading into that. When objectively speaking, all he has is hats. That you can't ever speak to.
He's just a clothing line aficionado.
Yes, exactly. Don't read too much into that. You're crazy. And he's obsessed with maintaining his political brand for toughness and savvy negotiating, so he always seemed particularly unlikely to respond to an ultimatum from Democrats with a cave. He'd rather dig in. Exactly. But does his party actually have this discipline? That's what we were trying to fucking test. All of this was obvious to Democrats in advance. Like, the thing is that you exert so much pressure that, again, these people start to fucking sweat and cave and scream. Because he's Trump, he does whatever he wants, but you're Mike Johnson from this area. You're Mitch McConnell from Kentucky. You're Susan Collins. All of these people have constituents that they answer to that eventually, again, they will have no choice unless they don't want to have a fucking job again. And they're not so ideologically committed to the cult that they will just go down with the ship like that, because they also have donors. All of this was obvious. The donors was obvious to Dems in advance. Exactly. So why are you I'm not going to co-sign the way that they characterize everything that all the prerequisites that they've talked about here. But yeah, this was known. All of this they knew. This was not a surprise to anybody. So why are people surprised? Or like why are people bringing up the arguments that they are now to justify this? Like, we didn't know it from the first day. But they felt they had no other option but to please the base by giving it a try. Again, when they say but they felt, that's doing so much lifting because you're talking about 8 people. But they felt 8 people and whoever's behind them. And we're talking about senators. So that who have disproportionate power to begin with, not congressional representatives.
Yeah, upper chamber of the Congress. Yeah.
It's like, but they felt, okay, it's like, again, not even their constituents, just these 8 individual people. They did for 40 days. And that time their polling improved. They drove increased media attention to the expiring ACA subsidies, and they did well in last week's election. Wow, this sounds like an argument that they should have kept going. Is that what they say next? No. Yeah. But none of this seemed to drive the president or the GOP towards making policy concessions. Like, how is that the follow-up to what you just stated? How? They were winning. They were winning here. They were winning there. This is unprecedented, but they were even winning here. But this is exactly why they needed to stop.
It's Angus King saying it didn't work standing up to Trump all over again, and it was only a week after like a mammoth tidal wave election. Yeah.
Indeed, the only movement from Trump was that he got increasingly vocal that Senate Republicans should get rid of the filibuster. Again, you're supposed to just on its face take this as bad, that they want to get rid of the filibuster, for one. For two, again, this also presupposes that if the only person that you have to convince is Trump, why pick up any fight ever? Because you just said that he's like a fucking egomaniac that is irrational and you can't really deal with. So really what this is at its essence is arguing, it transcends this in this discrete argument, and is you really should not even bother opposing this guy because he's so irrational, he just does whatever he wants. And like the idea that like politics is only about convincing the other people in the room and not about mass movements of people, which they had done because of the blue wave.
And like I said, I think there's a scenario where a more activist focused Democratic Party, which is almost an oxymoron in and of itself, could have been having people like the FDR line that I can't ever find that he either did say it or didn't say it. But the notion of, go out there and make me sign it. The idea of working with your constituencies, with your citizenry to mobilize them and help put pressure on the opposing side. There's an avenue where they could have won this, but like that's not anything that our current, opposition party believes in at all.
They never factor this in whatsoever. Again, the voters are not even an abstraction. They literally forget that they're there at all. it's just about Trump. It's about Mike Johnson and these individual personalities, because to these people, it's literally just chess. It's just chess on a chessboard. It doesn't personally impact them. They know nothing of the voters that exist somewhere else in this country or whatever. They only know themselves and what they see, like the people that are in Congress and Senate, and that's it. And there's Trump, and there's no one else beyond that. It's just you and them alone in the universe, apparently. And the voters never come in to be used as a bully pulpit at any point, which is very telling, because again, all of their, and it all makes sense. It's totally coherent when you think about the fact that they are convinced that the Democratic agenda is more unpopular than the Republican agenda, which is not true, and that they make a sober assessment of the Republicans as crazy. But then when you combined with fecklessness, it's always going to be an argument that leads to the conclusion, therefore you should do nothing, because you can't. You've already lost, so why even try?
Yeah.
So it's coherent in that way. When you zoom out and see, like, that's what it's just fatalist.
But I think you're also negating all of the precious awareness that was brought to this. So,
yeah, to the ACA subsidies. The Make Republicans Abolish the Filibuster Gambit explained, what is about to happen here is actually not an explanation, it's obfuscation and just more confusion. So lacking any way to, which again is part and parcel for this outlet, because when you look at them explaining Israel-Palestine, they find a both sides to an issue that doesn't really have two sides to it. So you're not explaining, you're mystifying. So lacking any way to force concessions from Trump or Republicans, the real choice facing Democrats was, do they cave or do they hold out indefinitely until the GOP abolishes the filibuster? Again, like, that choice was facing them from day one, before day one even started. So why, it was not supposed to be, caving was not an option. Why did you even pick up this fight if you factor caving into it? It's just supposed to be, they hold out, and it's not indefinitely, that's a straw man. It's until public favor, for whatever reason, that, like, if Republicans manage to make public sentiment turn against them, then you stop. There is a
if the big defense is asking people pointed questions of how long were you comfortable waiting before you caved, is like, you shouldn't even be talking to me about this question then, because you're not fit for this.
Then no one should talk about it. Yeah. Because what does Gavin Newsom know about suffering? What does billionaire J.B. Pritzker know about suffering? What does Bernie Sanders with his his condo, and like they always talk about how he has like 2 houses or whatever? What do these people know? Because on average, all these people are wealthy. So honestly, they should, if that's the metric that we're pulling out, then cool. What you're actually arguing is we need to get rid of every single person in the Senate, the House, the presidency, the admin, because they're out of touch. They're not working class people. And they don't make what you and I make. They make far more. They're above us as gods. But they actually don't want those. The same people pulling out this argument, their worst nightmare is a government that is actually truly by the people, for the people, and composed of primarily working class people. They would be uncomfortable if even like 30% of the current government was composed of people that didn't have fucking master's degrees from Yale and JDs from Harvard. They would not like that at all. So they don't even want that. There is a strain of thinking among progressive commentators that forcing Republicans to abolish the filibuster to reopen the government would have been good, actually. It's like, well, at least you come out and say it. That, like, it was supposed to be assumed while you read this. Again, the explainer article, even though this is not really an explainer, this is, like, straight up just, like, punditry. That's a bad thing, I guess. The high-minded... when, in reality, I'm not saying I want the filibuster to be abolished with Republicans first. It just never should have existed in the fucking first place, because it's literally confounding levels of non-democracy that you didn't think possible, because the Senate is already undemocratic, and then on top of it you add this.
Both parties traditionally, regardless of Republican or Democrat, they will usually keep it in place, because there are times when even the Republicans don't want a specific bill of their own to go through.
Yeah, no,
so they want to
not.
leave the filibuster there for the Democrats to play with, so that they can strategically block something.
Yeah, so they don't have to actually, they have their own internal battles or whatever. It's the same way that, like, the example that I use is like Roe v. Wade. Okay, so they all fought, they did want Roe v. Wade to be overturned, but then what did they spend years manufacturing? Like, what propaganda did they manufacture for years? The line that they ran with was states' rights. But then you had extremists like Mike Pence come in and move the goalpost immediately once they got that win to federal abortion ban. Also, fetal personhood. That's important to do as well. And it's like, hey, I just spent like 3 decades telling them it's states' rights. Now you're turning around and saying it's a federal abortion ban? Like, how am I supposed to convince them that fast? I can't convince them that fast. No one wants this.
That was like Lindsey Graham I think there was a window where Lindsey Graham was actually pushing for a federal bill, at a time when Trump was openly saying like, no, we're not going to do that. Don't worry about it. And then he had to backtrack it like the next day. But he went on Fox News and was he started rolling that fucking bowling ball, and the Republicans took a hit for it.
Fluffy Buffalo _ in chat, extremists like Mike Pence, LMAO. Is there something funny that you care to share with the class? Because what is not extreme about forcing women to give birth when they don't need to or want to? You are going to answer this question, and if you don't, you're going to be banned. The high-minded version of this argument is that ending the filibuster is good for democratic accountability, since it lets the majority party pass its agenda. But the more ideologically self-interested argument, again, you're supposed to presuppose that that's even true, is that progressives think that the filibuster is typically more of a problem for them than it is for the Republicans. Again, this is a thing, an opinion only held by progressives, apparently. Only progressives, not Matt Iglesias, who literally just published yet another article saying we should get rid of the fucking filibuster and just deal with it. They're dreaming of what might, and this is also not even, this is like a straw man upon a straw man, because this is crazy to think that this is what progressives think is going to happen. They're dreaming of what they might be able to pass the next time Democrats retake the presidency in Congress, and they'd love the filibuster to be out of their way. No, actually, it's going to be proof that these people these corporate Dems that take all this corporate money don't actually want to pass the agenda that they fucking run on and promise to their constituents for one reason or another, a main one being that the corporate benefactors do not like it, do not want it to pass. So when you have this, and it really comes down to it, you can actually see what they don't have we shouldn't even bother holding a vote on that because we have, we don't have the numbers or whatever. It's like, no, when you have the numbers, then you're actually going to see which politicians are lying to their fucking constituents and which ones aren't. No progressive is under the illusion that, we'd be able to get everything that we want done. No, because they don't want to do it. They don't want to run the agenda. They don't want to get the agenda done.
It's something that you hear like more often than not is the conversation about, well, they kind of pre-screen behind closed doors to see if the numbers are there before, like if they can meet the filibuster threshold. And a lot of times they won't even try to put the bill forward because they do want to protect certain names that are going to end up saying yes or no either way.
Yeah. And that's another like level of rotating villain, right? This argument lands oddly at a time when there is such concern about Trump's authoritarian inclinations. Okay. Yeah, exactly, but not for the reason that you think. It's a stupid argument because he does whatever he wants. He ignores the law entirely. So whether there's a filibuster or not, he's just going to do whatever the fuck he wants. That's the actual coherent argument. So you're like saying like, this is weird because you say you're worried about Trump, but yet you want to give him the power to do as he pleases. But like one, he can't, again, there are constraints upon him, even if it's not really good. Like there's almost none at all, but like still at the end of the day, these people are institutionalists, and you have Rand Paul still openly, and like even Ted Cruz saying we don't want to get rid of the filibuster because they always have that built-in argument. It's the inverse of the Democrats' argument, which is because you have to think about what Democrats would do. The difference is that Republicans will actually do shit with it and they will force votes, but Democrats actually won't even force votes even once the filibuster is gone. The filibuster has been one of the most powerful constraints on what Trump can actually do in office. And again, just analyzing the filibuster in the context of this discrete presidency, rather than zooming out and looking at how it's actually been used consistently as a stopgap to progress and how it's fundamentally undemocratic.
Well, that's also dumb as fuck because you're saying that a president who got into office for the second time, that his subject matter experts are telling him that he can follow the unitary executive theory and do almost everything that he's been doing by executive order, and then you're going to make this comment in your fucking puff piece about how the filibuster is such a hard constraint on Trump's agenda.
Yeah,
like, get the fuck
exactly.
Out of here.
It's like we live in like a fucking post-Bush-Cheney hell world where there are really like checks and balances is fucking going away to the extent that it even exists anymore. It essentially prevents the GOP from passing new laws, except through the convoluted budget reconciliation process. Love how, it essentially except for this, gaping fucking exception. Trump, for his part, seems to badly want this guardrail on his authority removed, saying last week that there's so many things he could pass if not for filibuster restrictions. Which, again, this shows that, like, Trump, in some way, even though he's like a pathological liar, correct? In some way, shape, or form, does want to get things done that he, not that he talked about or ran on, because, he doesn't even remember what the fuck he ran on. But if he wants to do a thing, he wants to be able to do the thing. And he's like, oh, this is an obstacle to it. The natural conclusion is, you get rid of the obstacle, then I can do it. it's so... it's kind of adorable hearing him look at this, because we are so used to a politics of a bunch of politicians telling you what you can't have, mostly primarily Democrats, of like, here's why you can't have this, here's why you can't have this. It's bizarre to see a president that's like, no, I want to do things. They're not going to be good things, but I want to be able to do them. So give me the ability and the means to do it, and get rid of these things that are getting in my way so I can fucking do it. It's oddly refreshing. And it really is like exposing a lot of liberals that are sympathetic to like, yeah, we can't have that because we don't want, just think beyond Trump. What you're saying is you don't want the president who's been elected by the people to be able to do things that they ran on. Like, there are still already so many different veto points and checks in Congress and in Senate, regardless of the fucking filibuster, that to need that on top of all of it, you just hate democracy at that point. You don't even like representative democracy, and you don't want to come out with that stance. So you say, you always have this, you fall back on, oh, well, then Trump could do things. But that's literally true of any time anybody is in office ever, which is always. Senate Republicans, though, seem to share progressives' belief that this would be bad for the GOP in the long term, or perhaps they'd like to keep the filibuster around as a handy excuse to tell Trump that they can't do this or that thing that he wants. It's that. It is that. Regardless of what you think about the impact of filibuster abolition, the reality is that Senate Dems...
Hold on. No, that just dawned on me. That's what that is. It's not even because they necessarily want to pass anything themselves. They need it like a way to satiate granddad, to be able to like, no, listen,
remember,
Donald,
Grandpa, we want to
we
do that.
really want to pass this for you, but listen, we can't.
The
filibuster, we can't. And then he just nods and thinks like, I gotta put out another Truth Social post to tell people to get the fuck rid of it then or something.
Yeah,
that's so fucking pathetic.
Eddie Bombay, thank you so much for the 200 bits. Trump is evil FDR. That is actually not too far off. And Incoherent Voter, losing the filibuster would be good for the Dems because all bills would be partisan. Then the Republicans have to own all of their bullshit and the Democrats can pass it and win. Yeah, I don't think that second part's going to happen, but the former definitely would be nice. Republicans do have to own their bullshit, and constituents might actually feel the ramification, like the consequences of their vote for once, and not brown people abroad. Domestically, you would start to feel it. Regardless of, and they're going to feel it. But the thing is that Republicans have primed their base to think, oh, anytime you suffer inconveniences that you can draw a direct line to this party, that's actually incidental. So we passed the big, beautiful bill. And yeah, Granny's losing Medicare and Medicaid is gutted also. But that's just incidental. And it's really a win in the broader ideological project that you're coming along for the MAGA movement, which is getting all the brown people out of this country. So little hiccup here, we're gutting this ridiculously popular program that you rely on, and your grandma and people in your family, and maybe you even personally, but at the very least, all the brown people are going to get out of the country. And that's how they sleep at night. All of these people that are voting for Trump, voting against their own fucking interests by being like accepting these sorts of policies, right? The other thing is like getting rid of the filibuster. It's going to turn it into like, they're going to start to want to pass things like discreetly, as opposed to how the Republicans get their unpopular agenda off the ground, which is that they sneak it into these massive bills as pork and hope nobody notices, which not even their fucking elected officials notice. You have Marjorie Taylor Greene being like, I wouldn't have voted for that if I knew somewhere in it said we can't regulate AI for like 10 years. Sorry.
Well, but then what ends up happening, look in the stories folder really quick.
Sure.
So you have these people that think, oh, the bad brown people will be kicked out of the country and then we'll get better shit.
Yeah.
But then you get the guy that runs the fucking Trump burger. He ends up getting booted instead.
No, damn it. Trump burger owner in Texas faces deportation after ICE arrest.
I don't know if this was the first one I could find, but there's other pictures where it wasn't just a burger joint. It was like a Trump memorabilia store in the lobby that was like big as fuck. And when ICE started kicking people the fuck out, they grabbed his ass along with everybody else.
Oh my God. So in remarks to the Houston Chronicle, B&E, who's from Lebanon, denied ISIS charges against him, saying 90% of the shit they're saying is not true. Dude, that also goes beyond their assessments of you. That's kind of just true of what Republicans say in general, not just in this specific instance. He is tentatively scheduled for a hearing in immigration court on November 18th. So that's coming up this month. Good luck to Mr. Trump Burger. Hope he has fries with that deportation.
But
The other reality was that the shutdown is not not all an abstract political game. It was causing real... Oh, finally, we mentioned Americans again. We remember at the very last paragraph. Oh, I should probably talk about the voters. I should probably include them in this conversation at some point. I don't want to sound out of touch. It was causing real and increasing hardship for many Americans. And it's like, correct, but it was the fault of Republicans. And their current Democratic caucus was not hardline enough to keep that going forever. They started this by saying it's Democrats' fault. They ended by saying it was Democrats' fault.
Yeah.
This is the defense. This is the defense piece. They still find a way to blame Democrats. Again, this is better. Tell me this isn't better and more sophisticated than any MAGA propaganda that you've seen in a hot minute.
Well, this isn't even flowchart leftism or whatever the fuck. This is coming from an industry professional. So this isn't some angry bald lefty on the internet.
They contrast themselves against what was it again? How did they refer to progressives? Let's see if yeah, highly engaged online progressives. They contrast themselves against that. When you read that, you're supposed to be like, oh, not including this person. Clearly not a progressive, definitely not highly online. Insane. Okay, so do you want to get to Ezra Klein's? I'm
going to lose my shit at the halfway point because there was something in here that really pissed me off.
Hell yeah. Okay, let's
And now that I said that, I probably won't, but...
Let's see. Let's turn him up a little bit. Just to 115. So this is Ezra Klein. What were the Democrats thinking? This has 104,000 views. It was posted a day ago.
What the hell did Democrats just do? They were winning the shutdown. They were. And that's not a small thing. The opposition party, it almost never wins a shutdown. And yet Democrats were actually winning this one. And they're winning it because...
Hey, but your former publication just told me that they can't do that. They can't win because there's never really been wins when it's been tried in the past. Therefore, it could never happen in the future.
Not only that, if I had the opportunity, how much you want to make a bet? If I could ask him, I would ask, what do you think they're on the verge of winning? And he's not going to say the raising of awareness. That's not the win. Yeah, like that's fucking bullshit.
That's a consolation prize.
Yeah.
Trump was acting crazy. Instead of negotiating with them over healthcare subsidy.
Trump acting crazy over here, you guys. He was acting crazy. A thing he's never done before now.
Trump was acting crazy. Instead of negotiating with them over healthcare subsidies.
Trump could be acting normal. They would still be winning. That's what polling data shows. People just end up, it doesn't matter how crazy they are. The party in power ends up getting blamed. So literally, Trump acting crazy was just special sauce on top of all of it. That was a cherry on top. He didn't need to be doing that to make it worse, but he was.
He was demolishing the East Wing of the White House to build a ballroom. He was throwing Great Gatsby parties at Mar-a-Lago. If you looked at his poll numbers, they were going down. In the CNN poll, he was in the 30s for the first time in the second term. If you look
Very telling that Ezra Klein uses those examples to show, like, oh, the crazy things that Trump's doing. I've even brought them up. But if I were sitting down and, like, filming a video, I don't know that those like the SNAP benefits are more important than the fucking wing of the White House being destroyed, dude. The WIC benefits going away. That's more important. Even TSA is probably something that's like people have at least heard of it, even if they're not personally experiencing it, because most Americans are not like flying regularly. But of course he goes to the parties and shit.
Well, not only that, but the to go with what you're saying, the people that I've seen do this better than him juxtapose the SNAP benefits against the fucking parties. Like it's like some Oliver Twist shit. It's straight up comic book evil, and that's the thing to point out, not just by virtue of the fact that he's having the parties by like in a vacuum.
Yeah.
The election, Democrats romped to victory. And when I say they romped to victory because of the shutdown, probably not. But you know who thought it was part of the shutdown? Was Trump. He kept saying Democrats won in part because of the shutdown. And then over the weekend.
Yeah, that was the thing. He had like explicitly conceded this already. Over Truth Social multiple times said this is like that's completely left out of the other Vox article. I forgot to ding them for that, which is that Trump himself had already admitted that they were feeling the pressure. And I mean, objectively, just because Trump says that, does that mean it's true? No, but him saying that when he's literally the most powerful person in the whole entire free world, yeah, that means something. Even if it's not objectively true, even if you could poll voters and find that actually wasn't what motivated them, or you could find some way to get into the black box that is the mind of the voters that put all of these Democrats into office in this past election, it doesn't matter, because if Trump is saying that, then Democrats can always point to that, regardless of whether or not it's true, to say it's working. Because they're feeling it.
That's also one of the reasons that I think a lot of people lose focus on is whoever the president is essentially the leader of their party, period. That's the way that's the way it is looked at. That is the way that has worked. They're supposed to be somebody that dictates, nudges policy, puts their thumb on all that shit. For Kamala to at least at some point, even the very weak statement of like, when she said like, I'll follow the law when it comes to like trans issues, or when she's given that moment to go, well, how do you see trans matters in under your administration? And she's like, I like the law in an attempt to dodge, right? Well, why do I bring that up? Had she turned around and said something like, look, I hear a lot of what people are saying, and I just want to know under my administration, when and if I see something come across my desk that warrants the use of the Leahy Act, I'm willing to look into it. And then just stop fucking talking right there. That's all you have to say. Because, and there's other people that are like, well, if you think she's lying anyway, who cares? No, the important thing is she's the leader of the fucking party. If she turns around and puts weight behind it, that's something that sends a signal to everybody else that's a fucking Democrat that'll turn around and go, oh shit, we have to kind of take this seriously now. Like we have to kind of consider the possibilities of a new, whatever the fuck that line is.
At that point, it ceases to become rhetoric if they actually end up landing themselves in the fucking White House. At that point, it may as well be an action. The president saying something carries weight with it in a way, especially like that when you say it as a candidate doesn't. But if you said it then and then you reiterate it, now it means something. There's an expectation that exists in the world and among your constituents and all the people that elected her.
It sets a permission structure, basically.
Yeah.
A group of more moderate Senate Democrats, led by Angus King, an independent who caucused with the Democrats, they cut this deal. And the truth is, there's just not much in this deal. They're ending the shutdown here for very little.
Yeah, this says government funding extension until January 30th, a future vote on healthcare tax credits, a minibus of 3 appropriations bills, a reversal of shutdown layoffs and restrictions on future cuts, back pay for federal workers.
But so really quick,
though, the 3 bills, there's no guarantee that they will make it through the House or that they won't get vetoed by Trump. That's for starters.
Or that he'll follow them even if they made it through both.
And even Tim Kaine was talking about RIFs. He kept saying RIFs over and over again. If you didn't know what he was talking about, he was specifically speaking to Trump's ability to do reductions in force for federal workers. That pause that he got is only as good as the length of the continuing, the clean CR, the continuing resolution. When that's over, he can fucking, I just smacked shit out of my mic. He can fucking just run through any sort of federal employees that he fucking wants. Yep. So all of these are pretty fucking light, is my point.
Of all this, the place where you see Democrats kind of got nothing was there's nothing on the healthcare subsidies that were supposedly the core of this whole fight. So what happened?
I guess no one told him that it was just about raising awareness.
Yeah.
Did they fold?
Like, I can't. The joke
for
I was
any, well, no, I just want to say this, and I'm not going to name names, but like, for any content creator that wants to ask their audience if they knew about something important prior to a particular political event, if they're like, did you guys know? Like, let me pull the chat. Did you guys know? That's a fucking self-report, you fucking moron. They go to you.
You're supposed to tell them. They're supposed to know. If they don't know, that's a reflection. That says more about you than it does about them.
I'm not. That could be anybody. I'm just saying, if you happen
Unless
to
you're
see
conceding
a content creator,
the political informing happens elsewhere, not when they're watching your stream, but you expect it to happen when they're scrolling Twitter, I guess.
I think to understand what happened here, you have to know that the ACA subsidies were a kind of weird part of this whole shutdown. The energy for the shutdown did not come from healthcare subsidies. It came from the many, many congressional Democrats who feel Trump is forcing the country towards authoritarianism, who felt they could not morally keep funding a government that was being run this way. I think they were right about that.
Okay, why do they treat individual politicians as agents like this? Like, it's coming down to the conscience of these individual people, and he's like abstracting and divorcing how many people are behind these representatives. We're in a representative democracy, Ezra Klein. Why does he talk about it as if, like, again, just these gods above us, these politicians in Washington, only they notice this and not the people that voted them into office?
I hate the idea that he's trying to turn this into something that's way more abstract. Like it literally can and could and is be about the subsidies. And there should have been, and I know this was part of the conversation at first, there should have been more about a guarantee about rescissions. That needed to go hand in hand. The thing that I don't think people are talking about enough, for anything that you do want to give them credit for, like turning the government back on or whatever, none of this shit means anything. Granted, it'll affect Trump's polls. The likelihood of his third term is looking dimmer and dimmer, but like what does that mean? That means fucking nothing. They can still turn around and fucking shitcan this stuff. And the truly heartbreaking aspect of like our society, our level of like civic education, is any one of these individual Republican like senators or especially Congress people can go back to their district and they can just go, hey, I voted against this. And not many people are going to be able to say one way or the other whether or not they did, because I don't think there's that many people that are as plugged in as they could or should be.
Yeah, they're definitely
so
not.
They'll get a lot of these motherfuckers will get away with this shit.
It's just, this is like West Wing shit. It tells me, so like the way that they talk about these things is so revealing about how they view it fundamentally, and how they view just everything. It like all of this is just like a massive self-report, and that transcends any individual issue that they're ever talking about. It shows you that, again, they think politics is just, it comes down to convincing the other guy in the room with you and not ever using the public and the people as any sort of bully pulpit.
But there weren't enough of them. And so the idea of shutting down over these expanded Affordable Care Act subsidies emerged. And
again, even that statement, I don't even remember what it's connected to. There weren't enough of them. It's never stopped a minority from imposing their will across the fucking country, ever. Hello, dude. MAGA is an ideological minority in this country. I don't give a fuck that they won the popular vote. When you look at everything that they fucking stand for, all of it's unpopular. They don't even have a popular mandate. And to the extent that they did, that all went away and changed after the last election with this blue wave of people that turned into a fucking referendum on Trump very, very quickly because he's ridiculously unpopular. So is his whole party. So this whole thing of like, what was that again?
The idea of shutting down. Oh, they're right about that. But there weren't enough of them.
There weren't enough of them. This same person just made a video talking about how like 10 to 13 Democrats almost held up Obamacare entirely because they were anti-choice. And also argues that we need more people like that in government. But what was that again about? You just need more power. You can't do anything because you don't have the numbers, bro. Even though you're literally saying at different points, you're pointing to examples of where just a few people, in this case, it was 8 Democrats that are going against the whole rest of the party. Even nominally the fucking leader, Chuck Schumer.
Yeah.
And so the idea of shutting down over these expanded Affordable Care Act subsidies emerged. And it was the one demand that could hold the entire Senate Democratic caucus together. But it had a couple of problems. One is that even if Democrats won on the healthcare subsidies, for many of them, it wasn't going to solve the problem they were most worried about, which was the authoritarianism. 2, you had a bunch of Senate Democrats who really didn't want to do this at all. They were just going...
I just don't even... Like, he is presupposing so much that they even care about this encroaching authoritarianism. I've frequently said this, and I'm going to say it until it's not true or I'm blue in the face, whichever one comes first. The liberals take the threat of Trump seriously when they're running for election, but once they get into office, it's like it shows that like their rhetoric was completely vacuous because their actions don't align with the threat, that with like how much they were saying this is going to be a problem. And then with leftists, it's inverse. When Trump and Republicans are not in office, they are constantly downplaying or underestimating the extent to which it's going to be dangerous for Republicans to have access to any levers of power. But then once they're in office, they take it seriously and fight it the way liberals should be.
Like saying January 6th was liberal 9/11, like shit like that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, with that, my takeaway for that also includes like a binary between like liberals, like I have a takeaway for liberals in that like I wish liberals would understand that January 6th was really, really funny, and I wish leftists would understand that it's not. Like both of them are lacking. I was
shitting myself sideways watching that play out, but then when you the further removed you get from it, and you realize that like there's no actual consequences coming from it.
Yeah, no.
A lot of working class people are going to look at the landscape and be like, that has nothing to do with my rent getting paid, even though like in a long protracted esoteric way it kind of does, but not in a way that anybody understands. So therefore they don't give a fuck.
Yeah. it's just a thing that happened this one day. And can you really even hold Trump responsible? Because he was just saying words. He was just saying words or whatever. It's like kind of unfair to like blame him for the actions of all these other people. Like, but I mean, like there were consequences, but you would think that there weren't because he faced federal indictments over this, like in New York and different states. But guess what? It means F-U-C-K all if he ends up still being allowed to run for the presidency and then fucking win.
So super, like really brief. The idea is Mr. Miser, rather, sorry. Like you need a healthy functioning democracy where like peaceful transitions of power and people working together and all this sort of shit. You need all of that to function like altruistically the way it's supposed to be with good heart and intent and charitability for all of this shit to work so that we vote on things in our best interest. We see good outcomes. And part of that outcome is like solving housing crises and things of that nature, right? That's the long-term, like, if I got the Pepe Silvia murder board out and spent like 3 hours, I could bring you all the way back around to where, yes, January 6th in a weird way, had it gone the wrong way, could have affected people's rent, something like that. But the short version is nobody really has time, gives a fuck, cares about it in that regard. You'll never get somebody to focus in on that. But that's like a 50, 60, 70-year project from both parties to try to drive down civic engagement because like there were groups in like the 70s that were putting out publishing documents in the 70s basically saying like this democracy is getting out of fucking hand. We got to drive this shit back down, both liberals and conservatives alike. So like, yeah, we're not there anymore. We're not at that point.
And then addressing my own chat. This is what Trapo Trap House calls Sorkin brain. Ezra lives as if he is in an episode of The West Wing. Incoherent voter, what do you think I'm getting some of my analysis from? Go listen, if you haven't, go listen to the segment where they reflect on the appearance that Virgil Texas and Matt Christman had when they went on the Yahoo News Skullduggery podcast. And oh boy, they are trying to explain to them the like West Wing politics. And it's just like completely like going over these people like in one ear out the other. They're like not even listening. All they care about is like, do you endorse? Who are you going to vote for? Who are you going to vote for? That's like what these liberals from the Beltway wanted to talk about to the Chapo boys. That was it. Yeah. Then if you've heard it, then you already know what's what. It's the liberal mind prison.
Their colleagues. And then 3, and this was the hardest thing for Democrats to talk about, even though they talked about it internally. Of course, Democrats wanted to extend health insurance.
Wait, what's hard for them to talk about internally?
Really didn't want to do this at all. They were just going along with their colleagues. And then 3, and this was the hardest thing for Democrats to talk about, even though they talked about it internally. Of course, Democrats wanted to extend health insurance subsidies. They care about the Affordable Care Act. They passed those subsidies in the first place. But weren't they handing Donald Trump? Weren't they fighting to hand Donald Trump a huge political gift?
Like, I have to interrupt him because I'm thinking, like, the reason why they couldn't make this fight about authoritarianism, which apparently Soypil said when he was talking to Gavin Newsom, that he's like, why aren't you guys centering, like, more of the encroaching authoritarianism as, like, incorporating that into the messaging? He's like, it just falls flat with voters. And it's like, gee, you wonder why? Because Kamala Harris fucking used all the juice that argument had. And it feels like, oh, the boy who cried wolf when it comes to trying to talk about the encroaching authoritarianism under Trump, even though that's literally happening right now. But they're all convinced, oh, we can't talk about fascism anymore because that didn't win us the 2024 election. And it's like, well, it's almost like that's not what it was. It was like the way that you went about talking about it because you were clamoring on about democracy. But people just equate that with institutions, and institutions are not popular right now. So if you don't talk about it in like less abstract ways, then of course you're gonna like come to the conclusion when voters reject that like nothing empty pitch, oh, they don't actually really care about encroaching authoritarianism when clearly they do. But that's not how you talk about it.
This was the thing I was talking about where I was like, I fucking hate him with every fiber of my being because the way he phrased that just now, if you do the good thing, if you have the positive outcome that saves lives and minimizes suffering, and you have this achievement where people were going to go broke paying for inelastic healthcare, if you do that, you're giving your opponent an optical fucking win. Like, I can't say within the confines of the Twitch terms of service what the fuck I think about that stupid ass comment. you are supposed, and this is me being a dumbass middle-aged like high ideals fucking goofball, I guess. You are supposed to run for represent a district, represent a state. You're supposed to be a public servant because you want to what? Serve the fucking public. And this notion that he's sitting there like, golly gee, if you would have scored 50,000 people and spared their fucking lives from not dying from fucking healthcare is going to be the thing that in turn would make your party look bad, and therefore you don't want to fucking do it. I hate, like, dude, it's not team sports.
All chess. It's all chess to these people.
Team sports.
It's chess. It's team sports. It's just spectacle for them. It's just sports commentary for him, as far as he's concerned. This is like a rundown at the halftime.
Yeah, you're fumbling your own ball on the foot. But in the inverse, right? I know people, like not personally, but I can tell you a couple people at a minimum that believe this guy is like liberal Jesus. They listen to what liberal Jesus says. They fucking follow everything that comes out of liberal Jesus's mouth.
And Jesus was Jewish, and so is Ezra Klein, so that fits very well.
So there you go. And he can rock a mean fucking goatee, but that's neither here nor there. Liberal Jesus is like, you need to let people suffer because then it's a gift. Well, they had the biggest gift you could have fucking asked for with the snap cuts. But for liberals to turn around and go, I don't think anybody knows what it's like to be on have an EBT card. So therefore, you can't be supportive of pushing this further. Pick a fucking lane, dude. Either you want cold calculations for seizing power. This could have been the thing that fucking crushes republicanism under the boot heel for a long time, purely based off the suffering that a lot of people were going to go through. I'm not advocating for that, but God damn it, that's what they would have fucking ended up with at the end of this shutdown.
It's what he's advocating for.
You're literally fucking giving everything away. Like, what the fuck?
The same people talking about this, running with this fucking line. Ezra Klein, this is the same guy who's completely fine with anti-choice candidates. Other commentators are completely fine entertaining the notion of welcoming segregationists into the party, but not SNAP benefits, like being withheld for a few more days. That's where we draw the line, because we care about working class people.
I hate that shit because that's the thing that, like, Mamdani, we haven't seen him in practice yet. We haven't seen him, like, boots on the ground, fucking giving it his all. But the thing that made Mamdani win isn't some sort of like Marxian ideology. He wasn't quoting Lenin in the streets. None of that shit. He went to a bunch of people and said, hey, what can I do for you? And they said, here's 5 things. And then he made a list, and he literally made that his fucking campaign. That's just good fucking governance. And if you do that because the working class is becoming the thing, you're going to end up by default, if you make people happy in a very transparent, straightforward way, it's going to end up being left-leaning policy no matter what. But I just hate this shit of like, well, it's not good for the party. Like, you're not supposed to give a fuck about the party. You're supposed to give a fuck about being a good representative.
Even Midas Touch, even Ben Meiselas was saying a thing that's not true, demonstrably not true if you actually look into, like, you know, what his channel has produced at different points. But even he was paying lip service to the idea that, like, hey, at the end of the day, I'm not, like, I am a partisan, but not to the fucking end of the earth. Like, there are lines that I have. Hold on, let me see if I can't find it. This. Brett Meiselas, an all-time fumble by the Democrats. After finally starting to rebuild trust with voters following the election, Democrats had momentum on their side. During the shutdown fight, Americans were beginning to believe they could actually hold firm. Republicans were the ones sinking fast, their approval plummeting, Trump hitting his lowest numbers ever. But instead of finishing the job and standing strong for the people, too many Democrats chose to dive right into the GOP's hole in a way that feels orchestrated. People like to say the Democratic messaging is bad, but it's not really about that. People won't support people they don't think are fighting for them. I will never blindly support and cheerlead a party. My allegiance is with the people, and the people are pissed. This is like, again, this dude, if you're at the point where even this guy is calling the party out and you're not getting a fat fucking check from the DNC or some DNC aligned org, you have lost the plot, because not even Brian Tyler Cohen and the fucking Meiselas, like the co-founder of Midas Touch, can defend this. Or Harry Sisson Harry Sisson, absolutely pathetic. I cannot believe he caved to this wannabe dictator and his goons. Thanks to the Democrats who voted no. We'll remember who bent the knee. Typically, what you hear from this guy is, you guys, it's not great, but at the end of the day, the real enemy is out there, and it's the GOP. Not tonight. Harry Sisson was saying it's their fault. It's these Democrats' fault. Say their name. Don't forget it. And then this guy, this is also like a co-founder of Midas Touch. Only political accomplishment out of this for Dems is that when health insurance skyrockets for 22 million Americans in 42 days, it will be clear to even low information voters that Republicans are the ones responsible. Whether that makes all this worth it remains to be seen. This is the only coherent defense of this that does not come off like bootlicking. It's the only one that works. And it's literally, it fits in a tweet. It fits in a tweet. No extension needed.
But also, you're getting this from tweets, and that's a very online take. So, you know.
Yeah, I didn't think about that.
You're being very online right now.
There was like one more in here that wasn't this, like the messaging. Oh wait, no, it was Brian.
Hold on, go back up. No, go back up. Go back up. Up. That's fucking, he's gotta go. Like, that's amazing.
This was a
that's
Brian.
Just no, that's loser POV. Like, that's fucking, you're done. Like, when they start posting that shit, you don't, like, there's certain points in time where, like, your image, your persona, like, you're the whipping boy on this shit. And if they're starting to do that with that level of, like, fucking disrespect, and the libs are doing that shit,
you're done.
You're done.
You're done.
Get the fuck out of here.
That's
awesome.
Look, here's how you know we're in dire times. Brian Tyler Cohen is talking to Bernie Sanders, you guys. This is a thing he's only done like one other time. And when Bernie Sanders, he had his channel around in 2020. He says he's a progressive. He never, like, once, there's not a single video about him on his channel. Hold on. If I put, if I search, because this is where I learned this. Yeah, the extent to the left is virtually shut out on these channels. Brian Tyler Cohen, who calls himself an independent progressive political host, he previously worked part-time for MSNBC, has been regularly covering news and politics on YouTube since 2018. But a review of his channel shows that during the 2020 election cycle, he never once featured Bernie Sanders in a video title or thumbnail, despite posting daily content and racking up millions of views. While Cohen has eagerly platformed establishment Democrats like Nancy Pelosi, Jamie Harrison, Buttigieg, Adam Schiff, Kamala Harris, and Joe Biden, he ignored the only independent progressive candidate in the 2020 Democratic primary. The New York Times and CNN also participated in the Bernie blackout, blah, blah, blah. Yet Cohen did until it became politically convenient for him to feature Sanders on a show in November 2022, the first time Sanders was ever even mentioned in one of his YouTube titles. For some reason, Sanders now appears on his show semi-regularly. Why he would reward this behavior rather than use his influence to elevate any of the independent outlets that have tirelessly promoted him? Well, because it's a huge fucking channel, and Bernie Sanders is pragmatic. Obviously, that's why. Dumb fuck. But I shouldn't say that. I think Nathan J. Robinson is very intelligent. I usually agree with most of it. I just thought that was a silly point. It's like, what do you mean? Bernie has always been this, like, ruthlessly pragmatic. Of course, he was going to go on the channel as soon as he got the opportunity. But I'm just saying, we're in dire straits if Brian Tyler Cohen is excited to talk to him.
Talking to Bernie. But there's also sort of an underlying sentiment, no matter who, anytime those words of, like, why would that person talk to them as opposed to supporting channels that have been the acolyte for this,
like
this particular politician?
Like my independent outlet.
Yeah, like, okay. And it's not a progressive outlook or a liberal outlook or whatever. I've heard that from all across the political spectrum. But that's one of those things where it's like, you can't put those words into that sentence and not sound like you're just bitter. You should be glad that anyone is talking to Bernie or anyone is talking to
of course. It's fucking stupid. Why wouldn't you? You just said he's like the largest progressive independent commentator on YouTube. Of course, Bernie, as soon as he gets the opportunity, he gets invited on, he's going to say yes.
Bernie Sanders should not have anything to do with a single liberal ever anywhere. This is bullshit.
Certainly not one that treated him that way. Ian Weatherford, thank you for the $1.99. Congrats on getting a real lawyer co-host. So that's also directed to you. And I also got a chatter saying, can you, what?
I'm just a guy that likes to yap for fun. That's it.
Can you ask Ogreboy if that's a Rhea Ripley sticker on his mic? Oh, if you were in his Discord, you'd already know the answer to that. Yeah,
it is. And actually, no, you know what I should do? No, I won't do plugs on the first podcast. I can even tell you where I got there's an artist in the UK that sells them, and it's her side hustle to try to like pay for like car insurance and shit. They are a very wonderful person. But I'll save that for a future podcast. If this goes the distance, I might get replaced after the first night.
You wouldn't, as Traitor, you wouldn't sell it to DNC for $5K a month? Never say never. If the DNC wants to promote communist streamers, go for it. Okay, I don't know that I'm going to if they want to cut me a check for $5K a month and there's no stipulations that I got to say anything, fine by me. If you want to sponsor me,
hey, I've been told that I can be a member of Chorus and shit on Biden ruthlessly. So they showed me one person that's allowed to do it. That means I should be able to do it too.
Yeah,
I'm
waiting for them to email me. I haven't heard back, but hopefully one day I do. Where is it? Oh, the messaging. Okay. This is brilliant messaging. And keep in mind, 2 House Dems who got elected in Trump districts come out against the Senate deal. I was particularly impressed by this statement. My statement on the proposed spending agreement. I was sent to Washington to challenge a broken system, not rubber stamp the status quo. The agreement proposed by the Senate fails to meet the urgent needs of our communities, including protecting affordable health care, enhancing public safety, and reining in the reckless tariffs hurting California's small businesses. President Trump has consistently broken the trust of the American people, using congressionally appropriated funds to serve his partisan political agenda instead of putting our tax dollars back into our communities. I cannot trust the pledge for a future vote to address healthcare, while the American people continue to bear the burden of this administration's broken promises. Any deal that does not immediately meet the critical needs of the American people, especially protecting healthcare, is a betrayal of our constituents. If this deal comes to the House, I will vote no.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Like, again, they won in a Trump district. This is like, and that took me less than 60 seconds to read. How stupid do we think that the fucking median voter is that they can't internalize this message? Like, all of it, like, again, he's even talking about how, like, even in here, even though he's not saying Trump's an authoritarian, he's talking about his authoritarian tendencies by saying, he frames it like, oh, he broke your trust or whatever, instead of being like, he's power grabbing, he's like Hitler, he's a dictator, blah, blah, blah. They don't use any of that, like, any of that sort of language or prose. You just say it in very, 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 very simple brass tacks to describe what is happening. He is using...
Hold on, I want to find... I'm sorry, go ahead. I want to find the fucking names of the 8 senators again. Just
by saying, like, they're not talking about Elon Musk or Doge cuts or anything like that, which I would be inclined to do. They're just saying, hey, Congress said this money's for that, and he said, I don't want to do that, and so he broke the law. That's it. That's all you need to do. You don't need to say Hitler. If you don't want to lean into the, like, like, encroaching authoritarianism aspect, there's ways to not talk about it in those terms and still have the point land.
I'm pretty sure New Hampshire, like Portsmouth, I think there's like I'm not saying these people are soulless, and if they do mention people in food lines and shit, I'll definitely give like credit where credit's due. I'll give benefit of the doubt to an extent, but like some of these people have pretty decent sized like military bases and shit near there. To the extent that they were caving, I think for probably a pretty good fucking safe bet. And like Tim Kaine's from Virginia.
Yeah.
You're looking at people with like pretty decent federal employee populations, and you can't sit there with a straight face in this era and basically say like, well, we're worried about the federal employees only. They're having to turn around and couple that message or lean heavier into the message of like, well, it's the SNAP, it's the food, the WIC, the food benefits and shit, like the food lines. That's what they were running with. But it's like, I have to think that if you looked at each one of those states, they had when you have like military bases and shit like that, you also have like decent populations of like federally employed contractors and things of that nature. You're going to end up with entire ecosystems, entire economies that are just run off of like surrounding that base and doing things related to that base. So that's what this was. Like, let's not fucking pretend. And to the extent that those people were picked, obviously it had everything to do with the safety of their seats, but that was the motivating factor. And that's why they were probably some of the loudest voices for wanting to bring it to a close, is because they were worried it was more about the economy than anything else.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Gift. Premiums are going to more than double.
And for Ezra Klein, it's about being proven right from any of the stupid op-eds that he's penned in the last, like, what, 6 months?
For millions of Americans, 20 million-ish Americans. And Donald Trump and the Republicans are going to be blamed for that. it is going to be another way in which they let prices go up. And see this strange inverted political logic. If Democrats won the fight, they would be neutralizing what might be their best issue against Republicans in 2026. If Republicans won the fight, they would be handing Democrats a cudgel to beat them with in 2026. So what happened here? Why then?
Okay, no. I'll let it. I won't talk for that long. You don't have to take. I was about to say the majority report. You don't have to take him off the screen. That's not how any of this works. I'm too fucking online. The idea of rewind it like 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Did this? So what happened?
That's
here?
bullshit. The cudgel thing is complete bullshit.
Oh, wait.
The ability to be like, we're the ones that saved your fucking healthcare. That's it. And that's a winning message just by itself.
Yeah.
We're the ones that gave you back affordable healthcare. We put the affordable back in affordable healthcare. Fuck him. That's so stupid. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Against Republicans in 2026. If Republicans won the fight, they would be handing Democrats a cudgel to beat them with in 2026. So what happened here? Why then, having started this fight, did Democrats give it up for very little? The basic answer was Trump wasn't negotiating with him. And the Senate moderates, who never really wanted to shut down to begin with.
I just know he hasn't read that Vox article, but it is just stunning how they independently arrive at the same stupid conclusion. It was the same thing. Like, why did they give up the fight? The answer couldn't possibly be corruption. The answer couldn't possibly be that they're weak, that they're feckless. No, it's because the Republicans weren't showing signs of doing the thing that they wanted, so they gave up.
It's the miners cartoon where it's like all gamblers quit right before they fucking hit pay dirt.
Pain that it was causing their constituents and in their view the country. You had hundreds of thousands of federal workers who were furloughed or fired. Some of them were facing eviction. They were not able to pay their rent. You had hungry families.
Did you know that shit doesn't only happen during a government shutdown? That's kind of just every day in this fucking country for like tons of different people. It's unfortunately only magnified and noticed during a government shutdown.
That were cut off from food assistance. You had the threat, the growing reality of flights being canceled at airports all across the country. And you had all these other things happening too. There's a lot the government does.
Not even like saying like during Thanksgiving or like around holidays or whatever. Like, dude, most people are not flying. I don't know how they keep making this mistake. All of them talk about the flights and TSA. Like most people are doing air travel more than like, some people don't even do it once a year on average. But he makes it sound like it's happening constantly.
But no, you have to think about it from the perspective of who flies all the time.
Ezra.
Well, yeah, but like exactly. But which tax bracket are the ones that are flying constantly to the point where they would also be the loudest ones to say, go ahead, you've had your fun, you've played in the sandbox long enough. Now bring this fucking shit to a close because I'm tired of getting my flights fucking delayed.
Yeah, I'm tired of waiting in TSA pre-check for an hour. I didn't pay $100 for this 5 years ago for this wait.
Yeah.
That does not make the headlines that we don't pay that much attention to, but they were seeing it. They were getting calls from their constituents. And I want to give them their due because they feel they were making the moral choice. They do not feel that holding out longer would have made Trump cave. So they looked at this and they thought, we've caused enough.
And that's why they did it. That's why Chuck Schumer and this gang of 8, that's why they're doing it. They just felt like this gosh darn strategy ain't going to work. We got to stop. And so they stopped.
When in doubt, blink first.
We're not going to get what we want here. Let's get out of it. I would not, if I were in the Senate, vote for this deal. I think they're getting out of it for nothing. And I think if Donald Trump wants to cancel...
Oh, they're getting nothing out of it? Okay, so why did they stop? Oh, well, because it wasn't going to work? Like, why are you against it if you're saying...
Winning.
If they were winning, but it wasn't going to work. I wouldn't personally do this, but that's just how they felt. And I guess that's valid.
So flights across Thanksgiving in order to refuse to lower healthcare prices for Americans. He wants to make his priority so exquisitely clear to people. Why not let him do that? This is the difference, I think, between Democrats who understand that they're in an intentional fight for power right now.
He thinks that they don't understand what they did. He genuinely thinks that these people, all of these Democratic senators, Dick Durbin doesn't know the ramifications of this or what he just did.
I'm just sitting here internally blood boiling because I'm just picturing the type of person that would watch this and just go, so true. So fucking true. You go, King.
Someone put ding ding, a first time chatter, Captain Carl. Ding ding ding, airports getting worse and worse right before Thanksgiving, the biggest travel holiday of the year that is a top three reason, if not number one. Okay, but keep in mind, just because it gets that busy, that does not mean it doesn't take much for an airport to get overwhelmed. So that still doesn't negate the fact that most Americans are not traveling by air very frequently at all.
There was a super quick anecdote, like super quick, like not related, but not a one for one. There was a president in Brazil, very popular, dragged through a lot of convoluted things that I'm not going to take the time to explain right now, pulled a bunch of his fucking people out of poverty, was very beloved. And it got the people ended up with so much spending money that they started flying again. And from the elites in Brazil, they would basically look at the state of the airports, and they were mad because they said, why are all these, like, I'm paraphrasing, but they were like, why are all these fucking broke people here? This shit is starting to look like the fucking airport. Like, it's not the airport, it's the bus station. This is bullshit. Yeah. And then that's when they started to really put the barrels towards Lula for the shit that he had done to help people. Like, the ability to fly constantly, that's hey, this
is supposed to be for us.
It's for the people that drink their fucking shit with their pinky up, like that sort of shit. Inconvenience at an airport was one of the things that led to the last shutdown getting fucking closed. So you got to think about who's getting inconvenienced, and then like their ability to have enough of a voice to bring it to a close.
Not justifying the cave from Dems, listing a reason wealthier people fly in planes and wealthier people are also likely to be voters. Hey, I know that part. I'm only talking about the fact. The point that I'm trying to make, Captain Carl, is that saying Ezra Klein is, as far as being in touch with his audience, he's right on pulse, okay? Because yes, on average, if you're watching this man and listening to him and taking his opinion seriously, you probably are an out-of-touch liberal elite locked in an ivory tower and you make a good amount. You make over six figures, okay? But I'm talking about that only, he tells on himself, because that is not the big reason why it's looking bad, because I don't make what Ezra Klein fucking makes. When I look at what's on my TikTok feed and my social media feed, it's like a fucking working class person, okay? That's not what is coming up. It's not really that. Like, there were actually people being like, I fell for the TikTok hype. I got to my airport several hours early because everybody was saying there's TSA delays, but there's not one at my like bumfuck little airport. Why did I think that would be the case?
Well, not only that, I'll push back on that further, because wealthier people vote. That's 100% true. But then you have to consider like how fucking like at the top of that pyramid, like I've had people tell me like some of the statistics. I don't have them at the top. Start to look into like just how much ahead of the rest of the country you are if you even make like 70 grand a year right now. Like the idea of like the if you're trying to go like, you know, won't somebody think of these wealthy people that fly across country constantly and they're complaining about the airline? Like, I think somebody really needs to consider their feelings for once. You're talking about an ever contracting amount of people the further you go up that ladder. So I hear you. You're not wrong, but you're talking about an infinitely smaller pool of people at only a very low floor. Yeah.
Yeah, like it's even crazy to think, because it feels like the amount of discourse that college students are brought up, even to propose stupid policies when it comes to like Dem debates, for example. Okay, you're talking about like 30% of America, like adults. Like around 30% of American adults have a bachelor's degree. Like, I am by definition in some elite category because I have a bio undergrad. Most Americans in this country don't. The median salary for like a man is like $39,000. And that's like, he probably doesn't have a fucking bachelor degree.
Right? They need to win the attention wars against Trump. They need to make clear who he is to the American people. And then Senate Democrats are still treating this like it's normal. Like it's just back and forth on policy. Like we're just in a normal political moment. I don't think
he's treating it like that. There were Senate Democrats outspoken and upset about this. Like, I shouldn't have closed down that fucking article. Give me a second to pull it back up. Like, they were exhausted. This is someone from Connecticut who
I can't fucking not laugh every time I see that picture.
This fucking picture.
Holy fuck.
This is Chris Murphy. He is like seen some shit. Okay, it's not gonna let me fucking.
I think I've already heard this, but like, yeah, he's been through some stuff.
But, it looks like 8 Democrats have joined Republicans to vote for a temporary reopening of the government for about 2 months, but a bill with no protections to stop the coming healthcare disaster in this country caused by Donald Trump's premium increases, nor any provisions to meaningfully stop Trump's corruption and his illegality. You can see how tired I am. I've been
like, buddy, we can hear it. Like, you look like hammered shit. You sound out of breath just from filming this like TikTok.
Weekend. Have been working throughout the past few weeks to try to prevent this.
And I approve of this. This is clearly a man who genuinely cares far more about his constituents than any of those single fucking 8 ghouls, those fucking MAGA-crats or whatever you want to call them, that crossed the picket line and fucked over everybody else.
I wouldn't even go that far to say like MAGA-crats or whatever, but I think it's 100% something that like they weren't meant for a fight. They weren't meant for a prolonged thing. And again, I'll say it again, like, not to really derail this, but the idea of organizing, using your, like, Ilhan Omar, shortly after Trump took office the second time, she was having a town hall, and part of that town hall, she put it out flatly. She says, you can come use my office, and we have people standing by to try to help you figure out the best ways to use any federal resources possible. Like, yeah, like, that's the sort of shit to where if you're genuinely worried about this shit, A, you should be doing that anyway. But B, you should have been trying to think about what can you do with your platform, your voice, everything else, especially as a representative or a senator, that you can help mitigate this shit, because you should have fucking known that this was coming.
The Hateful Eight. The reason why people won't do that is because they like that movie too much. But yeah, he carries this tone throughout it. And he does say, like, I want to end it, but not by any means necessary. Not if we're not going to get the thing that we're pushing for.
We're in a normal political moment. But what I do think is that this was a skirmish, not the war. This was about positioning for next year, not about winning policy concessions this year. And so did Democrats win the shutdown? They definitely did not win the shutdown. The shutdown is ending, and they got relatively little. But in the fight for positioning in politics...
How is he not even going to bring up that people know about the ACA tax credits now? I can't even say it with a straight face.
He's being very ignorant towards all of the fucking elevated awareness, and I think he needs to be canceled for it.
Which is what this really was. They ended up a bit better than they started. People know the healthcare subsidies are expiring. They know Republicans want to let the healthcare subsidies expire.
There we go.
If they do expire, the American people are now set up to blame Republicans for that, which is correct. It will be Republicans' fault if that happens. So did Democrats win the shutdown? No. But they didn't lose it either. They ended up a little bit better than they started.
Liberal Tim Pool shit. How are you fence sitting at this point? They unambiguously lost it.
Even how badly opposition parties usually do in shutdowns, that's not nothing.
Fuck you. I hate him so much. I hate the level of like outsized voice he has with so many like Beltway insiders and shit. It's so he's awful. You reading the comments?
Yeah. I'm like trying to see if this is going to further blackpill me or if it was going to give me some
Never
hope.
Underestimate the Democrats' ability to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. Primary, every last one of them.
This second sentence tells me that they still don't understand what happened here. Because again, you really should not be that surprised. And also they're not like they clearly don't know that like 2 of them are not even fucking running for re-election. If Schumer can't keep Democrats together while winning, how can we trust him to keep them together during challenging times?
It's worse than that. And I don't think anybody's going to listen to an Ezra Klein like podcast and get this information, but like he was in on it. He was in on it. So it's not a matter of like fecklessness because he can't keep his party together.
Yeah, this was intentional.
Yeah.
Or again, the only other option is that he didn't know it was happening, and that's also bad because you've lost control. They only taught Trump that he never needs to negotiate. I mean, yeah. Yep. They had airlines that didn't want to have a bad quarter. They had retailers who wanted to have a big holiday. They had no election to hold them to account. They had 8 Dems who weren't up for re-election. They totally sold out. This was never about the constituents' pain. It was about the corporate donors' pain. I mean, yeah, this is also another succinct way. Please tell me you don't think that's all entirely a meme.
No, he wants a, I'm not naming names. He wants a sound drop for that.
Okay. Okay. I didn't realize it was a reference on that meta. I thought you were making fun of Cenk, like genuinely. And I was like, no, I know Cenk's like, you know.
The person I'm making fun of has significantly less hair than Cenk.
Okay.
He says that every time. You can't You can't have a conversation where you talk about the incredibly outsized institutional advantage that the establishment has. It's you have to, before you even have the conversation, you have to agree in advance to tie your hands together and never mention the insane amount of money that they can fucking pull out of their ass to help support the incumbent. It's not allowed. You can't do it. You're taking a cop out if you fucking admit that the ability to light $1.5 billion fucking dollars in 1 year on one fucking 177-day campaign just to light it on fire, and you're like, how am I ever going to fucking run for president if that's the fucking if that's the opening bet to get into the fucking room to gamble?
Need to pay,
what the fuck?
I don't think you like, she paid for the Vegas Sphere with that money.
See, you say that, but I was about to comment. Do you know how fucking amazing this dome would look on that dome? Like, come on. What do you mean? Like that would work in my favor, whereas that was a loss of money for her, clearly. Oh my God, I hate everyone.
Hey, Patriot P-6669 in YouTube chat. Why are you in YouTube chat and not in the Discord in the waiting room? Because yesterday you were defending this bullshit. And now the only thing you have to say is, we're deep in the YouTube comment section. Yeah, we are. Why didn't you ever come into the Discord to explain to me why you supported this? Or justified it? Jenk wakes up in the middle of the night and screams, it's the donor class. And lives rent-free in some people's minds at all times. Okay,
we can, if that, I mean, I don't know, that the fact that we're in mine kind of interrupts your ability to torment your prey. Because we're not in the other one, and nobody knows about this one.
I mean,
so.
They don't need to come on now. I just, like, explain yourself in YouTube chat, please. Like, why didn't you come in? I offered to let you come in, and I wasn't even doing Discord or ban, which I typically do for people that piss me off. But that didn't even piss me off. I wanted to know what the argument is. Okay, this is an amazing article from the New York Post. I don't know if you've been seeing this, but the New York Times is like a tabloid when it comes to Mamdani because of the things that they've previously posted, like literally sourcing a fucking white nationalist for that quote-unquote story about the fact that he lied about his race on one of his admissions to Berkeley, but he didn't really fucking do that because the dude's from South Africa. And so he said, like, I'm African American, but I don't feel like he explained, like, I don't feel comfortable marking this because I'm like South African, but there's not really like a good option for me here. But they are.
Oh, that's also the same. That's the same logic for people that were blasting Kamala, saying like, no, she's not. She's from what was it? She was from her parents are Jamaican or some shit. Yeah. So that's like, that's not this shit. Like, I think Tim Pool was even doing that trash.
Yeah, like some again, we're going off of like splitting hairs with their ethnicity or something like that. It's so fucking stupid. But I guess somewhere in here, if I put is it Brad? Yeah, Brad Lander. Okay, so like this big the T in here is that Brad Lander was going around and not like helping Mamdani, but he doesn't end up with a post. Here's the unrefined version of this. Before we get to the unrefined version of what it looks like to report on that straightforwardly, here's how the New York Times launders it. Brad Lander, the city comptroller, was also said to have been interested in the job after he and Mr. Mamdani locked arms in the Democratic mayoral primary. But Mr. Lander was not seriously considered in the end and is now laying the groundwork to run for the congressional seat held by Representative Daniel Goldman. Oh, I guess maybe it's not this one. I saw a screenshot on Twitter. I assumed it was this because it came up when I searched Brad Lander, Mamdani. But they were saying that like Mamdani also I don't know, they're not hit pieces or anything like that, but they're like unsubstantiated, like anonymous source, like Mamdani also is going behind the scenes trying to undermine this person or that person. But this is the refined way of saying that like, oh, Lander was buffed even though he supported him. They cross-endorsed each other, right? Here's how the New York Post reports on it. Zoran Mamdani just made one wise move. Nixing loser Lander's job hopes. This was published on November 9th. Here's one Zoran Mamdani move we can cheer. The mayor-elect has apparently kicked Brad Lander to the curb. Some will see this as ingratitude after rushing to ally with Mamdani in the Democratic primary. The about-to-be ex-city comptroller zealously thumped for him these last few months, essentially serving as Team Zoran's house Jew. It literally...
Oh my God.
But tell me that isn't what they want to put. Tell me that isn't what they want to put when they're talking about Lander being rebuffed. Because again, after he locked arms with him in the primary, but he was not seriously considered, saying that like Mamdani like led him around or whatever. What they really want to put is that like, yeah, he was Zoran's house Jew. but they won't say that. Or am I being
Is
too
there
uncharitable to the
any-
New York Times? Because I'm taking this within the like knowing that they've been publishing these like weird things about like these kind of unsubstantiated rumors about the politicking Mamdani's doing behind the scenes.
Well, that was what I was going to ask. Is there anything that actually gives any credence to, yes, Mamdani specifically used these words or told him this, as opposed to like, he was clearly leading him around, Sweaty. Like, it's such a distortion when you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, I almost respect the essentially serving as the house Jew line. Like just come out and say it at that point. Pulling out all the stops to paint the anti-Semitic socialist as kosher. Lander had been notoriously angling for some top admin post, but per CNN, he's out of the picture. Okay, CNN's got the T also. If I put Brad? Oh my god, CNN, I'm not paying for your fucking bullshit. Fuck you. Let's see. Which one gets me there faster? Not that one. Oh wait, maybe that one. Who captures these? Doing the Lord's work, truly. Okay, it's here.
They probably have like a bot.
Oh my god, no it's not.
Womp
Okay. Here. Yeah, gathered in the common room of an apartment building in Long Island City, City Comptroller Brad Lander, Brooklyn Borough President Antonio whatever, and sent Okay. One person who's out of the picture is is Brad Lander, the city comptroller who was at that first working families meeting and later allied with Mamdani under the primary's ranked choice system. Once Lander's own primary hopes began to sputter out in the spring, he essentially rebooted his campaign as a Cuomo takedown machine with an explicit strategy of doing all the bashing, replacing his ads with an anti-Cuomo spot, building every event and robocall script around negativity so that advisors calculated Mamdani could close out with all positive and hopeful feelings. He even sent an aide extra early to the debate site to find the exact right seat to put the son of a man who died in a nursing home on Cuomo's watch during COVID-19 to be both in the camera line and in the former governor's line of sight. And perhaps most importantly...
Where do they get this shit? Like, that's so hyper fucking specific.
I know. And you say journalism is dead in this country.
Yeah.
They had the fucking scoop on what Lander was doing, down to his fucking coordinates in this fucking article. Because I was thinking the same thing. I was like, how do they know all of this? And perhaps most importantly, Lander figuratively and literally wrapped his arms around Mamdani, validating him to suspicious progressives and particularly to Jewish voters. All right, this is who my site should have been set on. You want to say, okay,
what the fuck does that mean?
The New York Times looks professional. It means house Jew. It means he was his house Jew. That's what they want to fucking say. But only the New York Times has the balls to say it, or the New York Post has the balls to say it, and they won't fucking say it. But he is supposed to be the token Jew who's running around with Mamdani and kissing his ass so he can get some position. And then Mamdani, the calculating evil Muslim that he is, turns around and rat fucks him. Says no.
Look, I like the fact that Mamdani wants to give me paid for childcare, but he won't go to Israel after he gets in. I'm suspicious. I don't like this. What the fuck?
And I don't like Brad Lander either, because they see through that bullshit, even if I validated that that's what he was trying to fucking do, which it clearly fucking wasn't. Because this all sounds like it was Lander's own doing. But maybe that's not mutually exclusive. That wouldn't even fucking work.
I'm excited to go out and vote for Mamdani, but he had this Hassan Piker person that he walked around New York with. I don't like it. I'm out. I'm suspicious.
He didn't even condemn Collargate.
Yeah.
Can you believe it? But over the summer, Mamdani would confide he wasn't much impressed with Lander. Citation? Nice enough guy, but he didn't seem particularly effective as comptroller, Mamdani said, according to a person familiar with this
Familiar with the comments.
Again, they didn't even say, according to an anonymous source who he said it to. I'm familiar with these. We've got hearsay within hearsay at this point. So somebody else told this person, and they're anonymously reporting to fucking CNN to write what is ostensibly not a tabloid. The two went weeks without talking, like they're in a situationship or something like that. Like Mamdani wasn't returning his texts. leaving him on red. And though Lander would get defensive and blame overlapping post-election vacations, all his talk that he'd be the one really running the city next year had gotten back to Mamdani and not gone over well. Dude, we're still going. This is not opinion. This is reporting from CNN. By the weekend,
whoever put this together has a bunch of like fanfics of fill in the blank, like a TV show in their background history, because that's what the fuck this comes across like.
Yeah, this is like a script that they're like about to send into like Shonda Rhimes. Okay, this is just like the rough draft that made it into CNN. By the weekend before the election, Lander's wife was telling friends at a party. I can't believe this. I haven't read this. Again, I didn't even read this one because I was like, no, wait, where like I knew I had read something that was insane, but I didn't even this wasn't even what I saw. It was from the Times. Yeah, Lander's wife was telling friends at a party that Mamdani had called to tell the comptroller he would not have a job in the admin since he wasn't getting the job he wanted. By the day before the election, Lander was reaching out to major donors to solicit commitments for a congressional run against Representative Dan Goldman, according to a person familiar with the matter. Lander declined to comment on his plans on Tuesday night. I will say, that this is the start of something, not the end of something, Lander said, and we got to keep going. And then the fanfic continues. This ends with Mamdani gave him one of his big smiles. This literally reads like a fucking Wattpad entry. Who is this? If this person can write for CNN, I can. Edward.
Click on his name.
Oh my god.
Oh, you know who that is?
I only know who this is because that Gato Fumador account, Queen in Yellow.
Yeah.
Okay. This is how this even got on my radar. I liked a tweet and they were like, these seem like they were like somebody drew attention to something weird in the New York Times talking about this shit. Like the way that they were framing it, like it reads like tabloids, right? And they were like, was this written by this person, Edward Isaac Dover or whatever? And I was like, I hearted it, not knowing who it is, meaning to go back later and research who this person is. And lo and behold, this is who they were talking about. Let me see.
I don't know how it works since you're going through the archive thing, but you should be able to click on their name and see like the tone of.
No, I'm trying to find the tweet that I liked from that person calling him out, where I guess he has like a history of it, to see if anybody else like replied to it with an explanation. But yeah, this person probably has like more fan fiction of Mamdani. Oh my god. I bet the archive of Mamdani articles that they have is like a fucking gold mine as far as like insider tea. Like, how do you know that thing about Lander doing that? And the way that he dramatizes it, like it's not totally just like a normal thing, a task to do. The way he like drew it out or whatever, like he could have just left it at like Lander even helped optimally position the victim for that night, right? But it's like Lander painstakingly went to the venue hours before the event had even started and picked the perfect seat.
It's so hyper specific. It either was like the details were given to him by Lander himself, or like one of his aides, like a very bitter one at that thought they were going to be working in like the New York City, mayor's office to some capacity or something. Yeah,
I found it. Okay, thank God. God, I like too much shit on Twitter, man, because like it took a minute for me to scroll. So Ken Klippenstein puts this: Mamdani is privately telling Hakeem Jeffries' primary challenger not to run against him, per New York Times. So this is from the New York Times. Mr. Mamdani has privately tried to discourage his ideological ally from running. The mayor-elect and his team fear that another high-profile challenge from the left might compromise his own bid to push the Democratic establishment to support his affordability agenda. Like, how you're supposed to infer that from him discouraging this, even if it is an ideological ally, that's not necessarily what you should draw from that at all. There's like so many different reasons why he might be discouraging a run, if that's even true. Mr. Mamdani, and I have no reason to think it's true. Like I rely on the paper of record. I think it's generally fucking like most of what they report is true. It's usually just like the framing, but like that is some crazy editorializing.
I mean, it's easy to lean in and just realize that it's propaganda. Like this is trying to send the message, whether they would ever admit it or not, to say that, hey, he's being pragmatic and he's not in line anymore with his ideological peers, and he wants to make sure that establishment Dems win these various seats. So therefore, you shouldn't have any faith in him anymore if you're in his city and you're like a supporter or a believer. Like, this is one of those stories that they sprinkle as they go along to try to build this.
Or that he's some like calculating, like ruthless politician that only gives a fuck about his own career and bottom line and nobody else's. And he's not like, again, he's willing to like kick down other fellow progressives and pull up the ladder now that he's gotten his own thing. Mr. Mamdani may want to avoid the optics of having Mr. Ase challenge the House Democratic leader who endorsed Mr. Mamdani in October after months of negotiation. Again, where are we getting this from? They also may want this is literally just speculation at this point that's making it in and being presented as if it's like straightforward reporting. But that's just in your mind, and you wrote it down for some reason, and it was greenlit by the New York Times editorial board or whoever, like an editor that's supposed to be looking over this. Like, why would you include this? This literally should be a comment.
You have a romance writer in the chat.
Why do you say that?
When describing Mamdani, did it say his eyes were the color of oversteeped tea, slightly bitter but impossible to look away from?
I mean, again, it must be stated, what did this end on again?
He smiled, yeah.
Mamdani gave him one of his big smiles.
Big smiles.
Then he gave him something else that was big. That's what it leads into, I'm sure. The disagreement caused Mr. Ase to be disinvited from Mr. Mamdani's election night watch party. According to two people familiar with the matter, probably this fucking guy who wrote this article who says, trust me, bro, I got this guy who's willing to go on record, but it's serious shit.
Source, myself.
Even though he has been a frequent presence at Mr. Mamdani's campaign events, it reads like tabloid. Instead, Mr. Ase said he spent the night with my constituents at DSA celebrating Zoran's incredible win. Okay, like, again, they're trying to frame this like, here's his cope answer, and not like that's also something that could have just been the case that he did. And then this is where it gets funny. Nah, all these strife in the Mamdani sphere stories just seem a bit convenient. Was this one also written by Edward Isaac Dover?
Yeah.
So I guess true Mamdani heads, which I guess I wasn't enough of until now, are familiar with this guy's spins. This is great. I wonder if his like Twitter account, he's got people being like, got any more Mamdani tea, but they're like fucking with him. That's awesome. Let's see. Wait, did we finish this or wasn't too much here, right?
No.
Oh, wait. So. Oh, wait, no, there was a little bit more. Because, we stopped here because this is how we found the CNN article. It was a citation for this even better New York Post article that just comes out and says what they all want to say. Perhaps, by some accounts, he'd been bragging about running City Hall if Mamdani won. Again, we are just at levels of, like, hearsay that's insane.
Yeah, it's fanfic writing.
That certainly sounds like Lander, who's a lot better known for his arrogance and ambition than for anything resembling a principle. Guess this person knows. Again, some of these sound so personal that maybe they did know Brad Lander in some lifetime or something like that. So while
it sounds like it. This is going to be a weird thing to say, but it sounds like when a pro wrestling announcer, when someone in the ring hits like one of their usual repertoire of moves, they'll say something like, "That's classic Orton," and he's basically going like, good old Brad. That's classic Brad. Like, okay, you don't.
That Brad.
Yeah.
So while no one will mistake us for Mamdani fans, we're glad to see the mayor-elect showing some good sense here. It'd be another matter if Lander got pushed out because the far lefties feared he might moderate Mamdani, but Lander never met a radical cause he couldn't embrace. He's made a fool of himself with this theatrics, including getting himself arrested in protest of Team Trump's totally legal ICE raids.
Okay, this is just Fox News shit at this point. Like it's
awesome.
But again, that's the New York Post to a T, so sure.
I mean, this again, keep in mind, this is the same outlet that published like Mamdani holding like a hammer and sickle the day after he wins like re-election. It's not actually him holding it. It's like some weird Photoshop thing. You know what I'm talking about, right? Hold on, New York.
That cover is going for like
a lot on eBay, apparently.
Yeah.
This shit.
Yeah.
The red apple. There were lefties
there were lefties that were like, I will pay any amount of money if you get me one of those fucking,
as a memento. Most despicably, for all his claims to be a proud Jew who supports Israel, he couldn't even bring himself to unequivocally condemn the Democratic Socialists of America's anti-Israel pro-Hamas rally the day after the October 7, 2023 massacre. Yeah, we all know that moment, that shameful moment from Brad Lander where he refused to, checks notes, condemn the DSA's anti-Israel pro-Hamas rally the day after October 7th, I think 2 years ago. The rally was abominable, he admitted, but he also reiterated his call for an end to the Israeli occupation. No Israeli has been in Gaza since 2005. Thank you. CNN also reports that Mamdani thought Lander wasn't particularly effective as comptroller.
We're just controlling the border and the coastline, and then we'll shoot anyone that gets too close to it. But we're on the outside of the fence. Duh. So therefore, it's not an occupation. Checkmate, I win.
Yeah, UN BTFO'd. International legal scholars on a fucking stretcher after that explainer. But this, CNN also reports that Mamdani thought. Stop there. CNN reporting on Zoran Mamdani's thoughts.
Yeah.
How? How do you report on the thoughts of a man who's not commenting for your thing? Oh, wait, you can't. This is journalism at its finest. Holy shit. At the very least, they don't even
put a name. Yeah, they don't even put a name.
Post editorial.
No one wants to own that. Yeah.
It was a team effort. It would be unfair for one person to take credit for all the hard work that probably went into this.
You put your name on it. Fuck you. No. You put your name on it. I put my name on the last one.
You think that these people that are this shameless would be happy to fucking align themselves with this stellar work, but I guess not. I guess there's even lines that they won't cross. So, fuck, do we want to, okay, this one I might save for later. I've been seeing, cause this one's long. It's called, What Did Men Do to Deserve This? Changes in the economy and in the culture seem to have hit them hard. Scott Galloway believes they need an aspirational vision of masculinity. I'm not going to pretend like I know who Scott Galloway is or who Jessica Winter is, but I saw Taylor Lorenz being like, this article rules. And I am always skeptical anytime the pundit class is talking about men, I'll be honest, because I feel like they don't know what's happening. I only know of
one Galloway, but I'm pretty sure it's not the fucking, the UK representative or whatever, so...
He's an angel investor, best-selling author, and a personal finance guru.
He probably also knows kung fu, so that's a quad threat right there.
Yeah,
don't fuck with him.
He probably also has a Mojo Dojo Casa House.
Yeah,
also in his resume. Well, we've been doing a lot of huh?
I was gonna say, is it time?
I was gonna say we've been doing a lot of yapping, a lot of reading, and we will be doing some yapping. But okay, so it's between. Let's do this clip and then we'll decide. It's time for some apologies. Jillian Michaels, whose opinion you should care about. This is 11 hours ago and you found this for me. Jillian, She gets around, man. She gets around, my queen. Oh, wait, this is muted. Sorry.
The International Olympic Committee is reportedly set to ban transgender athletes from competing in all women's sporting events.
But it's not yet clear if the new rule will take effect before the 2026 Winter Olympics in Italy.
Celebrity fitness trainer Jillian Michaels joins us now. Jillian, what's your opinion?
About time?
Oh my God, her voice sounded so shaky. I literally thought she was going to be in tears when I looked back at the screen.
It's ridiculous, and I want to commend them for taking this step, so I don't want to be too bitchy about this. But the reality is, we're not sure. We had to conduct a study to see if this is fair and safe, and we're reviewing it. We're going to get back to you guys. It's like, are you joking? Anybody with a pair of eyes knows that men have better athleticism across every modality of fitness. So I'm thrilled that you got here, but you tortured people like Riley Gaines for the past 5 years. So maybe an apology to those ladies would be lovely, or the women that got punched.
Maybe apologize to the woman who came in 5th place or whatever. And even if Leah Thomas never had been birthed into this fucking world, she still wouldn't have been on the podium.
She still would have been a fucking loser. I just hold the L, fuck you. That's for starters. And if anything, if we were going to buy into this, it would be whoever came in fucking 2nd place. Let's keep it a buck. This is already right off the rip. That's bullshit item number 1.
Remember, she has 0 higher degrees, not even a bachelor's in kinesiology. Yeah, I've noticed that before, that her Wikipedia page mentions where she went to school, but it doesn't actually say that she completed it anywhere. So this fitness guru expert or whatever, nothing like that.
in the face.
Yeah, she's sitting
at
next
the
to
Olympics in
fucking Brian Kilmeade of for fuck's sake. Like this is actually exactly where she belongs for what it's worth. But yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Paris by a biological male. That would also be nice.
Yeah, that was boxing, not in the streets, right? But you know that if
pause
they
it.
don't get this
So she's referring to Aman Khalif,
the Algerian boxer who is a woman who was basically accused of being fucking intersex or a trans person. Not that there's anything wrong with that. They just had no evidence.
Very specifically, the example that she's talking about, and if a better prepared podcast co-host, so I'm already on thin ice as it is, the person that she's referring to that got fucking blasted in the face, you can go back and look at her fight footage. She never, like, especially in other fights, she never kept her fucking guard up, like, ever. So when she got fucking rocked full on the bean, her arms were down. Like, what do you think fucking happens when literally anybody hits you in the face? She got blasted, she played into it, and then she started fucking crying because she knew she was going to get her ass kicked.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It's woman beaten in beating competition. Woman punched in face during face punching competition. No shit. That's what the sport is.
By the Los Angeles games, Trump will cancel the games. I'm telling you,
he will not. You think he will?
I think he would just say, don't come. So I think they're going to probably straighten it out. Here's what the Olympic Committee said. An update was given by the IOC's Director of Health, Medicine, and Science to the IOC members last week. The working group is continuing its discussions and this topic and have been taken yet. Further information will be provided in due course. I can't wait for that. The conclusions to emerge.
I thought this issue was dead, though. I thought it was done.
The farthest thing from dead. I don't know if you saw, I believe...
No, farthest thing from dead. If it were dead, which it actually is in reality, but like again, if I didn't talk about this, what the fuck else would she talk about?
It was South Carolina. We were just talking about how, people from the West Coast can't tell the difference between North Carolina and South Carolina. I know the difference, but I think it was South Carolina. The Supreme Court just punished the USA Powerlifting Association, saying they discriminated against a transgender athlete, a biological male and biological female powerlifting, and they created a mixed division. They even went so far as to create an open and mixed division for people who were transgender or however they identified, and that wasn't good enough. And they determined that it was discriminatory and kicked it back to a lower court.
To be fair, like I understand that
there's no difference.
There's a wide spectrum here, and there's people that do try to come up with these like compromises of like, we'll go ahead. But when you do something like that, when you're coming up with this like, well, we're making a mixed division or whatever, you're basically, why don't you just go ahead and say like, we're just making a league for trans people, and then that's where we're gonna like cordon you people off.
Yeah, separate but equal.
It's just not the same, and it's something that
there's never going to be enough trans athletes to fill that. There just never will be. So if you're saying that let's do separate but equal, which is already kind of bad on its face, right? They just won't play because there's never going to be enough to fill that league.
To your kids about this when our kids come home and they say, "Mom, we learned at school that boys can't have babies."
But my kids have figured this out on their own since the day they could talk, and I think because of these issues, they've.
I want you to imagine, like, I don't want to be fucking outright crude, but like a child, a swaddling infant, like the moment that like they delatch from the titty just to go, well, only women can have babies, and then go back to like breast. Like she's creating this paradigm where she's like, took her first my daughter.
Baby.
Yeah, my daughter took 2 steps forward and then said her first words, which is like, trans women aren't women or some shit. It's like, what the fuck? Like, that is so patently fucking stupid.
Leaned inherently into being more conservative. Like, these are not things I need to
The other thing to keep in mind, though, is that she's a lesbian, so her kids are like adopted. And so that wouldn't be exactly how it plays out, but, similar. Because that's her whole thing. She's like the lesbian turf.
Educate my kids on. They think it's absurd. Right. And the reality is, I think I was sitting here with you guys a year ago where I explained to you that we have a meta-analysis of over 55 studies that show biological males pre-puberty and post-puberty are just physically superior to women in sports. Like we have known this since the inception of humanity.
So when they do transition has a lot to do with like how much bone density and musculature and things like that. But I've also had people that are smarter at this than me go through the trouble of putting the information in front of my fucking face. Shouts out to Sparkle Poop. That when it comes down to it, like because of the transition drugs and all the different things that they have to go through, they do end up losing these advantages over time. Now, you can come up with, and I've had this conversation with somebody before, you can come up with a if you can't, let me rephrase that. If you can't come up with some sort of like theoretical rule set that you have to come up with, that if you can't come up with some sort of, if person does A, B, C, D, and E, then we'll let them participate, then that just means you're just bigoted towards trans people when it comes down to it. Because the other thing that she mentions, the powerlifting shit, I can think of like several prominent people that went to the Olympics to do powerlifting, trans women that conservatives were fucking pulling their hair out and pissing and shitting and farting on themselves because they were outraged. And then the person comes in fucking dead last, and nobody talks about it after that. They were like, oh, fuck, it didn't really make a difference.
Trans athletes have been allowed to participate since 2003 or 4, something like that. Literally for like practically 2 decades, if not over, if I'm not mistaken. And it only became a wedge issue in the last few years. It's not something that can win elections, as proven by the 2022 midterms, because they tried to make that, like the trans sports thing, like a centerpiece, when that's just like not a priority for voters. And it's not something that could ever like, it's, again, it can be like a cherry on top, but it's not ever something that could really motivate somebody to like get into, you know, the voting booth. But like this, I don't even know how there's like so much discourse surrounding, because like, again, if there were all these trans athletes, I can't even name a single Olympic trans athlete. They exist, but like you said, because they come in last.
It's designed to spook people into thinking that some trans athlete, some high school trans person is going to come along and take your daughter's scholarship opportunity. And it's not a fucking thing. And not Trump for like getting rid of Title IX funding, which is actually going to be the thing that undermines and threatens women's sports, because like we only have women's sports because of DEI, literally. There would not be any allocated funds to it. Or funds allocated to women's sports leagues if it wasn't mandated by the government, because they just don't make enough money for schools to want to justify the cost. But like what you were saying with respect to like the science of it or whatever, like it's been a hot minute since I've actually engaged with any of the literature. And like you have your person, my person is Jangle Science Lad, but he basically explained that like between all of the changes to your anatomy as you're undergoing HRT and you're transitioning, it's not as simple as, oh, you're taking testosterone, therefore you're always necessarily going to be stronger, or you're like if you were you underwent puberty with testosterone, that even if you start taking estrogen, that there's no overcoming that or whatever, because he was talking about how like it's like, think about it like taking a car engine and putting it inside of a different car where it's like not necessarily compatible, where it's like, yeah, you grew up with testosterone, you had like a quote unquote male puberty, right? So you have some physical advantages, you're more taller on average, you have broader shoulders, etc. But once you start taking the estrogen, it is like a fucking, like, it's not even like 50-50. It's like up in the air as to how your body is going to undergo changes now that all of that stuff is being is undergoing like hormonal transformations, and that impacts everything in your body. I'm trying to find where she was talking. Hold on. Oh, here it is. This is my favorite clip of her. So she got into hot water, Miss Jillian over here, because she like justified slavery on CNN on an Abby Phillips thing. I'm sorry, what?
She justified slavery.
Oh wait, I probably hold on. Let it play, because I'll probably remember it a couple seconds in.
Effectively now has some random person deciding what is appropriate for the Smithsonian to teach in terms of American history, things that don't offend parts of the MAGA base, right? So we're now literally reviewing parts of American history and parts of American culture.
The context for this is that Trump had said in a Truth Social post that these museums talk about slavery too much and they don't focus on any of like the happier parts of American history or something like that, or the future.
Whoever's in the production booth must know Jillian pretty well, or at least knows her enough to hate her, because they could see her fucking winding up and getting ready to say some really stupid shit, so that they went to split screen, because you could see that moment where she's like, I'm gonna fucking say some dumb shit, and just has it ready on deck.
To make sure it comports with dear leader and what the MAGA
Can we address some of those things that are in there? Because have you looked at some of the things that are being reviewed?
Yeah, slavery was a bad thing that was to talk about.
Okay,
like
he's not whitewashing slavery. So
he's not.
He's not. No, okay. He's not. And you cannot tie imperialism and racism and slavery to just one race, which is pretty much what every single exhibit does.
And like, pay attention to her exasperated tone. This is pretty much a signature for Jillian, that like anytime she's making any point, she literally sounds like just exhausted by the fact that you don't see eye to eye with her terrible, uninformed position.
Well, not only, real quick, like, I don't want to make this take forever, but the other thing to pay attention to whenever someone does have that excuse of, you can't just say that racism and slavery and genocide and 5 more adjective bad fucking things that exist in the world are just to one race, Sweaty. It's usually because they're admitting, yes, the thing that you're claiming is actually true, but I'm saying my particular favorite race and ethnicity is supposed to be able to get away with that because everyone else did it as well.
Yeah.
Like that's the through line on all this shit.
Well, let's talk about the fact that when you look at slavery, let's talk about the fact that
slavery in America was.
Do you realize that only less than 2% of white Americans owned slaves?
It was a system of white supremacy.
You realize that slavery is
okay, and that stat, I've gone into it multiple times on stream. The reason why it does not, it actually, you have a worse understanding of how chattel slavery functioned. And this is fucking Richie Torres actually schooling her on this, of all fucking people, unfortunately, outflanking her on this. You are less informed by knowing that stat, because they're going off of like census data and the fact that 2% of slaves are, it's so embarrassing that I don't know this, even though I've read the fucking article explaining the stat and why it's misleading twice. But basically, that is only the person who nominally owned the slave, but it didn't mean that they were the only person who benefited from slavery. So while the historical documents will show, okay, this person belonged to this white individual, this white patriarch in a house in the South, that doesn't mean that their wife didn't benefit, or that their kids didn't benefit, or that their kids and like entire family weren't allowed to benefit off of these people's backs. So when you say, oh, only 2%, it's like you shouldn't only look at just the owners, because there was an entire system that was propped up by white people for white people. And it was benefiting people of all social strata, of all ages, of all genders. So if you only look at that stat, like only 2% of those white people owned slaves or whatever, it gives you like a completely misleading picture.
Well, that was there was a amazing debate, and it was James Baldwin, and I can't think of the other fucker's name, but it was at Oxford Academy, and he kind of made everybody kind of gasp in a given moment. But there was a portion of his side of the speech where he basically said, like, yes, it was I that picked the cotton. It was I that built the railroad. Like he was making the connection that like we had a cross section of people in this country that essentially did the hard work, labor. They pulled themselves up against their will by their own bootstraps and did all of this sort of meritocracy shit that is supposed to yield you a generational windfall that you proceed to give down to your family as the country progresses. But they're the ones that got fucked, even though they did the labor that helped like bring the country into existence.
Yeah.
Thousands of years old.
White people were
Do you know who in America the first race to try to end slavery? Well, what's controversial?
I'm very surprised. This is an extraordinary exercise in historical revisionism.
I'm really surprised. Do you realize that,
Jillian, I'm surprised that you're trying to litigate who was the beneficiary of slavery and who was not.
What I'm trying to tell you is that
in the context of American history, what are you saying is incorrect by saying that it was white people oppressing black people?
Every single thing is like, oh, no, this is all because white people bad. And that's just not the truth. Like, for example,
again, pointing out like historical facts, that's white people bad.
Every single exhibit, I have a list of every single one. Like, people migrated from Cuba because white people bad. Not because of Castro. Yes, no, it's in there. That's what I'm saying. You don't actually know what's in there. Do you know that when you walk in the front door, the first thing you see is a gay flag?
Jillian, you have a lot of stuff in front of you.
Yeah, I do, because I don't Okay, I'll give you an example.
Yeah, please.
I mean, like, you have no idea, like, what she's even talking about when she says they have a thing and they just blame Cubans. They say Cubans were victims, and in reality, it was a caste system. It's like, what are you talking about?
Did she say that as soon as you walk through the door, the first thing you see is a gay flag?
She'll explain.
There's one called Change Your Game, right? This has been an installation there. Is gender testing fair in sports? Does that, and then it goes on to talk about how it's complex to do gender testing in sports. It's not complex. It's basic science. That's untrue. It's XX chromosome, XY chromosome. That's sports. Is it fair to have...
Okay, just that's all I needed from this one. Whatever about the rest, it's XX chromosomes, it's XY chromosomes, that's sports. My favorite Jillian Michaels quotes.
That's sports, baby.
That's who's commenting here.
The food
That
industry
was
pushing
the thing
back
that got me with this one was that middle comment about like my fucking toddler's first words were trans women aren't real women, and I was like, okay, get the fuck out of here. That was really it on this one. The rest there isn't too much juice left in this clip.
The Maha movement. We got 30 seconds.
I mean, I'm not even remotely surprised. And I think that we need to give some grace and some time to the Trump administration and Bobby Kennedy because they're up against a heck of a lot more than just big food.
Do you think they'll be successful?
Incrementally. And I think that, listen, we're not losing ground the way we were in previous administrations, and you're getting little baby steps forward, and believe it or not, it's actually a huge win.
I hear you.
Michaels.
All right,
Thank you,
Jillian.
Jillian. Thanks, guys.
It's great to see you.
You too.
And good
This
luck in Miami.
tattoo on her leg is very distracting to me. I've never seen her legs. I didn't know that she had legs because I never watched The Biggest Loser.
You're only used to her being at the table.
Yeah, exactly. And even at the table for her take, she always had like this big ass iPad in front of her on one of those holders. So even more was obscured. So this is weird to see.
Wyoming, the open tundra.
Yeah, that was when you were out there with Steve Doocy. It was so beautiful.
Yeah.
It's absolutely gorgeous. But poor Steve, it was freezing and pitch black. And he was like, we're in Idaho. I'm like,
not really.
The sun came up and I'm like, no. But we got there eventually.
Thanks,
Thank you, Jillian.
Hey, it's Will Kane. Click here.
What is going on? This should have never been a thing.
I wasn't going to click the follow button, and then Will Kane popped up, and I'm like, well, I fucking got to now.
Jump scare. Okay, let's see. Let's do a little bit of her take. Okay, so the new cast, Ana Kasparian is host Lindy Lee. Okay, like Anna had been credited as like the host when they finally got back to it because you know about like Jillian's departure, right?
I missed that, but I will get caught up.
All of the tea surrounding that is all it comes down to is that this was around the time of like Charlie Kirk's assassination. Let me see it. Like they finally uploaded the clip not that long ago, and Jillian was like, "Quit with the anti-Semitism, with the Israel bashing. I mean the anti-Semitism, basically." And that's where she like drew the line.
My eyes just hit something I want to watch probably in the next couple of days. Biederman on Doom Scroll.
Oh, I already saw that. It was really good. But not on stream. I listened to it right before. Jillian Michaels quit show live on air during heated debate. This is not like a 37-minute clip. This is like where it gets testy or whatever. Because there was this article from the Gray Zone talking about like billionaire Bill Ackman convened stormy Israel intervention with Charlie Kirk, sources say. Max Blumenthal. All of the like most salacious details are provided only by anonymous sources. But this event, like this meeting did occur because they do have images of influencers at this like Israel retreat or something like that. Okay. But the biggest claim is that like Charlie Kirk was starting to become disillusioned with the donors after they pressured him to like not let me see. When his host presented him with detailed lists of every offense he supposedly committed against Israel, Kirk was horrified, said one person. Ackman also allegedly demanded Kirk rescind his invitation for Tucker Carlson to speak at his upcoming America Fest in 2025. And then also, hold on. Netson. If I put donors, it was like a lot of money that they were. If I put like infusion, I'm trying to find remember what this is what it was. The Gray Zone reported on September 12th, citing a longtime associate of Kirk, that Netanyahu had offered to organize a massive infusion of pro-Israel money into TPUSA and that Kirk refused. Another longtime friend of Kirk told the Gray Zone that the conservative activist also rejected an offer Netanyahu delivered 2 weeks before his death to meet with him in Jerusalem. Kirk, according to one person with inside knowledge of the meeting with Ackman, said he left feeling as though he'd been subjected to blackmail. So all of the spiciest claims or whatever literally are just like rumors, and Max Blumenthal and the Gray Zone are not reliable sources because they have lied at different points. But that's what they're talking about when all of this is occurring. So that's the context.
Yeah, but I kind of knew about that to a certain extent. There's a little cartoon fellow that streams on another platform that he covered this at great extent that I think I had him on in the background one night.
So wait, how does that debunk the fact
that
he just read it?
Where's your proof that $150 million was offered from Bibi Netanyahu?
No, I'm referring.
Where is the proof?
Please do not get
No, because I didn't want to cover this, and you guys insisted.
And I told you, you cover this shit, I'm going to rip you apart. Where is the
Dude,
proof
her neck.
that Bibi Netanyahu offered Charlie $150 million? Okay, so we're not.
So like she never understood the claim in the first place, but to be fair, they were being sloppy as far as their reporting, and they did not disclose that the source for that claim is from the gray zone, and the gray zone is not reliable. But that's not even what it says, and I don't think that's even what they claimed. I can't remember. I think they did add the important caveat of like Bibi was offering to connect him, but she just heard this. But she also makes it sound like they went rogue and are covering a story she had already said they can't, because at this point she's listed as, again, host Jillian Michaels, and after this, when she explained why she stormed off, she was like, "Oh, I knew in advance that they wanted."
Yeah, I saw that one because it was I'm sorry, I interrupted you and then I lost it immediately. I saw she was trying to play it off like it was her big story that she gave on some other podcast, but ultimately it had like dog shit views for her big "I'm breaking my silence about what happened" fucking story. Yeah.
And like she just outed her. She just told on herself, because what she said there was that she's ultimately responsible for what happens on the show. So she could have just vetoed this and said, "Don't bring it up." But she allowed them to bring it up. And then she said she knew in advance, and she was like, "I said if you bring this up, I'm going to rip you apart." But she doesn't have any way to push back on it, even though she knew in advance they would bring this up. So if she wanted to bring the receipts to debunk it, all she needed to do was not even respond to the claim. It was just point out that like, hey, you're sourcing that from the gray zone and from Bill Ackman, and that's not, or sorry, from Max Blumenthal, that's not reliable.
Okay, so
what we're reporting on is now people in the marketplace, what they're saying. This is a discussion that's happening literally everywhere. We would be remiss if we didn't cover it to debunk it.
This conversation.
Yeah, they're covering it to debunk it.
Over a week.
It's still pretty prevalent.
Is a week old.
It's still going on, Jillian.
Okay, well, nevertheless, where is the proof that actually
Jillian,
happened?
I just said, according to this guy's reporting, he was offered $150 million.
Okay,
that was
also
corroborated by Candace.
It was corroborated by Candace, and not only that, by Nick.
And also
because that's, listen.
And she's literally had Candace Owens on her podcast. She admitted that in her expose that you're talking about that got like no fucking views. It's like, oh, but I don't trust Candace on this. And it's like, you shouldn't trust her on fucking anything, but you don't really get to scoff at the fact that they're citing Candace Owens, even though she is correct to be doing it, because you trust her in different contexts. You just don't trust her in this context.
Like Candace, she has... People from his own team have said he has not seen her in years.
And yet last year they were on tour together. Last year they were on tour together.
Wait, if you want to talk about the people on his team, Andrew, his president.
No, it was last year.
They have a tour together.
Okay, everybody on his team.
Let's just calm down for a second.
Has subsequently said this is not true. Eric Bolling, all of them are like, yeah.
Okay, Eric Bolling thought that he had 2 daughters. Okay, so I'm not going to.
Okay, Andrew Colvett. The narrative is not true.
Said,
Charlie has a cordial relationship with Ackman. There's no black, no intervention. Nothing like what Candace is suggesting.
That same Andrew said that Candace and Charlie remain friends. I just want to
He's saying this is not true.
But they were literally touring together last year.
Nothing like what Candace is suggesting. What does it have to do with their
what
friendship?
does it have to do with you?
That still doesn't corroborate she's not wrong that like it still actually isn't supportive of what they're claiming, which is that he allegedly did this or whatever. Like they're just pointing to like other circumstantial evidence that doesn't actually support that.
It has the vibes of like the collective look of frustration on their face, because they thought they were going to have this like thoughtful discussion, and like you said, she even said that they wanted to debunk the story, but she's so fucking fired up right off the jump.
When I was saying, oh yeah, they wanted to debunk it, I was saying that tongue in cheek, because they are clearly conspiracy baiting, which is a norm, like a total like a loving pastime for this show. They constantly bring up, they've literally flirted with like anti-vax shit, a bunch of disinformation, like literally propagated disinformation surrounding the LA riots. Like they tried to dub people resisting the mass deportation campaign that was launched in LA as like a July 6th to try to claim like, oh, like as like a anathema to like January 6th, right? She was like, Amy, the same person who's like, we're bringing this up to debunk it and people are just talking about it, is the same person who was like, this day shall be known as July 6th. And this is what an insurrection looks like, not January 6th. Like that's who we're talking about. So I was just kidding when I said like, oh yeah, they wanted to debunk it. Okay. They didn't. They're definitely like completely fine with purveying misinformation.
What Candace is suggesting.
And she knew beforehand they were going to bring this up, and she said, oh, I want to debunk it. But then she didn't actually do her fucking homework to be able to debunk it.
If you don't,
he is saying what Candace is suggesting is not true.
He's talking about her suggesting that Israel killed him. We're talking about the 100. Please do not conflate the two.
Okay, well, unilaterally across the board now, we've got multiple accusations that all pile up to the same exact...
No, I think it's the furries. It's the furries. I think it's the furries. But a lot of people...
I don't know.
When she says she means the furry, like she thinks it's like a trans person who's behind Charlie Kirk's killing. That's what she means.
And I don't
Trantifa?
There's
For those who are
zero
saying-
evidence to suggest none.
Okay, you're saying-
guys, can we just stop for a second? This is ridiculous. This is absurd. Like, this whole thing is ridiculous. There are two things being conflated right now. There are conspiracy theorists who think Israel killed Charlie Kirk. They have yet to provide a shred of evidence proving that. Done. End
We're
of
not
story.
talking about that.
I am talking about something entirely
were talking
different.
about
No,
that.
we're not. Hold on. Let me finish my fucking thought. Okay, the real issue here is that before most people even knew that Charlie Kirk was dead, you have Netanyahu giving multiple interviews talking about how, using the fucking moment for his own political purposes, like the fucking ghoul that he is. Let me finish my point.
Him killing Charlie Kirk.
Did I not just? I literally
So
just
now we're just gonna make
let me
a
finish
sidebar.
my point, Jillian.
She literally just said that like that wasn't true.
Because none of us can finish the damn point without someone else jumping down your throat. I don't think that Israel killed him because there's no evidence of that. But I had a problem with Netanyahu exploiting an assassination in this country for his own political means and purposes and lying about the nature of his relationship with Charlie Kirk. Because Charlie Kirk didn't like Netanyahu, just like any warm-blooded American shouldn't. Netanyahu is a bad guy. And he wanted to make it seem like, no, we were all great.
That's definitely also not fucking true. That like, oh yeah, Charlie Kirk did not like Netanyahu. He like literally wrote him a letter not long before he was dead saying like, I will always support you and like the state of Israel. So this is all complete fucking bullshit from her at this point.
We were good. We had
What's
a great
that
relationship.
Ted Cruz style Christian fundamentalism where like I'm serving in Congress, but really the Bible tells me I have to protect the great nation state of Israel type shit.
And Benjamin Netanyahu specifically.
Yeah.
Little did we know behind the scenes,
I don't
there
know
was a
how
lot
every
of pressure
show
towards
ends up
Netanyahu.
being about how do we bash Israel. This is not for me. I'm not interested in this.
Okay,
I love
I
you
know.
guys.
I know.
I'm sorry.
Let's be good.
I
Let's
have
be good about
zero
precious
interest
Israel. Let the
in
country
fucking
commit a
every show
genocide.
doing
Yeah.
this.
Okay.
Zero. I think you guys are great. I fundamentally disagree with you about like every show doing this. I'm sorry.
And I'm taking my
So can we
fucking
continue the
laptop.
conversation?
Let's.
Okay.
That's awesome.
All right.
So she walked off over the, like, again, she tried to frame it later like, oh, I'm just worried about how it can turn into like anti-Semitism, which is one already like a woke SJW argument she would not be sympathetic to if it were literally anybody else that they were talking about. But two, she very specifically said, I'm tired of the Israel bashing. She did not say, I'm tired of the anti-Semitism. So, but yeah, that's why Jillian left the show after that, and she was the host, and then Ana Kasparian was slotted in because in a previous episode, it said Ana Kasparian is the host, but now it says Lindy Lee is the host. So, let's see how much of this we can get through before I'm like, I tap out.
And he's hired Bari Weiss. She describes herself as a diehard Zionist. She's going hard and firing a lot of people. In fact, Bari Weiss apparently fired a journalist who exposed atrocities in Gaza.
By the way, I just want to interject. There's no proof that Bari made that call to fire her.
She's the head of news at CBS.
She didn't make a call
The
to
buck
fire
stops
her.
with her.
Who's in charge right now?
Right now with Bari Weiss, but a lot of the decision makings that are taking place now.
The Pentagon pledge. What is Secretary Pete Hegseth asking the press corps to do?
I was kind of shocked to find out that the journalists were allowed to walk and freely roam around the Pentagon. There was a couple of reporters who were secretly recording video and audio. So I understand from that angle.
The point here is,
I was kind of shocked that there are journalists even allowed to like do reporting on their government. That's kind of crazy, you know?
That there's been a lack of transparency from the Pentagon.
That was my, I didn't spend too much time on that particular story, but that was my understanding was it was just an anti-whistleblower pledge, essentially. Like anything, they wanted them to sign something that was basically like whatever happens in Fight Club stays in Fight Club type shit.
Yeah.
Pentagon. And the whole reason why we have press is to hold people in positions of power accountable for their actions.
My whole thing is loose lips sink ships. And
Right.
if something gets leaked that will cost America's safety, why do you think that
So for
these
him-
news networks
for
are
Fox
entitled to
News,
that
it's-
information?
for Fox
Because
News
it's the
to
media
say-
and we live in a country where the First Amendment protects freedom of the
And
press.
nobody's
The only
gonna leak
reason
it?
why it exists in America
No, because they
is
have
to hold our
already-
government
they are
accountable
so-
when they're behaving in a bad
Anna
way.
is
We
exactly
pay
right. I
federal
don't
tax.
As she's saying that, like, look at her face. She's like,
Exists in America.
No, because they
is
have
to hold our
already-
government
they are
accountable
so-
when they're behaving in a bad
Anna
way.
is
We
exactly
pay
right.
federal
I don't think we
taxes.
can trust journalists to not leak.
The American people deserve to know what's going on in the halls of power. And how do we hold their feet to the fire? It's through the press. Without a free and
Lindy Lee is like a right-wing grifter who was like a partisan Democrat who fundraised for Biden, and then she came out and was like, they covered up his like cognitive condition or whatever. The American public didn't know he was 1 million years old until I'm telling you right now. Like, that's her big grift. And next to these two fucking loons, they're going to look like they're like liberals.
And working press, the American experiment would crumble. Hi everyone, it's so
the buildup is just so like, this is my chance to say my one like bold cliche like line. It's just so,
and the music doesn't even fit like the tone of what they're like going for.
good to be back with you. We have a fiery as hell show for you today. We have two great guests. Brianna Morello is our first one. So good to be. Thank you so much for coming in today.
Thank you for having me. It's an honor.
She is a former Fox Corp Newsmax and local news producer and a former reporter for Major League Baseball. She's a current host of the American Journal on InfoWars.
Yes.
This is so awkward. One, they have like they have the cameras on the wrong person while they're not, like they had it on her while she was being introduced. And Lindy Lee looking down to introduce looks terrible.
Well, not only that,
Emily
but I'm a pause Andy. Like the notion of like positive accolade. InfoWars. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Is back with us. She's an American
They
TV
saved the best for last.
personality, sports broadcaster, entrepreneur, and host of the Emily Austin Show, a former Miss Universe judge, and current DAZN boxing broadcaster. She regularly appears on major news networks to discuss Middle East politics. She is also the founder of a...
Why? With that resume, why? Why are you frequently showing up to discuss Middle East politics? I think it's because this person's like part Israeli or something like that.
Korean-inspired skincare brand.
Hey.
Thank you for coming in today.
Of course.
All right, we have a jam-packed
Awkward.
show, and I can't wait to get into it with you. The first topic that we're going to go into is the Pentagon pledge. We're going to talk...
Okay, Lindy Lee should know her place, and she is a follower, not a leader. She is not... She doesn't have any commanding presence on this panel whatsoever, and they should just give it back to Anna.
And tell
this
exactly what that is.
isn't like a... They probably picked her because she's more like the straight woman out of the group. Like everyone else has like a personality, and she's more like run of the mill, like middle of the road.
Yeah.
So that like there's no emphasis or there's no bias behind like whatever they're as she's presenting is probably why they did this.
Is what Secretary Hegseth is demanding from the press corps. And we're going to talk about how Bari Weiss is now running CBS News, the people behind that, David and Larry Ellison, what are they up to? What are their plans going forward? And Anna is going to talk...
Also, like, why is this barely being filmed? They're barely being uploaded. Bari Weiss took over CBS like weeks ago. They have done episodes of the show live, but this is like this is so late for them to be covering this.
About job losses.
Real quick, one last thing. Shill.
What do you mean?
Show.
Oh, do my thing. Yeah. Guys, if you're watching on Twitch and you're not following me already, please go ahead and do so. Watching on YouTube, like the stream, very important. Subscribe to me, hit the bell. If you want to support me, donation links pinned to my Twitch chat or YouTube description box. If you really want to support me, you can also sub to me, give subs throughout the chat, or use your Amazon Prime sub to subscribe to me. You get access to an ad-free experience as well as cute emotes. I'm at Straighterade_ on everything, and you shall as well.
No, I'm good.
You have to.
No, I don't.
Why? Yes, you do.
No, I'm just here for the ride. All my socials is this.
There you go.
If you look for this, you can find me everywhere.
Was that so hard? You doth protest too much.
Hurt.
That was fast.
It hurt me deep down in my soul.
Or especially at Amazon, and what is driving that and the role that AI is playing across the economy. So I am super excited for this, and you're in for a ride. All right, so we're going to start with the Pentagon pledge. Thank you, Connor. So what you're seeing right now is a list of everyone who signed on to the pledge and everyone who hasn't. And as you can see on the right, there's a whopping one organization, One American News. What exactly is this pledge, and what is Secretary Pete Hegseth asking the press corps to do? Okay, so Hegseth is saying that people who want
This is so bad. I cannot believe this is your first foray into her take. Holy shit. It makes me yearn for Jillian Michaels. She was a far better host, and she was still a terrible fucking host of this fucking show.
I'm trying to let her cook, but I mean, yeah, right off the bat. I mean, just by virtue of the fact that the only one that said, yeah, we'll do it is the One American News shit is like, that's so telling.
Report on the ground.
I love how you're actually responding to this, and I like can't get over the aesthetics of the show. When I would react to it with Pisco, he was constantly like, the set looks terrible, their outfits today look ridiculous, or he would be complimenting and be like, nobody cares about your aesthetic critiques. And now it's all I can see because this is my first episode back in a post Jillian has left her take. And it's so, at least Jillian Michaels has like clearly presentation experience because she hosted The Biggest Loser. Lindy does not know what she's fucking doing.
I'm not going to tear down 4 bold queens that are opinionated and just want to let us in on their ideas. Like that's not it. I'm waiting to hear the fucking. I want them to cook so that I know all about this pledge.
Yeah, exactly.
Of the Pentagon can only report what the Pentagon has explicitly approved, and I think you got. Brianna, I cannot wait to get your take on this.
Yeah.
News organizations from both sides.
Can't wait to get the InfoWars correspondent's take on all of this.
Aisle have said, no, we're not going to do that because we don't want to be reduced to stenographers. We want to do real reporting, which is sometimes reporting on the things that the Pentagon, that the new Department of War, doesn't want us to report on. I'd love to get your take on this, especially since you're in the fray yourself. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, so I just recently got approved to be one of the members of the media now that they've made these changes. And I know everyone at first was like, this is crazy, this is insane. I read through it because they asked me to sign it. I had no issue with it. What's happening here is they're not asking you to only go...
Wow, can you believe that somebody who works for InfoWars has no standards for journalism? This is a shocking revelation.
I mean, that it also simultaneously goes against the grain because they're supposed to be like the Illuminati and the whoever the establishment is and blah blah blah. But I guess now they've completely bucked the establishment is out to poison the water and turn the frogs gay, and now it's just they're just Trumpers now, I guess.
Through approved talking points that they've put out there for you, they just don't want people wandering around the Pentagon and kind of unsolicited. Grabbing information from people who work there. So what do I mean by that? Well, I was kind of shocked to find out that the journalists were allowed to walk and freely roam around the Pentagon and go into certain different places that I had no idea that they were allowed to go into. So what this is doing now is you have to, number one, display your credentials, which I would have no problem with because when I was working over Major League Baseball, we always had to have our credentials on at all times. Number two, you could only go to like authorized areas. If there's an area where you want to go, you have to ask for permission. And that I'm also okay with because we just learned that this week, or last week I should say, that over at the White House press pool, according to the White House comms team itself, there was a couple of reporters who were secretly recording video and audio along their office space over there without their permission. And so they also had their ear to the doors, what I'm being told, and the wall itself to listen to the press secretary have conversations, which obviously they weren't privy to in the first place. So I understand from that angle. Now here's the thing. I know the media outlets all sat there.
Hold on. No, fuck that. No. Hold on. I can't. So, first of all, if you've ever taken a tour literally anywhere where they issue you credentials fucking at all, you have to display them at all times. Yeah. And especially in an area where you have like, we already know when it comes to like Congress, the halls of Congress, all that shit, they have guards fucking everywhere. So the thing where this was almost certainly something she was just arbitrarily told, like, that's why we need to do this now, because we caught people trying to find out if mom and dad are mad at them by putting a glass of water to the fucking door. This is such fucking bullshit.
They were very emotional about the decision because once they heard that I was approved, I know they started jumping on me for this. But the reality of it is I'm a First Amendment advocate, absolutist at this point. They can't stop you from publishing anything that is that's not classified. So if it's something that's available that you're allowed to do, they're okay with you doing that. You could actually sue them if they pull your credentials for, let's say you publish a story that they didn't like that you published, and then they yank your credentials back. You can go to court and sue them for that because they can't do that. It's called free press. So I think a lot of the journalists were upset, but I don't think that they truly understood exactly what it meant. It just means you can't be walking around talking to people who work at the Pentagon, get information.
A lot of the journalists were confused about what constitutes the free press, but luckily this InfoWars correspondent is here to clear that up for them.
She got down to the core
from them and then use it without even them knowing that they're talking to a journalist. You don't have your credentials on, and then use it in a story. So I understand that backing in itself. I understand why they're doing that. Mm-hmm. And the comms team, these people aren't evil. They're not trying to control the messaging. These people, whenever I have a question for them, they're quick to respond, even if it's something that might not look good on their part. I mean, I've been very critical of the Pentagon. 3 different times I've reported on something that was not positive for Pete Hegseth, and they still asked me to come on board.
Yeah, wow, three whole times she made statements against interests of this government, and they still allowed her to speak and didn't black bag her. That's crazy.
That's so again, right? I haven't been paying too much attention to like anything related to InfoWars or anything like that, but that was always my preconceived notion, was that they were they were conspiratorial, like conspiracy theory to a fucking fault. And the fact now that to see I don't give a shit if Alex Jones was eventually like so super MAGA and pro-Trump or whatever the fuck, just to hear the InfoWars person like, no, look, I worked with them and they told me the rules and I followed the rules and then everything was great. It's like, what the fuck happened to you people? Like, honestly.
Yeah, I even said negative things about the government. They didn't ban me. So,
yeah.
I just want to say something before I ask you ladies your thoughts. I was one of the very first Democrats to come out and unequivocally say, let's give Pete Hegseth a chance. I support his candidacy. Mm-hmm. I caught so much flack for that. So let me say, Pete and I also have the same.
Whoa, no way. You as the first brave Democrat to give a Trump pick credit. which again, a Democrat, which you are not at this point. Can you believe that she got flack? Like her whole thing is literally just like rage baiting, like just being MAGA, but having a D next to her name and being like, even a Democrat, agree.
Michael Brooks used to say that it would have been so easy to grift as a Democrat in conservative circles or on conservative press, because every statement you could start was, and I'm a Democrat saying that, and it would be something where you would just get like paycheck after paycheck.
They love that.
This guy, I really do. But I have to say, I disagree with him on this, okay? The American people deserve to know what's going on in the halls of power. And I also want to address one argument that you specifically made, and that is going into unauthorized areas or not showing their press pass or not going, walking freely. They were never allowed to do that in the first place. Someone already debunked that.
Jesus
This
Christ.
is not a new practice. No one has the right to just go into areas of the Pentagon without authorization.
Right.
This is a long-standing policy that they can only go into specifically authorized quarters.
Linda, can I jump in real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, look, the one area where the Trump administration is receiving the most criticism from its own base is the area of foreign policy, for obvious reasons. I mean, he was elected specifically because...
And here's the game being played in the inverse, where the only way your criticism can land with these people and not just immediately be shut down is pointing out that other MAGA people don't even like this. That's the only way you have a chance in hell of like getting something to land.
Because he promoted himself as the anti-war candidate. And as soon as he got elected, you know, it seemed as though he was in the pocket of Israel. He's ramping up for a war with Venezuela. Some are arguing that it's just a psyop, but obviously we've been sending more and more military assets there. And whatever ends up happening with Venezuela, the point here is that there's been a lack of transparency from the Pentagon. And the whole reason why we have press is to hold people in positions of power in our government and in corporations accountable for their actions. I feel that this is a power grab.
It's not a matter of a lack of transparency. They've been transparently showing the boats they're exploding while they fucking flex on it and put like heavy metal riffs behind the fucking video. There's been no lack of transparency.
Yeah, I don't know what
she's talking about.
In a way to essentially shut the press out from being able to report on what's happening in the halls of power, particularly in the one area where the Trump administration is getting a lot of pushback from his own base. Yeah, can I jump on that? So ultimately, the corporate media for a very long time has not been the pushback when it was the Biden administration.
No, it hasn't. It's been very much in favor of the war machine. You're right.
Well, and when Lloyd Austin went missing for, I think it was over a week, and he was having the surgery, not many people pushed back on that. And I thought that was an absolute disgrace. And they should have.
Right.
I think that they're going to have access, what I was told, is they're going to have access to appear remotely at these press conferences and still get to ask those questions. And they could also apply for guest passes as well. So they could come in one day if they need to and still go to the Pentagon. So they're not totally being blocked out in that sense. They're just being asked to agree to these terms. And again, if they try to shut you out later on, you have a right to sue.
This is something that ultimately, like, listening to is only making me connect the dots on so many different things, because like the whole notion of swapping out the press corps for these fucking like new media dilettantes that are also simultaneously ass kissers is that you can tell there's probably a very good chance that everything the InfoWars gal, there's probably a very good chance that everything she said, she's like, oh, well, no, they told me I have to do this. And then that means that when I walk through the thing that I always have to do this. And then that's fine. But people that have experience and actual press experience and you know, a career as a journalist, they've already done all this shit. So when they come up with goofy new fucking rules, those are the people that would be able to speak up and go, this is bullshit. And they would actually write stories to talk about the abuse, because they've never had to do that. That's when you swap in all these fucking sycophants that are in turn basically like, I don't see the problem. They're real nice
as usual. Isn't this like normal standard operating procedure?
The resources.
Also, the fact that like Anna even like is literally having to talk to her like she's a 5-year-old, because I mean she has the IQ of a cactus. This fucking InfoWars correspondent, like when she was like she said like the news media has been like reporting fake news, and she started to talk about Biden. And Anna just cut her off so there could be a point of agreement for a point that she didn't make, where she said, I agree, the corporate media supported the war machine, so that it wouldn't like she wouldn't have to like push back on her for saying that like, yeah, the media was like in cahoots with trying to make the Biden administration look good, which is like, if that were the case, explain why his approval ratings tanked after the Afghanistan withdrawal. Even like all of the corporate media was against him for that. And then explain why they weren't able to resurrect his fucking chances after the terrible debate performance. Like, I'm not saying that the New York Times obviously doesn't have like a more like liberal perspective or whatever, and that you don't have people within these that like have their own partisan leanings, like they're obviously pro-Israel, etc. But like to suggest that like, again, they're just like dyed in the wool for like the Democrats is just to ignore like how much non-favorable reporting they do on Dems.
To actually wage a forceful lawsuit.
Big corporations definitely do have that. Lindy, I want to question what you said. I understand freedom of press, and don't get me wrong, I'm kind of with you, free speech absolutist, even if I detest the speech. But at what cost when it comes to Pentagon? And I know you said that they can't publish anything classified, obviously. But my whole thing
She's
is...
like, I'm a free speech absolutist, even if I detest the speech. And it's like, that's a component of free speech, is being able to criticize. But two, that's not even supposed to be a carve out. That's kind of just free speech. That like, yeah, no matter the more controversial speech is what's important to be protected. What is this like? Even if I disagree with it, I don't support censorship. That's like supposed to be just the bare minimum.
And actually, that real quick before you hit play again, I'm pretty sure, I haven't necessarily looked into this shit, but I'm pretty sure even what she's saying about the you can't print anything that's classified, like that's not even how that fucking works. It does depend on how you come in contact with the information. That matters 100%. But to say that you aren't allowed to print something like that, like, no, that's called being a whistleblower. That's still justified under the First Amendment.
Even what's his name? Is it like Jonah Goldberg or something? The guy who leaked the Signal, or like exposed the Signalgate thing for the Atlantic when they accidentally added that Atlantic journalist. He made the choice to voluntarily conceal some of the more sensitive messages that were leaked in that Signal group chat. But they fucking added him, and he could have released it, literally all of it, unredacted, if he wanted to, and they couldn't go after him, at least not legally, for him doing that, because he didn't come into that information through illegitimate means or through like spying or anything like that.
Loose lips sink ships, and if something gets leaked that will cost America's safety, at what point do you draw
Emily,
the line?
that question was for me, right? So let me address that. Right. News organizations, by the way, like the Wall Street Journal, which is a conservative bastion, one of the most well-respected publications on the right, they have said if something undermines national security, if there's
so well-respected that Donald Trump is suing them because they printed the story about Epstein related to him.
The ongoing military operation, we're just not going to publish it. That's long. No, that's everybody. That's NPR, CNN. That's Fox News. That is Newsmax, which I regularly appear on. I'm actually really proud of Fox News and Newsmax for taking a stand, because Pete Hegseth, let's remind folks, he was a Fox and Friends.
Not because Pete Hegseth, but because you would expect if there were going to be any more serious defectors other than OAN, it would be Fox News and fucking Newsmax that are basically Trump propaganda outlets. But even they said no.
Weekend host. Yeah, this is his person.
Yeah, but why do you think that these news networks are entitled to that information?
For Fox
because
News
it's the media, and we live in a country where the First Amendment protects freedom of the press. The
nobody's
only
gonna
reason
leak
why it exists in America
No, because they
is
have
to hold our
already-
government
they
accountable
understand-
when they're behaving in a bad
Anna
way.
is exactly
we pay
right.
federal
I don't think we
taxes.
can trust journalists to not leak.
We don't need to take what reporters say on faith. There has been a long history of news organizations.
Why are journalists this other like species of human that like they're more predisposed to lying as opposed to literally anybody else? You can't trust a journalist to not leak it, but you can trust a politician to not leak or something like that.
I'm missing so much lore, but at the same time, there's this element of like everything that comes out of Anna's mouth directed at the gal with I know that they blew up. I was watching a previous episode at the gym earlier today while I was doing my cardio on the ellipticals. I get on there and I pump the sticks. But anyway, so I was watching one of the old episodes and they're just fucking screaming at each other over
Israel, right?
Settlers in the West Bank and shit. So I know they don't like each other.
Jews need to be, you're saying Jews aren't allowed to be in the West Bank? Or something like that. Anna was like, yeah no, they're not. But like Israelis specifically, and not Jews.
It's also like everything that comes out of her fucking face is just right before she starts is like, also fuck you, by the way, and then she makes her statement or whatever. She hates this woman so bad.
United States government, when there is an ongoing military operation, for example, when there was a military strike just recently, they withheld that information until Trump had the actual opportunity to execute upon it. We don't need to trust them. They have done it. There's a history of this. When something is at stake, when national security is at stake, when there's an imminent strike on a foreign nation, they've withheld that information in the interest of the United States. But when it comes to personnel issues, when it comes to, for example, personal conflicts or even Signalgate, which is what happened with the Atlantic reporter when he was somehow added to a Signal chat.
I swear I didn't pre-watch this, but it's just the like easiest go-to example that comes out of even like this administration. Like there wasn't reprisal for that
group. That deserves to be reported. The American people deserve to know. You know,
so you genuinely have enough faith in journalists. I'm not talking about specific organizations because I can't blame an organization for a journalist doing the right or wrong thing half the time. I just personally don't understand how you guys can trust that no journalist will leak this. That's all I'm saying.
Let me tell you, I'm American, and I revere our Constitution. I revere freedom of the press, freedom of assembly, freedom and the obligation, the privilege to hold our leaders to account. They should feel
I
uncomfortable.
trust you with
Hold
the
on a second,
secrets
Emily.
and talk about
I gotta
other
finish. I
journalists.
gotta finish. I hope our leaders feel uncomfortable because they should face the sunlight of accountability, of responsibility to the American people to operate the highest levels.
We can't even get to like any of their fucking news reporting because we're too busy explaining the First Amendment to people that call themselves journalists.
It used to be something that ultimately there were certain things that each side wouldn't do, only purely off of, we don't want to do this because we want a journalist to be able to rat on something that like the next Democratic president could end up doing. So we don't want to set the precedent now of tying the hands of like journalists, for example. But that doesn't even hold fucking true anymore. Like that's amazing that we're here.
Of conduct. We deserve that. And how do we hold our feet to the fire? It's through the press. Without a free and working press, the American experiment would crumble.
So hypothetically speaking, I personally don't think it'll happen, but you guys were discussing Venezuela on your last episode. If, let's say, America decided to strike them, which again, I don't think will happen, you would feel comfortable knowing journalists might have obtained that information and you just have confidence in them not to go and leak it? Like, why shouldn't they sign this?
I already told you, Emily. First of all, you're talking through hypotheticals. I'm not going to engage in something that may not even happen. I'm talking about facts. And
oh my God. Okay, Lindy just outed herself as having like extremely low cognition. I can't speak to anything that hasn't already happened, so I'm just not going to address that. How do you look stupid next to this fucking woman?
Empirical data. I'm talking about throughout American history. News organizations, the Washington Post, New York Times, they have deferred to the United States government. This is not my imagination. This is literal history. They have deferred to the American government when there's an imminent military strike.
That's not illegal. You can report on the fact that there are reports coming in from anonymous sources that the United States government or any government has an impending military strike.
Yeah, none of this is true. Exactly.
Like she said that because she doesn't know fuck all about journalism. Why would that be illegal?
Just add
that's like some of the most important thing. If you were giving away again like classified information and like coordinates and shit, and you obtained it in a way that was illegal, that would be. But at that point, it's not for reporting on it. It's like how you obtained it.
Yeah. I hate to be that guy, but I gotta hit the little ogre's room real quick. I'll be like less than 2 minutes probably.
Yeah. Okay. You're good. Give me a second, you guys. Actually, while he's gone, kind of want to look at we'll do a little sneak preview of this, okay? A little sneak preview of Zoran Mamdani's angry speech even scares liberals as nice guy facade vanishes. This was 4 days ago, has 49,000 views, and is the newest show, the newest joint brought to you by Dave Rubin and Jillian Michaels. Let's get a little sneak peek and see if this is worth covering tomorrow.
News. Hopefully he jumps back on. But why don't we just start? Obviously, the big thing this week, guys, the mayoral election. Well, there were a couple of elections. None of them went particularly well from my position, but the New York one is the kind of worst. They have gone full, whatever you want to call it at this point, socialist, communist, Marxist, leftist, whatever. Here is incoming Mayor Zoran Mamdani, a bit of his acceptance speech.
I am Muslim. I am a democratic socialist. And most damning of all, I refuse to apologize for any of this. And yet, if tonight teaches us anything, it is that convention has held us back. We have bowed at the altar of caution and we have paid a mighty price. Too many working people cannot recognize themselves in our party. And too many among us have turned to the right for answers to why they've been left behind.
This is supposed to be scary, by the way.
We will leave mediocrity in our past. No longer will we have to open a history book for proof that Democrats can dare to be great.
All right, I'm going to try to do this with a question before I offer any opinion. My question to the three of you is, he's obviously very passionate now. You're seeing a slightly different version than the...
Like Russell Brand called in, literally couldn't even be bothered to fucking put on a shirt or go sit at a desk before doing this.
Smiley, lo-fi music, soft lens version of him. My question is this, with all that passion,
what up?
You can't expect that much. You can't expect that much masculinity to fucking shield it off from the rest of the world. What do you mean? That's all man. That's what a real man looks like, and I'm tired of saying that it's not.
I didn't realize that he had titled this Zoran Mamdani's angry speech even scares liberals as nice guy facade vanishes. This is the first episode of Jillian's new show with Dave Rubin.
Actual Friends?
Called Actual Friends.
It's called Actual Friends.
Yeah, Actual Friends. Great name. Love it. And what they'll be, I already know before, I have not even watched this, I already know that they're going to be citing Van Jones being like, the speech wasn't as unifying as I would have liked. That's going to be even scares the liberal Van Jones.
Hold on. Is Dave Rubin a regular? Please tell me he's a regular.
I think he's like a co-host of this. Like Actual Friends podcast hosts Sage Steele, Dave Rubin, Jillian Michaels, Russell Brand, and Dr. Drew Pinsky talk about Democratic Socialist Zoran Mamdani officially becoming the next NYC mayor. And
listen, I'm a big fan of keeping up with traditions and shit, but I mean, if I had a vote, like we're already into this one, I would say let the other one continue because we're already down that lane. But like in the future,
we're doing that. You want to do this one?
Any chance to shit on Dave Rubin, like that makes my soul happy.
Okay, this can be episode 2. Okay, we can do this one. I'll save it because like Zoran bashing is not going is like evergreen content as long as he's in office.
Yeah.
I'm kind of surprised to hear how much you care about classified information, Emily, considering the fact that you're a huge Trump supporter, which is totally fine. I respect that. Trump mishandled classified documents. There's literally audio of him talking about having information about potential strikes that he was going to share.
She's going to bring up Joe Biden doing this or something?
That's so dirty. She's like, you care about the First Amendment and what about Trump, bitch? Like,
this is like nice from Anna to see her actually like shitting on Trump, which usually she's not doing as of late.
Government or a leader from a foreign government. I mean, I trust the journalists a lot more than
or I should say she shits on him, but she like handles him with kid gloves as compared to like the criticisms that she'll offer up for like other Dems at this point.
We trust our own politicians. And by the way, Biden mishandled classified documents. There's the mishandling of classified documents all over the place. But when it comes to freedom of the press, I would venture to say that is one of the most important things to protect. And in regard to reporting on classified documents, the one thing I will say is there are 2 tranches in which classified documents exist. There's actual classified documents that have to do with our national security. And in that regard, I agree with you. Journalists need to be careful in what they report in order to avoid sacrificing our national security. But I also know our federal government classifies all sorts of things that don't need to be classified at all in an effort to prevent reporting on those issues.
So that was my question to Lindy. I'll ask you to say, where do you draw the line? Because I'm aware that they do that, by the way. I'm not stupid.
Well,
I'm not
every news organization has a team of lawyers.
Narrator, she was not in fact aware that the government does that, but is going to at least be able to incorporate it into her argument.
That's also something that like a long-term journalist versus somebody that like it has been let into the press corps as a I host the Barstool like side Saturday fucking podcast or whatever the fuck. Like that's one of the reasons that you have these people with journalism degrees and have been doing this work for a while. Like, yeah, that's where that determination comes from. It's actually also just as much as anything else. It's a gut feeling as well. And knowing the history of like, especially when it comes to things that have been leaked and shit like that, is that it's a huge spectrum. It's not something that you just go like, oh, it's because they tell you it's okay. Is like, that's the dumbest thing ever.
And they know that everything they report is going to get attacked by the very people in positions of power who do not want those stories reported. So they're going to have to check with their legal teams to make sure what they're reporting isn't going to get them in trouble. They want to cover their own asses.
My point is when it comes to military operations, which is kind of, the Pentagon specialty here, I don't feel like they need to be 100% transparent. I feel like that's how you lose militarily. That's just, it's dangerous.
But that's
it's irresponsible.
We already discussed that. And
that's
what I'm saying is
that's not how that fucking works.
But that's not
like Jesus Christ. That's why they okay. So after Trump, like if you go back to like this is like the best example I can think of. After Trump did the strike on Soleimani, and they had to, because I'm going to truncate a bunch of shit just for brevity, but so because of the authorization of the use of military force, the president can go ahead, and if it's in the national interest and national security and blah blah blah, imminent threat, all the nice fun buzzwords. If they're like, we have to do the thing, and then they do the thing, he can do it. But when Congress turns around after the fact, they have to be able to go, we expect you come tell us what the fuck happened. That's why they have planning meetings and closed door sessions of Congress, and they kick everybody the fuck out. They don't just sit on a fucking card table in the middle of the Pentagon in the hallway Like, that's something that's almost literally happened at Mar-a-Lago, by the way. They've had relatively involved planning meetings and shit in the middle of like these members, and that was one of the draws of getting a membership, and why during his first term he upped it to like $200,000 a year or something. It was because they had people taking pictures of next to a Secret Service guy holding the fucking nuclear football. So, but what they're talking about is something that is like, it's bullshit. It doesn't exist. They have all these different measures of restricting like white noise machines and doing all this crazy shit that it's so dumb. She's so fucking dumb.
It's just literally falling hook, line, and sinker for every single government that tries to justify a lack of transparency with the public about the decisions that they're making. Always in the name of security, right? And like just not questioning that. She's like, that sounds reasonable to me, and moves on.
My point. That's not. But what I'm saying is that when you have, he is making a blanket statement. He's saying that nothing that the Pentagon hasn't specifically approved cannot be published. And so what I'm saying is that personnel issues, internecine warfare, interpersonal struggles, the American people deserve to know. That is useful information. And I don't think any of this would have happened had Signalgate.
It could be useless information. We'd still be entitled to know it.
Not happened. Yeah. I think that was the catalyst, and it was embarrassing for the Pentagon. He didn't want it to happen again. And I want to also point our audience to one of the shining moments in American history, and from my perspective, and that is the Pentagon Papers.
Yes.
What Katharine Graham did at the Washington Post, standing up for the American people like that, exposing Nixon, that was bravery.
Waiting for these two to be like, she should be in jail, probably.
Still, honestly, one of the most landmark moments of the American press.
I agree. Yeah.
And if we were to snatch that, it looks like we did. We yanked that opportunity for the press to hold our leaders accountable. That is such a dereliction of duty.
Yeah, come on, jump in on this. So I would love the fact that the corporate media was welcomed into the same room that I was. I mean, obviously they are, but technically they have to sign an agreement that they disagree with, and they're not going to be in the same room as me, unless they get a guest pass. But the reality of it is they allowed the media, under Joe Biden, they allowed us to be shunned from being in the room. There was no access when I reached out for comment from the White House on several occasions.
Wrong. I'm sorry.
They ignored. Well, thank you. I mean, it's
it was so wrong of the Biden administration to not give press credentials to the InfoWars crew.
Do you know who the fuck I am? I work at Infowars.com.
I report to Alex Jones. Heard of him? Yeah, sweaty. Think again.
The part that gets really frustrating with me is their focus right now. I know it is because the New York Times, The Guardian, they've all reached out for comment about me getting credentialed. And I've broken stories that don't side with the conservative side either, and they do come after me for that. But I was the one who broke the Tulsi Gabbard story about Tulsi Gabbard being on the TSA terror watch list.
Yeah.
All of the
very important stories.
Thank you. Well, you know what's crazy? There were so many mainstream outlets who knew about it, but they didn't run the story because they didn't want to be on the bad side of the. They want to be the bad side of the Biden administration.
Yeah.
So here's the thing.
I think there's a bigger problem with that. I think
Yeah.
there's a bigger problem with our corporate media, legacy media, actually providing cover for the powerful more than
Would
anything
anyone
else.
give
Yeah,
a fuck? Like, okay, she's on the terror watch list or whatever. Like, I'm sure there's some elements of that are common good, or maybe if it's to a more conservative audience at the end of the day. But I think probably a lot of these people heard this shit, and it wasn't because they weren't reporting on it out of fear. It was probably they just didn't give a shit.
I would venture
is
like newsworthy. That's also the thing here.
You need balance. You need everyone in the room.
I agree. I totally agree with that. But you can't let the bad actors paint a picture of the media overall or persuade you to go along with the government in honestly engaging in behavior that I think is meant to silence the media.
Well, here's my thing. So they asked me to come and be a part of their media team. I did 3 different times. I've gone after Headset, but not like aggressively, but being respectfully critical. I went after him for that guitar.
It's so cocked how many different times she has to underscore that like she was mean, but not too mean to the Trump administration and his fucking cronies.
Tasteful, respectful.
Yeah. And then she's even admitting that conservatives still come after her.
Official who he sat with and met with. I didn't like that about the air bases, and I was public about that. I also went after him for, and again, this was all respectfully, went after him for leaving.
Like, no one is concerned that you were disrespectful to Pete Hegseth. I'm concerned that you weren't disrespectful enough to him. This is a man whose name you should hear and you should like instinctively spit on the ground as far as I'm concerned. And she's talking about like her caveats of like, I was very polite the whole time.
There's one official who was a part of Lloyd Austin's cabinet who is still working there, and he was trying to promote him to chief of staff.
She just said they approached her to join the admin press team. You heard that correctly, which is why even The Guardian and the New York Times were like, can we just verify really quick that you're trying to give press credentials to InfoWars when they're not even asking you for that? You just want to give that to them.
Really?
Yes.
Hegseth was?
Yes, but here's the thing. The White House shut it down.
Wait, what was that? Okay, Anna just like... I genuinely can't tell if that was like sarcasm from her or what.
for leaving. There's one official who
sounded like
was a part of
disbelief.
Lloyd Austin's cabinet who is still working there, and he was trying to promote him to chief of staff.
Really?
Yes.
Hegseth was?
Yes, but here's the thing, the White House shut it down. This was, I forgot what outlet published it, but the White House shut it down.
That sounded so fake from Anna. Like, really? Hegseth? No. This literally sounds like she's having like a conversation. Like, have you ever spoken to a kid and they're just telling you this rambling story and they're connecting everything with and then
Did you ever have a dream? Did you ever have a dream that you could and then you could do anything?
Yeah, like last night I was before I went to bed, I told my mom watch this, and then I did a flip, except it wasn't actually like that kind of story is being told from this person to Anna, and she's playing the role of the parent going, wow, no, that's really cool. No way.
I mean, I feel like there's probably, because of the high turnaround on this fucking show, that they're probably been so shitty to people on that panel, and they've lost so many people that I think Anna's probably hitting this point of like, fuck, I gotta humor these fucking idiots just because otherwise everybody's leaving.
Yeah, I mean, this is what Anna wanted. This is what Miss Unaligned wanted, right? She felt like that left is too much of a fucking echo chamber. There's not enough pushback, but also simultaneously they're always infighting, and it's ridiculous that they criticize her over her birthing person tweets or whatever. So you made your bed, now fucking lie in it. This is the type of discourse that you're gonna get on the right.
Because before I run anything from the mainstream too, I always reach out to close sources, and I was told from current employees, these weren't disgruntled employees, that yes, that reporting was accurate. So I vetted it before I actually went out there and backed that reporting. Yeah. Then there was the other reporting about the 3 leakers, which he wasn't very happy about either. But I truly believe that those people were not leaking, and I've reached out to everyone for comment to get fair and balanced coverage on it. So I love that report.
Yeah,
I read
you
that.
have been doing the Lord's work on that. I've actually been noticing and reporting, and kudos.
Anna bragging about reading the reporting from this InfoWars dullard. Like, how far she has fallen, man. Every time I think, like, she couldn't get lower than this. She gets lower than that.
There's a new floor, yeah. There's a new basement.
I'm very proud of the work
find.
that you're doing.
Thank you.
And I think the solution was to expand the pool rather than to reduce it, which is the path that they took. And I also want to say it's due to intrepid reporters like you that the neoconservative project, their desire to conquer the Middle East and to exert regime change, that was exposed because of our journalists, okay? Yes. We didn't just randomly find out about it. It was diligent investigative journalism that got us that intel, which revealed to us that Colin Powell's assertion in front of the United Nations saying that Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction, that was a lie. And how do we know that? It was because we had a free and working press. And that is why I revere it so dearly. We should be doing everything we can to encourage free dialogue.
I feel like some of these examples...
well, you go.
I was going to say, I feel like some of these examples can... Maybe this does tie, because it's been a long time since I've even bothered to like read up or look at any of the shit that she's talking about in the moment. But unless you were specifically going to get something where it's like, it was only because you were putting a fucking drinking glass up against a door at the Pentagon that resulted in you finding this information out, like, then this doesn't apply. Like, it literally doesn't fucking apply. She's just trying to she's trying to cite histories of leaks in general to say that's why journalism is important. But this has nothing to do with if you work in the Pentagon at all, then diving into the details of what that pledge actually means. I feel like it's saying the thing, but ultimately it doesn't chip away at why that pledge is bad.
Yeah. And it's so funny. Like, what I was going to say is, like, it's so funny that she mentions Colin Powell, and like she has to reach into like to Afghanistan or whatever to find a recent example of this occurring. She can't think, like, that's like where she's memorized some talking points, right? And she's saying just like the most banal, abstract, like truism of like, it was thanks to the hard work of journalists that we learned that weapons of mass destruction were a lie, right? When in reality, like, you didn't even necessarily have to do investigative reporting to be able to piece together, like let's say we lived in a far more like at that point, like far more like oppressive or like hostile to like journalism or whatever, like a lot of this stuff would have just come to light because there were so many people involved in the moving parts of it, right? Like, this is a war that involved like multiple allies, like, but just that aside, like, there have been far more damning things that have managed to get into American press that were suppressed by the very people she's talking about, and they were like foiled again. That's not really like a surprise. I don't know, like, we have like a longer tradition of like investigative journalists or whatever being able to expose like American wrongdoing. Like, Colin Powell tried to cover up the investigation into the My Lai massacre, that like Seymour Hersh and other people were on the ground and photographed. And they were, the people who photographed that did not realize, like Seymour Hersh and the other person who caught pictures of it did not realize it was going to like pop off the way that it did in the American public, because they were like, honestly, that was kind of like par for the course. Like a lot of that kind of stuff was going on anyway. So we didn't have any way of knowing that this was going to be a story that like really pissed off the American public. But then from there, like Colin Powell and others tried to like suppress the investigations into that and the publication of all of this, and it didn't work. I can't remember like how it failed or why it didn't, but eventually all of this got published and none of these people were fucking like jailed or whatever. So it's only talking like she can only think back to like I wish she had like she can't think of like a better example of like, no, there's examples of American journalists doing these things and not only not getting in trouble for it, but like being rewarded for it, despite the fact that the American government was attempting to suppress these stories.
Well, that was the thing with Snowden and Manning, was ultimately the only way that they were trying to get him was to say that he was directing her to go after the information or trying to, like, if you're orchestrating the attainment of the data, you're fucked. If you're somebody that data is handed to and say, here, you're a reliable publisher, publish it. That's where the rubber meets the road on this shit. But that's not anything that they're even remotely broaching.
Yeah.
Like, rather than going the opposite direction. But I am very heartened by the fact that you are in the room. It gives me hope, because I know you're not gonna let them silence you.
Exactly. Yeah, these people would probably believe not just the Iraq war lies, but like also that like, oh yeah, there shouldn't have been journalists reporting on the My Lai massacre, because you could have given away U.S. positions in Vietnam and endangered them because the Viet Cong were definitely reading the American press. Like, they would use some like weird convoluted logic to say that like you're compromising American security by talking about like war crimes and atrocities.
Well, but that's also that's also the fuck English words. Okay, let me reset. That's also the beauty of the way a lot of people talk about past first, like future possible bad thing versus the present versus things from the past. They'll always agree that thing that happened back in the day was bad and we're glad that it was brought to light.
Yeah.
But then when you try to talk about the importance of bringing the current thing to light,
no, you can't
that's
do that.
Bad. Don't do that. And then they'll only focus on the really bad potential future thing somewhere down the road. It's like, no, they're not. There's no levels of consistency, basically.
Yeah, like if you try to say, if you were to retroactively apply that standard to any, like to this event, that event, it never would have come to light. Do you realize that? And they're like, no, it's different, but they'll never explain how it's meaningfully different than what they're talking about.
About these days, yeah, and I like that. That's what you need in the media. You need people who actually want to hold any administration accountable, regardless of what your own political leanings are.
Yeah,
you know?
and to add to that too, under the Biden administration, I submitted several FOIA requests for information that I thought was relevant to what I believe is a weaponized federal government, and they refused to even respond in many cases. And so I did file several lawsuits, and they're still pending. Although the new administration, we're still suing.
I'm sorry, this person, like...
Under the Biden administration, they didn't follow my FOIA request, but when Pete Hegseth told me that I had to meet all of these new restrictions, I felt like that was fine. And that's why holding every administration to account, no matter how much I like them, I agree with that statement, Anna. Like, what the fuck?
Like, I don't know how this person gets around without needing to wear a helmet 24/7. What do you want to bet that the reason why you never heard back on the FOIA request is because you didn't file it properly? Or guess what? They don't always grant the FOIA requests. There are times where they just say like, no, you don't get access to that or whatever.
Well,
but it's different when Biden does it, it's wrong. When Hegseth does it to literally all of the press, not an individual request that was vetoed, that's okay.
Yeah.
Doing them actively.
Love it.
Yeah, the Biden administration actually has been just terrible with the press. I want to say that they have threatened news organizations for disclosing that Biden was in cognitive decline. Yeah. So what they did was absolutely reprehensible.
Why didn't they speak out about
it? What are you talking about? The Biden administration threatened people for reporting on the fact that he's old? What? Like, this is a new claim even from her, and I followed her like grift story. I don't even know what she's talking about.
That, Lindy. That's my problem I have with all of them. Remember when they had the card and he had all the names and the photos? So many of them submitted their questions in advance, which I would never do as a journalist. If Pete had...
Remember when he had all the names and the
fucking
cards
Trump
and the photos?
did that shit. Trump did that. Trump's done that before. Well, I mean, not the photo. I don't think the photos thing per se, but he's always had giant fucking cue cards with like notes and shit. And it's like the dumbest version of notes possible. Like okay, sure.
Seth were to ask me for my questions in advance, I would laugh, maybe give him a fake one as a joke, and then hit him with the hardball.
Yeah,
It's super
unethical
unethical
to do that.
Let me
You're
tell
not
you
supposed to
exactly. I know exactly why. Let me tell you exactly why. Because a lot of them, actually, I would say the vast, vast majority of the people in our press corps, they have liberal leanings.
Yep.
So people like Terry Moran from ABC News, who sent out that long.
Did you know there are liberals in the media?
I'm shocked.
Just the scathing rebuke, I forget, of Stephen Miller. He inadvertently revealed his own personal biases. That is what we do not want. Okay, we don't want your political ideology when you report. We want the facts.
You know what happens, though? That the colleges are...
No, that's not even true. You're actually seeing a decline of like journalism and straight reporting, and you've seen the rise of commentary and opinion because it's cheaper for all of these news companies, and that's been the case ever since Reagan got rid of the fairness doctrine. But like this whole like we just want the facts. This is somebody who literally just said who has complimented the reporting of an InfoWars correspondent and has also said, I've contributed as a Newsmax contributor myself, you know, another rag that's definitely committed to honesty.
Are really kind of the cesspool for all of
Yeah,
this.
I was indoctrinated.
I know, that's where...
Also, nobody just wants the facts. You read headlines and you don't actually read any fucking articles. Like, when do you think the last time Lindy Lee, actually read all the way through a fucking article of her own volition and not because she needed to do it for the segment? And I'm not even convinced that she's doing it for that. Like, you were literally just doing the drive-by media thing of just going off the headline and not actually reading what the story says. And if you want straight facts, like the only thing you would be subscribed to is like Reuters. It's like the closest that you're gonna get.
That's what happens. I mean, as soon as I graduated high school, I was hit with the voter registration form, and I didn't know who to pick, so I just went with Democrats at the time. And I stayed
right, you were around the same age. They asked you to vote for Obama, right?
Yeah.
Probably.
Well, the thing is, I mean, I didn't switch over, I think, until 2017, 2018. I think I switched over.
You know, you could have registered as an independent. I love how this Dillard is like, I didn't know who to pick, so I went with one, even though I didn't know anything about them. Like, the option to, like, be unaffiliated or independent wasn't also there. She probably just was a lib and doesn't want to own up to it.
Officially, but I didn't have a mind of my own when I was that young. I was kind of just like, whatever happened, happened. But I remember sitting in the college class, which was heavily Democrats, and the college professor...
In college, she didn't have a mind of her own. When did your mind come into existence? Like, in adulthood?
Early 30s.
Yeah. I'll get there one day. My baby brain still hasn't fallen out yet, but once it does, the adult brain's going to grow and I'll have a mind of my own.
For yelling at me when I said something as simple as, I think it was just like, we're talking about reality TV. And I said, I think women who watch reality TV, and a lot of it, consume their lives around it, are just unhappy with something within their own life.
That's such a good point.
And
how about viewers of The Fucking Apprentice, you fucking moron?
All ambushed me. It was an ambush.
It's so funny you say that. When I was in college, I was radicalized the opposite way. But it's funny you mentioned it's under Obama. I think, honestly, things were less politicized then between the parties, so maybe the messaging was more clandestine. When I was in college, the way they did it was through gender ideology. Like, that was my era of college, was under Biden. And
that was my era of college was under Biden. Hold on, I'm screenshotting this. Oh my god.
I had like multiple they them professors, which by the way, like, it was so new to me, I didn't care. I'm like, whatever.
Multiple. Again, this is all of these people outing themselves as being libs in the past or not caring, and then talking about how they later came to become bigoted.
Wait, hold on. No, hold on. So you start off and someone tells you this concept of like, I don't prefer any pronoun other than they, them. I don't feel that I'm a man. I don't feel that I'm a woman. And you go, oh, okay, that sounds fine. But I'm curious how you square that circle to go, but then I learned to be really pissed off about it. Like, I'm wondering if she explains that.
Let's see.
By your pronouns.
I mean, the story is obviously not true. You did not have multiple non-binary professors at wherever the fuck you went.
And it got to name 72 genders. I called him sir by accident. I got penalized. But like, when he said crazy things, he would never get in trouble. He came to class.
Okay, now we're getting into like, this is just like fucking pants on fire. What is Politico's stupid thing? 3 Pinocchios level, 5 Pinocchios level. Like, again, I didn't use the Zer pronouns, and then the trans mafia put a gun in my face and said that if you don't comply, you're going to be suspended and killed.
Yeah, it's fucking stupid.
Posting bikini pictures on the board, and like by the way, I'm like misgendering him right now. And because they forced it so badly down my throat, and then the COVID vaccine really threw me over the edge. We spoke about this earlier. I was like, you preached to me last week, my body, my choice. You handed out condoms and Plan Bs to the whole class, okay? And now I don't want to get vaccinated. And
what college class was handing out free condoms and Plan B, which runs anywhere from like $50 to like $150?
suddenly I don't have my body, my choice anymore. And nobody really could like answer that question besides like, oh, you're getting suspended from school now. And that pushed me completely. Like I didn't care about politics.
Besides,
I'm a sports reporter
every
like you.
fucking school has a level of like required vaccinations. Like that's not a new thing.
That
They
only
just
happened
added
under
this new
Biden.
one.
That
Yeah.
only happened after the pandemic.
And then that just completely radicalized me the opposite way.
That's very
I
interesting.
mean, like, these people aren't made to confront the fact that the lockdowns occurred under Trump. Donald Trump was the president when the COVID pandemic started.
Well, and then when they talk about the inflationary aspects of the stimulus shit, like the stimulus occurred also under Trump. Like, and the PPP didn't. It started under Trump, but we didn't find out until much later the amount of like gross abuse that people were doing with that shit, and then it was just money they never had to pay back. So
yeah. And then on top of it, Biden was the one who was like aggressively running on like, we need to reopen the government and get back to normal. Like everybody needs to go back to fucking work. He was the one who was undoing all that shit.
Wow. Okay. Thank you for that. I think this is a great opportunity for us.
Wow. Thank you for that completely bullshit story. What else can she say?
To move to the second topic, which there's some overlap with what we discussed right now, and that is
like, okay, we're
smoothest transitioner in the fucking game, baby. Well, wow, that was awesome. So anyway, the next thing we're going to talk about is this other thing that's different from the first thing. Anna, why don't you take it away?
So I'm not going to be touching what you just said with the 20-foot pole, even though I'm a MAGA grifter. I wouldn't even go so far as to co-sign your clearly fake fucking story. So we're just going to be moving on now.
Shake up at CBS. Basically, the entire operation has been revolutionized in a matter of days, and I want to talk about what is driving that exactly.
Frank J. Cav in YouTube chat. Plan B is $10 on Amazon. The price has come down a lot. Send me a fucking link right now. I do not believe you.
Well, new ownership is the answer. David Ellison is now at the helm of CBS News, and he's hired Bari Weiss, who is, she describes herself as a diehard Zionist. She's going hard and firing a lot of people. In fact, there are some reporters alleging that there's racial bias. I don't know if that's true, but one CBS News staffer has described the cuts as a bloodbath. Another person who said that the race and culture unit was gutted. He also pointed out that their streaming services have been gutted as well, which is very interesting because in the age of streaming, don't you think that you would invest more resources into it instead of pulling back? Yeah. So we'd love to get your ladies' thoughts on what exactly is going on here. And just one last thing. Bari Weiss apparently fired a journalist who exposed atrocities in Gaza. So, Anna, you have been very well-versed on this issue. We'd love to hear your take on what exactly is going on in one of the premier flagships of American...
Lindy started off her grift being, like, mega pro-Israel and super Zionist or whatever, and, like, even anti-Mamdani, because she was really upset when he, like, won the primary, was doing the whole Jewish voters don't like what he has to say, and then Dave Smith is like... Yeah, I'm a Jew, and we have an issue with like a persecution complex. We're fine. Don't worry about it. Like it's not a big deal. And then she just
changed her tune.
And then she was just like, "Well, other Jewish people that I've spoken to don't like it, or whatever." She just like had nothing. But then like later, she came out and was like, "Anna, you're completely right." When she could see which way the tide was fucking turning, even though anybody could have seen that from the start.
In media.
By the way, I just want to interject before Anna answers. There's no proof that Bari made that call to fire her.
She's the head of news at CBS.
She didn't make the call
The
to
buck
fire her.
stops with her.
Isn't she? That's like saying
Bari Weiss got someone fucking killed because of what she tweeted out in response to somebody.
Yeah.
But we're gonna doubt that she got somebody fired for reporting on atrocities. This is also somebody who tried to get a Palestinian professor of hers fucking fired at NYU for criticizing Israel.
So I understand what she's saying and why she's trying to play that game, but we're also like short of a piece of paper with her signature at the bottom that says yes, fire this person, right? You could say there's no proof that she did it, but there's no reason to not believe that the person that's fucking in charge, like that's still their vessel, that's their ship, that's their fucking that's a stupid thing to fucking say.
Oh, America bombed a country, but we don't know.
Because a lot of the things people are putting on Bari now were decisions that were made before she came in.
Who's in charge right now?
Right now with Bari Weiss, but a lot of the decisions that are taking place now.
Okay, so Bari Weiss was specifically, first of all, the Free Press, which has a non-existent YouTube page, and has a decent subscriber base. We don't know what percentage of those.
Anna, wrong. But she, like, the Free Press air conditioning. Sorry, 2 months ago, they uploaded a video that would get 4,000 views. Air conditioning, an American innovation that changed everything. And they have 364,000 subscribers, but she's feeling a little bit silly right now. How one man overcame his autism. Hour and a half long conversation with Bari Weiss, 24,000 views. So think again, Anna.
Noah cut a video on their the famine story that chick that tried to hit on Hassan at the Mamdani party, or at least was trying to get a scoop from Hassan.
Olivia O'Brien or something.
The way they
she
cut
didn't actually
her
write that
doing
story.
Research and shit. Well, sure, but I'm saying the videos. I haven't looked at like their direct feed proper to like try to start using that as like React fuel or whatever. But the video where she's like at the computer and they've got a bunch of shit where she's like her looking at a monitor like it's so pantomimed and so like it's such dog shit. Like, yeah, it wouldn't surprise me at all if the rest of their YouTube channel is like total garbage.
That person also said, it's not Olivia O'Brien, that's a fucking singer. I'm trying to think of like her actual name, but I know who you're talking about. She's a journalist for the Free Press. She was complaining that like she was getting all of this harassment for being a Zionist, and she said, my former professors didn't even reach out to me. Why would your former college professors from school be name searching you on Twitter, seeing harassment, and then reaching out to you?
Those subscribers are paying subscribers, but nonetheless, David Ellison purchased the Free Press for $150 million. Obviously, that's a ridiculous valuation. And according to the Financial Times, which broke this story when it first was reported.
Straighterade, I would not trust a $10 Plan B off of Amazon. Oh, but YouTube chat begs to differ.
Ellison was interested in Bari Weiss specifically because of her pro-Israel stance. So right off the bat, there is clear reporting indicating that
Olivia Reingold, not O'Brien. That was her fucking name.
Her publication is being purchased and she's being brought on to CBS specifically because of her bias. And the thing is, it's fine to have a bias. It's not okay to insert that bias into what's supposed to be straight news reporting. I do commentary, I do opinion. It's obvious I'm doing opinion, but the facts are the facts. And getting rid of a specific journalist because she is exposing atrocities, whether it be in Gaza or any other country, I don't really care, I think is a black mark on CBS now. And so CBS has been corporate media, and I don't think they've done a fantastic job in every case.
Okay, this Reingold woman is the one who did the debunking the starvation of children in Gaza, doing the actually sweaty. They already had a pre-existing congenital condition that's only the result of the fucking man-made famine or whatever. But they're also starving. But who's to say which is really killing them faster? That was like her fucking contribution.
The spin on that story is like, oh, congratulations, you're starving a bunch of already sick children to death. Like, good fucking job.
Even prior to bringing Bari Weiss on, but now I don't trust their foreign policy reporting at all. I'll never read their foreign policy reporting as long as she's the head of news there, and trust anything that they're saying, because she has such a significant bias that already has played out in the hiring and firing decisions at CBS.
So I want to kind of piggyback on this because I know you were mentioning the DEI angle to all of this and the firings of those, but I also want to say that Page Six actually did a story, and they're alleging that her security each day costs about $10,000, which is crazy.
CBS is paying for that?
They're paying for that.
Wow.
That's kind of insane given the fact that they are doing these firings. This is according.
Wow, waste of money. Revoke now. I support it.
To Page Six, the sources that they've spoken to say that it costs $10,000. She's got about 8 security guards who follow her around everywhere. And it's because they're saying it's because of her pro-Israel stance on a lot of this, and because she's a...
Is that including or excluding gang violence?
Though. Fucking 8. That's... Come on. 2.
That's not enough.
2.
Frankly, it should be at least a dozen. They're really just doing my girl dirty.
Zionist, and that's the reason why. That's according to this report again. That's Page 6. But the DEI angle to this, I know there's a lot of people out there claiming that they're firing individuals, and they're also.
I'm not sure if that's true. I'm just saying this.
Yeah, I've seen the videos, and they're so. There were so many people when we started this whole DEI movement who were passed up on jobs.
Why do you need Plan B, Aaron? Aren't you straight edge? Do you think that being straight edge means that I don't have sex?
Jobs, specifically white men, and when they were able to bring other people in.
To be fair,
I never
if
thought
it
that was
wasn't
okay
for
because that
CM
was
Punk, I probably wouldn't know what straight edge was anyway. So
I think that seems to be most people but even most people don't tend to be confused about that part. That's not. It's like some people adopt like celibacy as like part of their straight edge or whatever, but that's definitely not the norm.
It's obviously discrimination, but nobody ever argued. Instead of us knowing about who you are, what your race is, let's just hand over our resumes without any names on it, have an ID number on it.
I love that idea.
They never
I
argued
think that's
for that.
so smart.
Absolutely.
I don't think anyone should be hired based on their ethnicity, their religion, their race. I think we need to have like blind hiring, like the way that you just described. Because look, journalism is really important for a functioning democracy, and you need actual seasoned journalists who know how to do the job, who actually want to hold or speak truth to power, right? And report the facts as they are, not, make the facts or twist the facts in a direction that's favorable to their own political views.
And that's why I'm so happy that President Trump has revived the idea of a meritocracy, And I think, frankly, a lot of the people who are hurt the most by affirmative action are the black and brown people who got there because of the strength of their own resume. Because now everyone's looking at them as scans saying, oh,
affirmative action actually hurts black people, don't you know? This is what it was. Okay, so Olivia Reingold wrote this. When did she say this? October 14th of this year. Most newsrooms I've worked in have been obsessed with mental health. Once my editor offered us January 6th off to process the trauma of the Capitol riot, even though we were all working from our home in our pajamas. Okay, the fact that she used an M- in a tweet tells me that she had ChatGPT clean this up, because ChatGPT uses M-dashes a lot. The New York Times
fat dashes.
For sure. The New York Times nearly revolted over an op-ed in 2020 that some claims could literally kill them. Most journalism conferences I've been to have had sessions on quote-unquote work-life balance. The listservs I've used to belong to were full of messages about demanding bosses or chronic migraines. It's an obsession. And yet, not a single journalist outside my free press bubble has checked in since October 7th. Now that peace is on the horizon, I took a moment to reflect last night and realized that yes, there's been a certain level of trauma to covering these past 2 years. Imagine men in your face, spitting with rage, calling you a baby killer. Wow, could you imagine people getting mad at you for supporting a genocide? Crazy. Imagine infiltrating space where people call for your eradication. Imagine coordinated cyber harassment campaigns inundating you with thousands of hate comments for days. Like, what are you a bold truth teller or are you a fucking victim? Like, pick one. None of my journalism professors reached out. This is what she said that I was like, what in the fuck are you talking about? Why would Columbia professors talk to you after you've graduated? Why would they even know your name? My professors don't even know who the fuck I am.
Yeah.
At Columbia Journalism School, they spoke a big game about always being there for us, about how we could join. Like, she took that literally. She took them saying this empty platitude of like, Columbia is always here for our students. We support you guys, as like, can you believe that they're not like checking up on me? About how we could join groups that would help protect us and defend our work. Those same institutions were instead wielded against reporters like me. A few reporters I completed Report for America with have become my biggest harassers. Just yesterday, an NPR host I once interned for sent me a message intended to break my spirit. I caught a former friend from Columbia, a girl who comes from media royalty, liking negative tweets about me. Oh, the horror. Like, again, this is somebody who justified the starvation of children in Gaza, but we're supposed to be sensitive to her plight. Of a former friend of Columbia, a girl who comes from media royalty liking a negative tweet about her. How she knows about this in the era of private likes on X, I'm not sure. Dude, Is this why you haven't been responding to my texts asking to hang out? I immediately texted her. That's like such a self-own. The fact that like you learned about this and then still asked her like, do you not like me? I could go on. The point is that October 7th changed the world and my own understanding of my profession. Journalists are supposed to have tough skin. When chaos breaks out, we're meant to run toward the fire, not away from it. You don't have to like my work, but that's how I see my work over these past 2 years. Documenting the burning building, the bitterness that's consuming American politics, and the ideologues rebranding violence as progressive necessity. The good news
trying to put a positive spin on emaciated babies. Like that's also like
yeah,
she's using these other euphemisms to avoid talking about like what her biggest stories have been.
A thing that, like, again, in a world where we actually applied international law, she would be tried at the fucking Hague for promoting genocide propaganda and lies, but that's not happening. The good news is I'm okay. Of course I am. Sure, it's derailed a couple of my days. It's true, I thought there was a 50-50 chance I was going to die in one instance, but it hasn't gotten me down. Wow, maybe she needs security detail. Maybe Bari ought to share a couple.
Yeah, she should shed off a couple of the 8 people following her around and give one to
at least
this
one.
person.
In fact, it's only toughened my skin for what's next, because if there's one thing the past 24 hours have shown, it's that this won't end even if peace comes. And with God's... Okay. God, like, she put, like, G-D help. I hope it does. So it's mutual. I don't need the committees to protect the so-and-sos or the friends of the fancy papers.
I wonder if that's a ChatGPT thing.
Yeah, like, it won't say it. I thought maybe it's like an X thing where you get deprioritized if you say God.
Maybe.
I don't need the committee to protect the so-and-sos or the friends of the fancy papers. I have a mission, and that's to tell the truth, wherever it may lead. Oh my God, this echo chamber.
I would never in a million years sit there and like, look, to each their own or whatever. I don't condone like that kind of shit or screaming in people's face or spitting or any of that other stuff. Yeah, fucking, he's so fucking funny. Anyway, Like, but if your strongest retort to the angry mob that's calling you baby killers is like, "Oh, I just write stories trying to justify the murder. I don't actually kill them."
Can a girl eat?
Can't I gotta pay my
Let
rent
me
too,
live.
motherfucker. Yeah.
I'm just trying to write about emaciated children actually dying as a result of their congenital conditions that Israel caused and not the starvation. Cut me some slack, okay? She needs to be the next guest on Her Take.
Who do actually deserve that position, but they know they earned
Some
that.
Jewish people type it as God. Oh, this might be me like showing my the fact that I'm like a Gentile, because maybe that's the thing and I didn't know.
Place. And actually, another thing I want to say is that CBS is a CBS of Walter Cronkite, who is a legend in American journalism.
You're trying to stick to it so devoutly that you're not wanting to even put down God. Like, I'm sure God isn't necessarily God's name or whatever. Like, if you get really granular about it, but the notion of even writing out God's name is something that you have to like censor to some effect. Maybe I don't know.
And for Bari Weiss, and I also, as a result of one of my Her Take segments, someone
I
actually
believe they're cursing God if they say the word God or any of the names of God. Okay, interesting.
Called to threaten me.
I mean, someone sicked their dog at me and my dog one morning because they don't like my commentary on Israel. So,
Right,
I don't know.
This was, I never looked into this entirely. This came off like Anna being a fucking Karen from what I did see.
Spends $10,000 on my security. I don't spend any money on security, and it's just. But what I think Bari Weiss is being a little too paranoid here.
Yeah, but they use
Why can't Bari Weiss just do what the rest of us do, which is make a career pivot after we're called out for birthing people and rubbing our hands together when talking about Jewish billionaires? Why can't she just be normal?
Weiss's name to threaten me.
Yeah,
as though
a crash out on Twitter is completely free.
Okay. I think she was. I stopped watching TYT around like 2016, 2018. Okay. I was like, I'm done. Especially primarily because of Jimmy Dore. I was so like, he was so disgusting to me that it got to the point where I'm like, I don't even want to give you guys money. I don't give a fuck about this. And then the deranged Hassan fanboy that I am, after they fired Hassan and took his Chomsky interview, I'm like, fuck this channel altogether, and I was done. But there was, if you had watched long term, and I think I was watching since like 2011 religiously, she has a long track record of imitating Jenkisms. Voices, gestures, she would be, and I mean, it makes sense to a degree because she grew up professionally around Jank every fucking day. So I don't necessarily think she was trying to be, I think that was one of the most classic S-tier examples of being a fucking culturally insensitive fucking idiot. But that's shit that like Jank has done in different contexts for different people. And that video, I was like, get the fuck out of here. Like that was off the charts fucking stupid, but I've seen Jank do that exact same thing for different topics before.
You don't know my lore. I have watched a lot of TYT in my day, and it's so funny that Jimmy Dore was a thing that like revolted you, because I only found them around like 2016, around the time you stopped watching, and I liked Jimmy Dore. I liked the show Aggressive Progressives that he would do with these other people. I liked John Idarola. I liked Hannah, what's her name? Even though everybody fucking hated her. I liked Grace, who would do like Pop Trigger with Hassan, which is also why like people ask me like, oh, do you find Hassan attractive? And I'm like, well, no, he's like my brother, because I grew up watching him in high school, and this is when he was way more overweight and less Chadley than he is like now. All he would do was like constantly and annoyingly shill all of his social media platforms, and everybody hated him. They were like, you're a Nepo baby, you're bad at your job. Like all of the comment sections, if it was a Jenks or if it was a Hassan segment, they fucking hated him. So to me, I don't see Hassan how he is now. I just like picture that person. That's because that's who he is to me through and through.
Ass wide brim hat and shit.
Yeah, wearing his like make the rich pay outfit like every day, basically some variation of that. That's who I see. That's who will always be to me. But I know the TYT lore. And no, I don't, especially in context. Have you seen that whole video where Anna even did the like rubbing things? It's even worse in context, amazingly. Okay. But like, let me see if they were literally just talking about avoiding anti-Semitic tropes. And then she does that, and Jank's face when she does it is like, oh, let's see.
Wait, shut up. No, hold on. That was what they were talking about beforehand?
Yeah.
Oh, Anna, why? Anna, why?
She has died on this hill repeatedly. Let me see. Is this this was her response to it, but like I'm trying to find like where I've been urged to offer a response to the backlash over my mockery of billionaire Larry Ellison, who recently bragged about his role in building a dystopian surveillance state where we're all monitored and on our best behavior. My portrayal of him as a villain was accurate. I offer no apology. So she like doubled down on this. And let me see if I put like,
because I only saw, like, to be transparent, I only saw the little bit of like a clip that people were circulating on Twitter, or like the couple of frames of it that they put on a loop. Like, if they were also talking about the tropes beforehand, she's a fucking idiot. That's so bad. That's awful.
well, she's also talked about, hold on, like, I have my like master doc of all my like stream links or whatever, and I guess I didn't put it in, but let me see if I can't find like where they talk about this. And if I put like TYT Larry Ellison, it'll probably come up.
Anna didn't know, Clearwatch, Anna didn't know that was a Totenkopf, though. Like, to her, it was just a very intimidating.
And she came after
double
Graham
skull.
Platner for that, which is so funny considering like her stance on all of this. And Jenk was actually the one being like, no, you shouldn't take the position of the like people canceling. You should be on the side of him because you know what it's like. I think it's this one.
You guys disgust me making this 70 and raping. Dare they look? Again, politicians and
What the
voters
hell
are
is
very
this?
different.
There's like numbers in the corner. This is like not what it is, but okay, I'll find it.
Care what somebody at CBS thinks of my commentary about American foreign policy. But what I'm saying is, it really undermines Americans' trust in legacy media.
Yes.
And that is why people like Patrick Bet-David here at Valuetainment and other independent media, they are getting so much attention. Because they know, Patrick doesn't have sponsors.
Well, Patrick has people on his program regularly that I know.
He doesn't need sponsors because he's an MLM grifter who became a millionaire by scamming people. Why would he need sponsors?
Oh, he disagrees with
he's charging like 50 bucks
I mean,
for a tiny leather wallet. Like, I've seen some of the merch that he fucking hawks on his site. It's gross.
To be fair, if you wear any of that out in public, you're like guaranteed to get blown on the spot. So it's worth the investment because women see the PBD Valuetainment merch and they just fall to their knees.
The panty strap?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's had
good to
Benjamin
know.
Netanyahu.
I learn something new every day.
That's the premium that you're paying for. It's not actually because like the textiles that they're using are really expensive or anything like that. It's literally just like a pussy magnet. So that's why.
Juan and Nick Fuentes on his show. And to me, that is evidence of someone who's willing to sit down and have conversations or interview everyone, regardless of what his own political leanings are. I think that is an important signal to put out into the world. And again, look, I'm going to be fair to Bari Weiss because I used to be subscribed to the Free Press because they have some fantastic journalism, as long as it's not on the topic of Israel, to be honest with you.
Okay, that's definitely not true. But I'll be fair to Bari Weiss that she is very good at getting people to fucking talk about her, because for somebody who has accomplished so little, there is no shortage of commentary or analysis of this woman and how unremarkable she is.
And it
Casual
sucks because
Cupcake
it
in
leaves
my
a black
chat
mark
is losing their mind because they're like, what the fuck? It's all right-wing shit.
On her reputation.
Anna's slowly become a right-winger.
Yeah,
that was the morph.
It's almost like Ana Kasparian is right-wing.
Capable of publishing really good work. But when you let your bias infiltrate the decision-making, it's going to essentially discredit the entire organization that you're working for.
I want to step in here. I think everyone is really being dramatic about this whole thing. I know plenty of people running companies whose journalists don't agree with them, and we see this every single day of our lives, that these pieces still get published. Bari Weiss, I don't know if you guys remember, it was like 2 weeks ago, sent a very like Elon Doge type email, like I want to see what everyone's working on, and everyone essentially spit on her face. And nobody got fired for that. She's getting rid of like the woke DEI
Well, they're
department.
unionized, that's why.
Okay, well, it doesn't matter. My point is that they can still publish whatever they
Can you
want.
show me a single
Doesn't matter that they're unionized.
anti-Israel piece from the Free Press?
Well, we're talking about CBS now. Okay. It's a different game completely.
Well, she was just there for the past...
I understand, and that was her company. Now she's being tapped in as a CEO.
I'm not going to let you bypass my question because she's been there for she created I think it was 2021. If you can present to me just one piece that was anti-Israel published by the Free Press.
There were none. Okay. I'm talking about now CBS, which is more legacy.
Okay, I found it. This was the context of
I have been
this.
feeling...
Okay, Candace Owen shares private messages from Charlie Kirk. We're going to speed run through this one till we get to the point where she does it. So let me see. Because it comes up like, pretty sure like less than, where does she do it? You'd be able to see it. There, okay, it's like around here. It's around here. So let's do around Kirk's text about pro-Israel donors.
Let's get to the biggest revelation from what she shared on her program yesterday, which was, well, how Charlie Kirk was actually feeling about the pressure he was receiving from pro-Israel Zionist donors to Turning Point USA, and how he felt about the notion of essentially cutting certain people from the conservative movement off and no longer being friends with them.
Take a 7-year-old and stop.
So Charlie writes in this group chat, just lost another huge Jewish donor, $2 million a year because we won't cancel Tucker. I'm thinking of inviting Candace. Somebody writes, ugh. Charlie writes, Jewish donors play into all of the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel.
Yeah, can you believe these fucking Jewish donors actually expect me to do something and like after they give me $1 million? Unlike all the other donors who definitely don't have expectations and strings attached to the fucking money that they give you.
I wonder if like this is just me thinking out loud, but I wonder if like, first of all, are those text messages fucking legit? Like that can
they are
obviously
legit.
be.
The TPUSA guy who's like stepped up in his place, not Erica Kirk, the other guy who is like his right-hand man, has confirmed that these are real.
Okay, so then the other question is, so I guess it would probably tie more into like the Christian fundamentalist aspect of wanting to protect Israel and wanting to see like the end times prophecy shit occur. Then it just makes me wonder why they're not calling it like another Israeli donor versus a Jewish donor or something like that. Like some of those decisions about wording are very interesting to me at times.
Well, Kirk himself is a fucking anti-Semite who is literally like Media Matters is like all the fucking different times where he like said that like Jews are bringing about like they're like he's literally said like Jews are doing the Great Replacement theory, like cultural Marxists. Hold on, like
oh okay.
We're not gonna watch, but like, let's see. I put like Media Matters.
It's one of those. It's like when Ben Shapiro was talking about not Ingram, but the other chick, the really emaciated, that was hooked up with Dinesh D'Souza. Basically said like it's okay that she's anti-Semitic because she's pro-Israel. Basically, is what it comes down to.
Kirk blamed Jewish dollars for funding cultural Marxist ideas. According to Jewish Currents, cultural Marxism, we know that, or whatever. Kirk said that Jewish people control not just the colleges, it's the nonprofits, it's the movies, it's Hollywood, it's all of it. Kirk also said the #1 funding mechanism of radical, open border, neoliberal, quasi-Marxist policies, cultural institutions, and nonprofits is Jewish donors. Claims that wealthy Jewish people, that's a stereotype or whatever, we know this. Anti-Semitic impression. Kirk made a blanket statement about Jewish people saying that in American Jewish society, there is an overcompensation to want to be liked, and Jews go above and beyond to give donations. Kirk suggested that secular and elite Jewish people who are pumping money into colleges and universities have been turning a blind eye to anti-Semitism. He like played defense for like other comments. What is it? Like, these are just the clips. I don't want to watch the clips. Jews are experiencing the hate that we white people have been experiencing the last decade. What? Thank you, Charlie Kirk. Very cool. But yeah, he had like history of being like fucking massively anti-Semitic. But as far as I can tell, it was motivated by the fact that he himself wants to make money, which is funny because he's going around policing other people for being fucking greedy, Jews specifically, and also his like Christian Protestantism.
Owner writes, please do not invite Candace. That might feel good short term, but it's not good long term. In my opinion, like all groups, you're going to get a wide variety of opinions. That nasty free will thing that God bestowed on us makes life frustrating at times after the dust settles a bit, maybe. So again, this is 48 hours before Charlie was assassinated. He was very clear and he was very explicit, and he did not back down, not in that Hamptons meeting, which they're all lying about, nor in this text thread. I'm not going to reveal the names of the other 7. Actually, you know what? I disagree with myself 4 seconds ago. Let's just throw in Josh Hammer for funsies. He's on this chat, okay?
For those who are unfamiliar, Josh Hammer, I believe, was the guy who Dave Smith debated at Turning Point USA's event earlier this year on the issue, on the topic of Israel, of course. And the reference to the meeting in the Hamptons was the meeting in which basically Charlie Kirk, it's been kind of described as an intervention by Bill Ackman, who's a huge Israel supporter. Apparently, he took issue with the fact that Charlie Kirk had Dave Smith debate Josh Hammer and invited Tucker Carlson to give that speech, in which,
again, she will never disclose that the sourcing for this is the fucking gray zone.
Tucker Carlson talked about how Jeffrey Epstein very likely was a Mossad asset. So Israel not really loving that, and Israel supporters, huge donors to Turning Point USA, not huge fans of that. So that's why they call that intervention, to basically tell Charlie Kirk, like, you better toe the line.
And Bill Ackman's version of that story in the Hamptons is
I don't believe him at all.
Okay, but it's totally different. He says it was kumbaya. They got to, he was barely involved, and they were just trying to help Charlie, etc. So we've given his side now. Okay,
that's been my experience with Zionists here in the United States. They're actually very friendly,
and
they just want to.
This is kind of like drama slop for adults. Like it's more like as opposed to streamers or needing to know like a bunch of streamers. It's presented in the form of news, but that kind of has the feeling of what the fuck this is.
It's like just rumor mill shit. Because again, when the Gray Zone is reporting on things that it's like he said, she said with anonymous sources. Candace Owens is not doing any fucking. Candace Owens is not a fucking journalist. Some of her citations for this have literally been, "It was revealed to me in a fucking dream." That's what we're talking about right now.
Make their case. They don't smear you as an anti-Semite.
Never.
They don't go after your family members and try to get them fired from their jobs. You know, they don't bully. They don't act like thugs at all. Go ahead, Jake.
Okay,
Thanks,
so
Mike. I'm wearing my good
let's
hoodie.
note for the record, interesting. There's donors who are giving $2 million a year for pro-Israel positions at a minimum. He had $100 million budget. That is unbelievable. And remember, that's not revenue. That's just people giving you money. Okay, and so and you know what? And now that we see the messages from behind the scenes, I gotta say, you gotta give Charlie a little bit of credit for having the courage to say, I mean, I don't know that he knew anything about what was coming, obviously not, right?
So brave of Charlie Kirk in private Telegram correspondence to be anti-Semitic.
I'm not referring to that, just having the courage to say, no, I don't want your $2 million.
Okay, if he's referring to that, I'll be more charitable.
That's pretty admirable, okay? On the other hand, he was taking it in the first place and had a very pro-Israel.
He's making a fucking market calculation. The idea that Charlie Kirk is not constantly thinking about his bottom line is so fucking naive. I can't even with Jank to suggest that was some form of like principled act from Charlie fucking Kirk. We're talking about a literal MAGA propagandist when it's like, dude, he's annoyed that he doesn't have slightly more editorial control and he has enough money in the fucking world that he can turn down $2 million and not give a fuck because he can get more money by having Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson at his events than taking their money and not having those people.
Israel stands for a very, very long time. So it's a mixed bag. Our job is honesty, okay? So now.
Hold on, I gotta just do one more video before you share your points because some of you might be thinking, Anna, are you really gonna trust Candace Owens? They could be totally fabricated, meaning the text exchange. Well, it turns out that Charlie Kirk's producer, Andrew Kovic, has come out to talk about the veracity of these messages. Let's take a quick look at that.
Started the show to address some of the things that have been going around on public, namely about a group text chain that has been made known and released by Candace Owens. And I just want to address it head on because, that was a screen grab that I shared.
So other confirmation that message is not going to get
Yeah. So look, Charlie in those messages says they're confirming the stereotypes, right? So now I disagree with that. I want to make an important distinction. So like the problem with stereotypes is that they're applied in a blanket way to everyone in that category, right? So for 99% of Jewish Americans, Jews, etc., Mossad's not calling them, Bill Ackman's not calling them. They're not part of any propaganda outlet. It's
only 10% of Jews.
etc. Right? There's normal people going
like okay. I'm gonna fess up to something, right? I never saw the full clip. I was only going off of like a level of charitability I definitely shouldn't have given because I've heard the fucking gross shit she said about other groups. So obviously I'm not expecting her to be fucking on the level in this particular realm. And I was trying to go off of like, look, she hasn't completely fucking, but now like I didn't know the fucking buildup. And if he's phrasing it this way already, and in a couple of minutes from now, she's doing that shit, it's like, oh, what the fuck is wrong with you?
She was being intentionally leaning into it and being inflammatory, I think. And then like backing up with plausible deniability of, I'm just doing a caricature of a villain. You're the ones reading into it in the wrong way, even though the context makes it look far worse and doesn't exonerate her.
But is there a group of folks
I don't think it's the wrong instinct from you to not just assume that everybody like to not just accept at face value somebody being labeled an anti-Semite, a racist, a transphobe, and give people the benefit of the doubt.
Pro-Israel Zionist zealots in this country who do bully, intimidate, and I think they're actually using the tropes as shields. They're thinking, I'm going to go do that thing, but I won't be. I can't be criticized for it because if I'm criticized for it, I'll just say you're an anti-Semite and you're saying it about all Jews. So I'll use other.
There's like an intentionality that he ascribes to that I don't think really factors into these decisions. I think in reality, these people, these like pro-Israel zealots that he's talking about, act the way that they do, and then anytime they face criticism, they disingenuously conflate like people being critical of their actions or of Israel with like anti-Semitism. But I don't think that they lean into stereotypes with the like knowledge that like, oh, I can just claim anti-Semitism later. That's just like some kind of like race hustler shit. You know what I mean? It's like saying that like, oh yeah, black people like lean into stereotypes and then they back up and they call you fucking racist for it. But I just don't think that's what's happening here.
other Jews as human shields. And so I'll just do every one of the tropes because you're not allowed to criticize the tropes. Now, the other 99% aren't doing that at all. Okay, so don't take it out on them, right?
It's just the billionaires in America.
Yeah, but kind of. Yeah. I mean, Larry Ellison, Bill Ackman,
Yeah,
et
it's
cetera.
the Ellisons snatching up, social media platforms, CBS, installing Bari Weiss as the editor-in-chief of CBS News. Are you kidding me right now? You think we don't see what's happening? You have David Ellison now making a play to buy CNN.
Yeah.
You probably didn't like Jeremy Diamond's reporting, did you? Anyway, it's disgusting. What's happening right now is so utterly disgusting and so brazen, but we're supposed to sit here and pretend like it's not happening. Oh, it's a trope. It's a trope to acknowledge this is happening. Okay, great. I guess I'm repeating an accurate trope about billionaires in America violating the rights of Americans, the free speech rights of Americans, destroying our already super questionable media.
Like, they're just like fighting ghosts because I'm like, you're on your own show. There's no need to be like, you doth protest too much. Okay,
Well,
it's one thing if they were
They've also taken a huge investment in the past.
Yeah.
To the extent that they've paid it back, I don't know. I assume they would have, but yeah, they've taken money from. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, they've also taken money from Peter Thiel, and Cenk was like, we didn't know it was from Peter Thiel, but even if it was, so what? That's fine. And they've taken money from Polymarket. But the thing is that it's one thing if you're addressing what you feel to be disingenuous smears of your reporting or people dragging your name through the mud and calling you an anti-Semite when they don't actually have any evidence for that. That would be one thing. But that's not what's happening here. They're like preempting a criticism and then like getting mad that people make that and then leaning into it. You'll see it.
News media, it's just pathetic.
Yeah.
Okay, but let's do the throat clearing so no one calls us bad names. They're gonna call us the bad names anyway, Cenk.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, like that shit or whatever. It's like, why would you ever like drop the vigilance against like not wanting to be perceived as like an anti-Semite by just genuinely not being an anti-Semite, of being like,
they've also-
fuck it, if that makes me anti-Semitic, I guess I'm an anti-Semite. I just don't think that anybody who aligns themselves with the pro-Palestine movement or anybody who just cares about being moral should ever like lean into stuff like that.
I'm pretty sure, at least during the George Floyd shit, that Cenk had come out and basically made a very specific line to say that like you should never go violent because basically when you start doing violence and unrest, that you make all of the other people associated with that movement look bad by default. Like they look for any singular reason to basically pull everyone down and use you as an excuse, which is why it's like selfish and stupid. So. Oh, this is bad.
But look, so last thing on that, and then we'll get back to the main thing. So I've talked a lot about my Jewish friends, family, etc. Your best friend's Jewish.
They don't care.
No, my point is,
like nobody should care because I don't think that like proximity to any minority should exonerate you from charges of any form of bigotry. Like we don't buy it in the instance of like, oh, you have black friends or whatever. That doesn't like. So fucking slavers were around black people all day. That didn't mean they were fucking racist.
Larry Ellison or Bill Ackman or Netanyahu call her and say, hey, are you okay with this?
Larry Ellison can tell me how my ass tastes. Okay, how about that?
Yeah,
right, disgusting, weird Oracle founder going around talking about like, yes, we're gonna surveil everybody. Everyone will be on their best behavior. Yeah.
Did you see Cenk's face? Look at Cenk's face when she does this.
Going around talking about like, yes, we're.
He's like, oh fuck. Like even he knew what was coming, and like his reaction of like, okay, to like smooth over what she just did is so painful. He saw the backlash and then he ended up defending her. But that's, if you want to talk about what's part and parcel for Cenk's character, him completely always taking like his employee side or whatever, that is more to me indicative of the fact that not that Cenk's standing up for anti-Semitism, it's the fact that like anytime any one of the like TYT employees is like getting shit on, he will pretty much always uncritically take their side at that point.
We're gonna surveil everybody. Everyone will be on their best behavior. Yes, you're a freak. You're a total creep.
Okay.
All right, total creep.
So my point is, do not put Larry Ellison's actions
in his brain, he was doing like that segment lasted 7 years while she was doing that. And he's just wanting to go, okay, she's still doing it. Jesus Christ, she's still doing it. Why is she still fucking doing it?
Our friends.
No, I don't, because I'm not an idiot. Okay, I don't conflate a nation state with an entire group of people who have no say in what's going on in Gaza, no say over what these disgusting billionaires in America are doing. No, I don't conflate the two because I'm not stupid and I'm not hateful.
That's exactly my point. So they want to treat everyone like they're idiots. Oh, if you say I'm doing something wrong.
Like she just flagrantly leaned into it on purpose and then like doubled down. But I don't even know why. Again, at the, like it clearly does bother you. It's one of those things like you have to just be like okay with people calling you an anti-Semite disingenuously. Why ever address it if you're saying like it's never going to be enough? because all she did was provide more ammunition. And also, I do think,
like I said, I know Cenk has done that literally the exact same fucking thing in the past, but the thing that makes it fucking like so bad is him. Like you said, it's him talking about you don't
conflate
use those sorts
like
of tropes.
anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism, like don't scapegoat Jews for the actions of like Israel or whatever, and the fact that like that's when she brings it up. Like Fuentes like quote tweeted a clip of it, and he put the like blushing emoji for her putting like she never addressed that. Like, and then between that and her like glazing for Tucker Carlson, her glazing of fucking Candace Owens, and like there's a Piers Morgan panel where hold on, let me see if it's I think it's this one where I don't know why she says this. If I put here. Like everywhere else in this, she's like spitting, but like only at this point she gets really cringy with this guy who is like, don't get me wrong, he's a disgusting Zionist apologist, PragerU propagandist. But you'll know what comment I was like, you didn't need to say that.
Where's your decency, man? Where is your decency? Seriously, where is your decency? Do you not see the videos? Do you not see the starving children? 19 kids died of starvation over the last 48 hours. Where is your decency? I get that you're Jewish. I get that this is about your identity. I get that you want to defend your people. But sometimes you can't defend the indefensible. How many people need to...
Like, why is she saying that, like, in this one, like, I draw a distinction between Jews and, the actions of like the state of Israel, but then on this panel, which happened again July of this year, she's saying that like, I get that this is about your Jewish identity or whatever. I was like, why would you say that? And she only he calls her out for it, and she only like doubles down on it. So that's why I think at this point, like Ana, like fucking like Canary Mission, like the expose that they drew up on her, I was like, you guys are slacking. Like I could draw up, like they were like saying, look, she's reposting Marjorie Taylor Greene. I'm like, you don't know the fucking lore. There's like way more like damning clips of Ana Kasparian from the last couple of months because she's been pretty fucking sloppy. That they could have used as like the expose for her, but obviously I don't. I do, even though I think that she was being dramatic after the Canary Mission thing by being like, Cenk and I are not suicidal. I do take her side in that because fucking Canary Mission shouldn't exist. So.
She's been there for like 4 days, so I understand. She's been there for a little bit more than that, but I think you're deliberately missing my point just to like interject.
Do you think she's going to allow the publishing of critical stories that are critical of Israel?
I think she will. Okay. Because to me, first of all, she's left-leaning, and I think you saying that now her reputation...
Yeah, that's what Bari Weiss... Yeah, but Bari Weiss exists to be this person. They want it to be that Bari Weiss is like the left in the Overton window that has shifted so far to the right. That's the entire purpose of her existence. So they can point to her and go, even the liberal Bari Weiss agrees that what Israel is doing is blah, blah, blah. Because they want to
Democrat saying that.
Yeah. It's that, but like saying that she's like a liberal. Or that she, like, and evidence that she's a liberal, she's gay.
Is stained because she has a bias towards Israel. Yeah. Everyone does. You're either pro or you're against. So you could make that same argument for literally every single company. And my point is, I know so many news organizations, Fox News included, CNN included, where sometimes the journalism doesn't match up, where you're like, huh, CNN wrote that, or Fox wrote that, or Times of Israel was the one who started this whole stupid $7,000 influencers thing. So my point is, Bari, being a staunch Zionist, who's still very, very left-leaning to me, isn't going to ruin the organization.
To me, doing a lot of work there.
Because
doing basically all the work there, because to no one else is Bari Weiss like a far left liberal.
She's a Zionist? Like,
Okay,
I'm so confused.
One of her first decisions was kind of hilarious because it had no viewership. One of her first decisions as the head of news, what is it called? The actual title, I'm like forgetting right now. Not editor-in-chief. Anyway, whatever. The head of the news division.
News director?
News director. I don't remember exactly, but basically
I think it's like bureau chief.
She's the top honcho when it comes to making decisions about their news division. And one of the first things she did is put together a panel with Hillary Clinton and Condoleezza Rice to talk about foreign policy. It got no viewership because no one cares what Hillary Clinton and Condoleezza Rice is a freaking dinosaur from the Bush era. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, why do we need to hear what
her Wikipedia has her listed as the editor-in-chief, so I guess that's what she's talking about.
A bunch of neocons have to say.
Another point that I want to mention is the fact that David and Larry Ellison...
Anna's...
That was a weird cut.
That was hear what a bunch of neocons have to say.
Another point that I want to mention is the fact that David and Larry Ellison are not just moving into CBS, they're also making inroads into CNN.
But yeah, they just want her to be like, this is our like controlled opposition, and that there is no perspective. And I mean, that's already the case right now with media anyway, but like there's literally, we're not even going to pretend or acknowledge that there exists a sizable portion of the left in this country, or just people that don't even think of themselves as like political, that are principally anti-Zionist, whether they realize it or not pro-Israel.
HBO, TikTok, and other media outlets. And I think it's a question worth considering. Is it safe to have all these important media behemoths in the hands of just one man?
No,
what do you think?
But it's always been that way, I feel like, okay? So I actually wanted to bring this up because it's
not always been this way, but it's also not like a new thing. And Lindy being like, I'm starting to think the consolidation of media and the monopolization in the hands of just like a few people is like really bad, as if that's like only happened after like the Bari Weiss thing.
It's on topic with why I don't trust any outlet at this point, but I also like to know what their angle is on stories. So I like to know.
Except InfoWars, we trust. And InfoWars, we trust.
They have bias before I actually read into their stories. Many people probably aren't familiar with this, but back during the COVID pandemic, I was working at Fox at the time. And when I got there, I was forced out because they wanted me to comply with the New York City vaccine mandate. And I was very tough on that. I said I was not going to take it at all. And so they threatened to put me on unpaid leave.
Forced out is when you don't comply with a vaccine mandate and then you decide to not get the vaccine and they put you on, it sounded like she said paid leave, but I guess she meant unpaid leave, or she said unpaid leave.
Also, I'm pretty sure at the time, Fox News was trying to go under the wire and not even let it be known that that mandate had kicked in. So that was something they were trying to keep very hush-hush.
Shows that I was producing for, where there was a massive chunk of an interview. Peter Navarro was on her show. And they completely removed the part where he's just telling young people, if you're young and healthy, don't take the vaccine because we don't know the long-term effects. And I didn't understand why they were so bent on getting that part out of the interview. And then the Blaze did a FOIA request, and they found out that, this is according to them back in 2022, that Fox News, CNN, MSNBC, ABC, CBS, NBC, New York Post, the Los Angeles Times, the Washington Post, all of the Newsmax, BuzzFeed, all of these are listed in this article. They all took money from HHS to promote the vaccines, but never actually,
They took money from HHS?
HHS, yeah.
That's super unethical.
Well,
that's
no one
crazy.
disclosed that, and that's why when I was
It's
there.
just so painful to watch her pretend like she believes anything that these women are saying, and in the name of like being kind to them. This is so like off-putting.
We were only allowed to talk about it positively. Now they're all being critical of the vaccines, and they're saying the things that they should have said a long time ago that we knew for a fact. But I was sitting in those editorial meetings, and when I pitched something about possibly the damages that could be done by taking this, they didn't have any data on this. And I kept saying that. It never made it to air. So here's my thing. A lot of times during these editorial meetings, during these, whatever they do in the print side of things get shut down pretty quickly based on their own bias. And you wouldn't even know this as an audience member.
Who reported that?
This is the Blaze. So if you go on their website, you just simply search exclusive. The federal government paid hundreds of dollars.
Glenn Beck's rag.
Media companies to advertise the COVID vaccines while those same outlets provided.
If you Google it really quick, and I have it on my screen, but CBS News, BBC, New York Post all have stories about, they go back to like 2024, basically saying that they spent money on messaging, but that's not like, as long as it's labeled right, as long as you understand that it's a fucking advertisement, them spending money to let people know the availability, the efficacy, like that's not a bad fucking thing. Like that's not something that's, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like as long as it's labeled as such, there's commercials for fucking restless leg pills that'll also turn you into a compulsive gambler, but that's on TV too. This was something entirely fucking different and infinitely more worthwhile, but they're making it sound like it was bad that it was advertised at all.
Coverage of the vaccines.
So were these ads by Pfizer and Moderna?
I never saw these ads running on the network itself. I could just tell you that based on my experience, that these were shut down. Anytime we had someone on who might be a little bit.
Oh, okay. There you go. So I don't actually have evidence that it happened, but I have this other information that I'm privy to that basically means you can infer that was happening here, which you're also supposed to presuppose is bad in the first place.
With the vaccine itself, they just were not allowed on air.
I just remember that era being kind of scary to be someone in the media who wanted to ask questions, because the second you'd ask a question, you'd get smeared as someone who's like a vaccine denialist or whatever. Anyway, and that's not a healthy environment to do journalism in at all. Like you should be able to ask questions and you should be shut down by your editor.
Yeah, but you bring up such an important point. Thank you so much for shedding light on that, because it wasn't just legacy media though. It was social media writ large. People were just being deplatformed by Facebook, Twitter at the time. And just for saying, maybe we should look into...
Bro, I wish. There were so many fucking COVID grifters that made money at this time. They were not only not deplatformed, but they were actively prioritized at different points, and it wasn't after backlash where these people deprioritized.
The Wuhan lab,
Exactly.
for instance. And now it turns out, it's very likely the COVID vaccine was a lab leak.
Exactly. And
there's literally no evidence for that.
Well,
to even say that was human.
I can understand anybody that was wanting to know what happened one way or the other, but the people that were generally super hardcore trying to prove that it came from a lab, it wasn't because they just wanted to know the origin. They wanted to have somebody to fucking blame. The people that were pushing that aspect of it were the first ones that were doing Asian hate crimes and shit in our country. Yeah.
Manufactured, or it was
just grasping at straws. It's anyone's fault but Donald Trump's.
Not from a food wet market.
Yeah, they went after everyone.
Exactly.
Yeah,
that is not okay. So for Democrats to say that we believe in free speech, we want to hold Trump accountable, these are the very same people who destroyed lives over it, for even saying that shutdowns are not okay.
Right. Yeah, it's pretty insane that this even happened in the first place. And so many people have gotten away with this. I know everyone was like, oh, Pfizer's probably pouring a bunch of money into these networks. I haven't seen during the time, I didn't see Pfizer pouring in the money. I knew that they were a top advertiser for Fox.
They are,
Yeah, but at the time when it came to pushing the jabs, this was heavily done by our government. We have all the FOIA information to prove it. But the problem, too, is HHS, when we asked specifically what the exact dollar amount was given to the media outlets, although we know there was something like about $100 million allocated, we don't know how much these outlets actually took in.
$100 million.
Yeah, and that was due to the funding bills for COVID. All of
you would
that.
think that there would be more transparency now.
I love how this woman is talking about how that's an example of corruption, but Bari Weiss being installed as the editor-in-chief of CBS, cracking down and changing editorial standards, that's not indicative of corruption whatsoever.
All right.
Plus,
I'm still
at a
stealing
quick
over simple
glance, the
things.
only thing that I saw about the HHS money was basically putting out advertisements about standing a certain amount of, it wasn't even necessarily 100% because of vaccines. It was hey, don't cough on people.
Yeah.
They were doing that sort of messaging, which is fucking normal as shit.
Things. I want to know how illegal aliens were boarding flights and what documents they had to present with, because they don't have driver's licenses. They didn't have photo IDs.
Oh, that's a good point.
And they didn't want to tell me.
That's a good point, yeah.
Me. I had to sue, and I actually found out that the Biden administration was allowing TSA agents to use DHS documents for convicted sex offenders, you could just say. So it had them lay out a commitment that they were going to register as a sex offender when they got to wherever they were going to get, that they had to join in some reform programs. I publish it on my independentnewsroom.com outlet. It is there. This is what they were hiding from us. They were allowing people we didn't know who they were to fly anywhere in our country.
That's amazing. Insane.
I had to sue for that. Yeah.
It just feels very dystopian.
Yeah. We have one more topic to get to. Super excited.
Okay. I think I'm going to call it for tonight. It's practically 2 a.m. I don't even know what time it is for you, but I will save the last topic for, I'll do that solo or whatever. I think we've done quite enough. We heard these ladies out. Okay.
We've gotten so much of her take. So yeah. Thank you. This was fun.
You have to shout yourself. This is where you shill.
So yeah, once again, you can pretty much find me everywhere on this, and thank you.
Amazing. Okay, thanks.
I know,
guys.
I'm good at this.
I'm gonna shout out Ogreboy. Is it Ogreboy 6?
Yeah.
Why? There's no underscore, nothing like that.
Nope.
All right, in chat. All right, that concludes this first episode of Just This Way with you as my co-host. So you have a good night. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, bye.
Bye.
How we doing, guys? How the hell are we doing? Have a good night / morning. You know what? I will. And I'm actually going to be... Where are we? Where are we going? Who the hell is awake at 2 in the morning? My fave guest so far. Yeah, for sure. All right. Let's go to Cinemarxisms live. And you guys, if you're watching on YouTube, you're not headed anywhere. But my final pitch is that if you're watching on Twitch, you're not following me yet, please go ahead and do so. That way you can when I go live. If you're watching on YouTube, please subscribe to me, like the stream, hit the bell. If you want to watch my VODs, they're all housed there. That way you can know, you can skip around through my segments because they're timestamped by me after every single one. If you want to support me, you can follow the donation links into my Twitch chat or YouTube description box, or subscribe to me on Twitch. You can also give subs throughout the chat, or use your Amazon Prime to sub for cute emotes and an ad-free experience. I'm at Straighterade _ on everything. But until next time, bye.